Wow. The Reverend Al, thank you so much for being in here with us today, buddy. It's been so long. Hey, it's the Bennington Show on Opie Radio. I'm Ron Bennington. There's Gail Bennington.
Yo.
And I am Ron Bennington. And there is Chris Stanley Bennington. Right over there.
Sup, everybody?
Stanley, what brought you back into this room? You, all week long, you were in the other room.
You got mixed up sometimes. Want to be a little bit, Want to be like Brian Pullman.
Okay.
Unpredictable.
I see. The unpredictable Chris Stanley. This motherfucker is sudden.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. He's quick.
Yeah.
You see the way he moves around this place?
Well, it's because he's got little cat paws. He's quiet, I said this. I go, did a fog roll in? I go, nope, that's my executive producer. Because that's how quiet he comes into a room.
That's how he knows everything that's going on in this building, too.
Could you
He's just right behind you, sidling around.
In all honesty, could you imagine if he was a sniper and just fucking guys would be like, do you hear burping and farting and heavy breathing?
No, you don't.
He's just like, his gun is
dropping bullets left and right.
Well, first of all, he'd be chewing on the top of the fucking rifle, just gnawing on it.
These bite marks on this barrel.
I want to do a documentary called The Antisocial Chris Stanley in a Meeting, just so fucking people could show it at corporations.
He is a different man in a meeting than he is on the air and off the air.
Yeah.
It's a whole different version.
Yeah.
Maybe one day we should scope Chris in a meeting.
Oh, dude.
Oh, Jesus.
We'll fucking put it up as your worst self. It is the Bennington Show on a Friday. P Diddy playing across the street this morning, who I don't think he's done anything since 1996, has he? I'm being crazy here.
He had a couple reality shows, produced a few albums, but I don't remember a Puff Daddy song happening in a long time.
It's been a while.
Yeah, it has been a long time, but he's breaking that shit out of today's show.
All About the Benjamins? That might have been the last fucking Puff Daddy song.
Okay. You know what? He left us with something great then.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you go out on top. But now, he's got his clothing line.
Right.
He's the business mogul.
Yeah, he's a businessman doing his business. He should run for president because he's almost like a Trump.
Oh, yeah, actually.
More than a performer in any way. Hey, if you want to talk to us today, it's 844-ROCK-GOD, 844-ROCK-GOD, and that's named after our own ability to say we're at service to all the rock gods out there. You said that you had something that's taken the internet by storm, and Chris and I said, do not tell us until we're on the air. What do we got?
Okay, so this is an image that is being passed around.
Right.
That is a bit of a mind buster, a little brain buster.
Okay, good.
Yes.
And it is... Yum, give me some.
Hold on. Let me wake up my producer, Steve Hawking.
Daddy like it.
The only difference between Chris Stanley and Stephen Hawking is this bitch don't need to speak and spell.
Thank you.
All right?
So this is, it's up on the iBang, and it is the latest optical illusion blowing up the internet.
Oh, boy.
So here's the image.
Okay.
And tell me what you see here.
A brick wall?
Yeah. Well, it's a wall.
Okay. So there's a brick wall.
Yeah.
Is there anything that unusual about the wall?
All right, wait, hold on. I'm watching it. All right, I'll just say this. Is it really a sky shot of, like, I don't know, Egypt or someplace like that looks like parcels of land that look like bricks?
No, that is not it.
This is just a brick wall. There's nothing special about this.
There has to be.
The internet's stupid, Rob.
All right, just slow it down before we turn this into negative.
You made it sound like you really like optical illusions. And it's already getting to you. It's already in your head.
Within seconds, you made it unfun. All right, so we're supposed to see... All right, is it a blue dress?
No, this is not the blue gold versus white.
I missed that last time. I thought it might be it again.
It's not a dress
right now.
at all.
I just see a wall.
All right, so in the wall, is there...
I mean, like, is it something... Like, I don't want you to point it out to me. I want to get it.
Is it underwater? Is this underwater?
No.
I feel like I see algae, maybe. If I'm going to...
Now you're just mocking.
I'm not!
So where would you see algae?
You know I take this very seriously.
Okay, hold on. That does look like algae.
Yeah, it's like a discoloration on the wall. I'm feeling like it's algae.
I don't want to point out anything specific, but just try to look in the details
All right,
of it.
hold on. I don't want... This would kill me if you give me a hint and then I say it. That's the stuff I hate. All right, it's up on the Interbank today. Don't anybody ruin it for us. I don't want it ruined. I'm so tired of being alone. I'm so tired of being alone. Oh, we got big announcements coming up. Chris is just staring at it.
Yeah, I really want to know what the hell the big
The
deal is
closer you get to it.
Where's the fucking ship, kid?
A schooner is a sailboat.
That's Chris's favorite of all Kevin's films.
Oh, yeah, Mallrats, yeah. 100%.
Mallrats.
Really?
Out of everything, it's Mallrats for him.
It's the first one I saw.
Oh, okay, that'll do it.
Okay.
You know.
Then so I was like, Mallrats, you gotta see Clerks, which I then saw on VHS.
Gail was that way with Terminator 2.
Yeah, I saw Terminator 2 first, and therefore it is Terminator 1.
Shouldn't the 2 have stopped you when you saw the 2?
No, I was very young and very enthralled with it.
All right, now, who's running the phones today? Is that Vito?
That's Vito.
Vito, why would I want you to put up calls that says has the correct answer? I just said I want to get the correct answer myself. And the whole internet is going crazy for this?
Everyone is a buzz. They are trying to figure out what is the illusion here.
The internet loves an optical illusion. I mean, I do too.
What's that?
The internet, it loves an optical illusion.
Are you calling yourself the internet?
I'm part of it. I'm part of the internet. I think
You know my friend, the internet.
My best friend, the situation. You're going to have to hit the clubs with him.
Yeah.
This is my friend, the internet.
Boom.
Is it cobblestone? Is this a road and not a wall?
Philly Cobblestone Street?
No,
It has to be that.
It is not a Philly.
Well, we know it's not a cobblestone. We can look at it. Can you imagine how we'd start screaming if Gail, if the answer was, it's not brick, it's cobblestone. What the fuck? now, normally, with an illusion, I can jump into it. I feel good about it. But that's it. I don't have anything today.
It's not.
I think there must be faces in the brick.
Is it a beach? It's
a cobblestone beach.
Is it a cobblestone beach?
His biggest thing is it's not a wall.
Yeah, I think that's it. I don't think it's a wall.
So is this texture? Is it? All right, we'll get back to that coming up a little later on today. We're going to make a big announcement. Also, want to say this: Dan Soder, and who doesn't love Dan Soder of the Bonfire? This is his weekend. His special happens this Saturday at 11 o'clock on Comedy Central. He was all over Amy's show last night. Very, very funny. And a little later on, there's going to be a beautiful photo essay with Dan.
Oh, I can't wait.
Yeah. But we haven't heard from him all week, right? Did you reach out to him, Chris?
Where's he been?
I think he's out of town. I think that's
Based on what? Just the fact that he didn't call you?
Exactly.
Okay. So this is why you would never make it as a detective. Detective Cobblestone.
This is why you'll never get the optical illusion. If you turn it upside down, is it an old woman?
Oh, God, I love those. All right. Turn the screen sideways.
Try. Doesn't work like
Just
that.
pull it out of the wall.
No, remember what he did to the lights? He's just going to rip the screen off.
Got it, Rod.
Keep those bear paws off that screen.
All right. Which one of you thick neck bastards sent in the newscaster bit today, too?
That was me.
Now, is this new?
It's recent, yes. But it's just surfacing right now.
It's one of the funniest things that I've ever seen. I mean, seriously, I've been in this situation in radio, but I've never seen anyone do it on news. Like in radio, someone is always ready to say, hey, motherfucker, I've had it. But you've never watched a news show where people act like they can't put up with it anymore. Every radio show has had that moment where somebody's drawn a line in the sand.
It's the nature of the beast.
Right. But you don't see it on TV. You don't see it on TV news. And you also don't see it for such a stupid reason as this. So this is a sportscaster. I don't know what town he's in. Do you know?
San Francisco.
That's a big fucking market for something this nutty to go down. All right. I take it neither one of you
I
guys
have not seen this.
I've not seen it.
I'll just say this. There's an illusion, okay? Watch the desk as this is going on.
It's the National League Player of the Week, and the Giants end up with a 9-6 win. We should tell you LeBron James is going to star in Space Jam.
Well, we actually... Oh, you mad? Because I already read that. I'm sorry.
How's Steph Curry's knee?
He's nursing it, and it's getting better.
Well, how long we've been friends? 23 years.
I didn't know you were going to do it.
Have you ever, and I'm going to say this with a smile, ever heard me say right before you came on, there's an irrigation problem in Gilroy?
Well, you have to
Never.
talk to Cassine. You
Ever heard me say, oh, it's warm weather today? Never. I stay in my lane. And it's just to a friend.
You got to talk to Cassine.
I like Cassine.
Yeah.
So don't try and pit me against the producer,
Well,
Cassine.
he gave me that lovely script.
And and it's hard for me to get mad. Catherine has stayed at my mother's home. She's written my mother notes and stolen my material. So how do I get mad? Anyway, how is Curry's knee?
Improving.
Okay, well.
Hey, LeBron was very good in Trainwreck, so this will be fun. Okay, I shouldn't have brought it up.
Yeah, it's going to be great. And Michael Jordan starred in Space Jam, as you earlier reported.
I'm sorry.
All right. Darn it. Hard to be mad at Catherine, though. She's a good friend of my mom's, and there's going to come a time when you have to choose between the love of your mother and your mother's friends and the honor and dignity of Kron. We may have reached that level.
Please.
Okay, let's do the story again then. In the last 2 minutes, Curry is still about the same. All right, he's got a...
Oh my God.
How great is that?
Okay, first of all, you know when they have a lot of times small time local news has like a little bit of like, we're letting the curtain back and we're just, this is totally a shoot. It's obvious because it's not funny. It's uncomfortable. Like, it's not like they're trying to be wacky while they're doing it.
Yeah.
You can feel the tension in the room and the look on her face as he's saying this to her.
She looks like a frightened wife, and he comes across as a dock worker. You've stayed at my mom's house. I, on the other hand, stay in my lane. Okay, that's what I'm known for. And, like, I know she's telling the truth. She doesn't write the news. She reads the news.
No, of course. Everything that's put... Look, talk to Cassine about it.
Look, don't hit him against the producer, okay?
Chris gets on great with Cassine.
You're the Cassine.
At one point, she's just shaking her head with her mouth open, like, what the fuck is happening?
You are the Cassine of this show, and you're going to be giving parody pitches to Vito. Joe's going to be like...
That's the best, though, right?
That was fucking great.
I know. And like I said, this happens in radio quite a bit, but you never see it take place on the news.
Never. That was so uncomfortable.
Oh,
and the way he was handling it, like, since you know so much about this, go on.
Bringing up his mother. What the fuck?
I
The
know.
love of your mother and your mother's friend. I mean, he was losing it.
Yeah, he doesn't
Like, he
make
was
sense.
not, like, that was somebody who was just seeing, like, white hot anger in front of him. And he's just like, comes a day, I'll have to choose.
That's the kind of, that's like liquor logic that he was using there, though. That had nothing to do with the kind of logic that's in reality.
And, like, the faux kindness of just being like, she's a good friend, so I'm sure I'll have to forgive her. And you're just like, you see, he's like just raging.
And then for him trying to stump her. How's Seth Curry's knee? Since you know so much about sports with a LeBron. By the way, you want to be the one who says LeBron is doing some stupid cartoon?
Space
That's
Jam,
your fucking, that's your lane that you're so excited about?
You know he's a sports and movies guy. That's his fucking lane.
You keep sports out your mouth.
I'm sure.
Oh, yeah, let's bring Cassine in.
I'm sure afterwards, like, Cassine is like this. Look, we all kind of made a mistake here, you know what I mean? But what we got to do is have each other's back. This is Kron, all right? When he starts saying Kron, I swear to God, I thought it had to be something. Look how happy Joey is that his thing is doing well. He's like, I just bought another day with my cool, amazing Spider-Man shirt.
Got it at a thrift store.
Did you?
Yeah.
Well, you're thrifty. I thought that we were going to hear that this was some small town. You know, this is San Francisco.
Kron's big time. These two are realers and dealers out there.
I mean, Cassine's really done it this time.
You know that every time there's a LeBron story, they're like, let him have it, okay? Remember what happened last time? I got the fucking memo from Cassine. Everything.
Is there anything worse, though, than when you feel like you've been wronged and you're raging and you just want to stop? Like, you're like, I know that I'm acting crazy. I know that this is going to turn back on me.
Right.
But it doesn't
You're
matter.
just not
anger.
It's like the kind of, argument that you would have with a woman and you're going crazy over something that's so small.
Right.
And then you're like, I have reached crazy, but I don't want to leave it yet.
Oh, no. Stay there. Live there for a little while.
Or like if you make a scene and you just see in everyone's eyes, like, oh, this person's fucking nuts.
But that's from spending too much time together. It's like if you're out with your chick and you're like, do you want to eat Spanish or sushi? And she's like, we could eat Spanish or we could eat sushi. You're just like, yeah.
That's a fucking question I just fucking gave to you.
Hold on, let me set it up and then you take it home. Look, dude, I'm not fucking setting the table for you, okay? Talk to Cassine. That was my bit where I was supposed to show what the guy did.
Don't you bring Cassine into this.
Fucking Cassine is the center of our problems. Cassine is the puppet master, forcing us all to do a death dance.
I would like to now use Cassine as a verb on this show. You Cassined me and you know what you did.
I'll tell you. Wiki is our Cassine.
He is.
A lot of times he's handing stuff to Chris that God knows should go to me.
Cassine, you're putting me in Ron's lane.
Talk to Cassine.
Brian in Charlotte.
Hey, Ronnie.
Charlotte. Hi, Charlotte.
I think I've heard you guys mention that you watch Billions before, and
I do.
Actually, I think I watch it because Dan Soder helps me get through the dramatic overacting of pretty much everybody else.
That's a really good point. And I always say this about Soder. He's like my only friend on TV that I'll start and see him as the character and not just point at the screen and yell, there's my buddy.
That's my friend.
Yeah, like Soder can really fall into the thing. I kind of feel like he should probably just act on the bonfire all the time instead of having a conversation.
Well, the episode was on last night where he was talking about sleeping like a bear, and he couldn't figure out what kind of bear hibernates, and then I got immediately distracted by. I love Giamatti and everything else. I got to say that up front, but he in this show, I don't know what they told him to act like, but it's a little over the top.
It's seriously, he's redlining at all times. There's no point of his day that he doesn't have some kind of fire burning in him. You just like anyone else at work, you have all different kinds of a day.
Don't you feel that way about most Giamatti roles, though? That like somebody maybe a director should step in and go, "Hey, I love your enthusiasm. I love your first initial thought on this. Let's dial it back a little, kind of take it into like, let's pretend like this is the real world. And what would that be like?"
I feel like Giamatti's trying to do everybody's lines at the same time too.
You just see him.
I think that when he was younger, we said that Giamatti was good so many times that we started to believe it.
Maybe that's the case. Maybe I'm still thinking about like my fond memories of him being playing Pig Vomit. or something. But
yeah, that's where that was his big breakout.
I was gonna say, what is the role that like everybody started going, oh my God, Giamatti?
Not Sideways, but the one before that when he played the cartoonist from Cleveland.
Oh right, yeah.
He wasn't Crumb, dude.
No. It's American Splendor is the movie, but I don't remember.
And that's the one that everyone thought he was going to be given an Oscar nod for. He didn't. And then everybody got real mad and pulled for him. And so I think he got it for Sideways after that. But then he was singing, people said that he was great in that fucking karaoke movie. Like so many people said, oh, you got to see the karaoke movie because he just comes out and kills it. And then after enough time, I'm like, okay, I'm putting on the fucking karaoke movie.
This is the one where they're singing like Cruising Together. That's all I remember is that one clip.
Well, he supposedly did a thing where he stole it all, right? He did a song, he stole it all, everybody said. I fucking waited through that whole movie and I saw it. I'm like, this is just, sorry, dudes. I don't want to get off the fucking Giamatti bandwagon, but
that was it for you.
I'm on the Soder bandwagon right now.
I much prefer Dan Soder to Giamatti.
Well, Soder's on his way. Let me tell you that. He is on his way. We ought to try to fucking just, start hanging around him now.
I mean, he's got everything good. He's got the big special coming up on Comedy Central.
He's just on TV, constantly. He's just fucking rocking. He's got that, what's that thing? The car lot or something?
Used People.
Oh, see? That thing is good, too.
Yeah.
The first episode, he was eating in every scene, much like a Brad Pitt. I like an actor who's always eating on stage.
It's a good look. Yeah. It's a very good look.
Brad Pitt makes it like, somebody said that in Ocean's 11, in one scene, he ate 100 shrimp. They said that he wouldn't even spit the shrimp out. He just kept eating it, and he ended up eating 100 shrimp.
Brad, what are you doing?
Crafty's running out of shrimp. Could you please slow down?
Kill the scene.
I'm so into this character. My character is hungry for shrimp. You just see him that he's done it so many times that they've run out of shrimp, and you just see him just eating a fucking small piece of cake.
I mean, 100 is a lot for a bottom feeder.
Oh, yeah. You're right about that.
Is a shrimp a bottom feeder? Actually, I don't know what you would call that.
They're on the bottom of the ocean.
But I don't know.
Yeah, that's a bottom feeder, I think. Yeah.
I just feel like they're just filtering kind of the worst of the worst.
I was just saying the other day they would never eat seafood.
That was Brooke, right? Was it Brooke?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Brooke doesn't eat seafood.
I don't eat it at all. And I live on Long Island.
Weirdo.
Huh?
You're a weirdo for not eating seafood.
Well, I fly planes. How's that?
Oh, fancy.
How's that for fun?
There's nothing to do with shrimp.
While you're eating shrimp, I'm flying a plane out to the Hamptons.
I'm happy you're eating shrimp.
Sometimes I wonder. Eric in Colorado, what's up, buddy?
CenturyLink communication commercial out here in Colorado who are Giamatti is in it, and they're basically poking fun at his acting and his headshot. I mean,
but is this a local commercial?
I'm pretty sure it's local. It's for he's in the commercial.
If I was doing a local Colorado commercial, it would have to be a dispensary or nothing at all.
You get nothing like it.
When I'm getting my weed. Now, somebody, I'm not going to say where it was at. A friend of mine was backstage at, and this is not a concert, okay? It is something in the world of television. I feel like I'm giving away too much already. But I wanted to say it's television because you think of that as professional in environment. And they go backstage and there's some food there. And one says pot brownies and the other one says not pot brownies instead of just regular brownies. And there was a sad face on it, happy face on the pot brownies. Now, here's the thing that I was told, and I'm giving away too much because I was sworn to secrecy. The pot brownies went like that. Down to the fact that a PA was worrying, what are we going to do about the pot brownies? Is there any way just to shove pot into the regular brownies. And this was a television taping. This was not, I repeat, not a Green Day concert.
Here's my problem. The pot brownies versus the not. Seems like that's ripe for pranks.
I will say this.
I would not trust it.
I'm not eating the not brownie.
No, I will not touch the not brownies.
Yeah.
Unless I'm ready to ride.
Now, Chris, if you're in a professional setting and you saw pot brownies, would you eat them?
Yeah, I mean, look, you eat it, and then like 45 minutes later, then you start getting high. So you have a buffer zone.
But here's the deal, dude. You're the only person I know who eats pot brownies for hunger purposes.
They taste good. They've really improved
they
the
do
recipes.
taste good.
Yeah, my own just love of brownies would be really difficult. As I was staring at those not brownies going, would somebody be so cruel as to prank?
What sick fuck?
I do love brownies.
I enjoy. How many pot brownies would you eat? You don't know how much they're fucking laced. How many pot brownies do you eat?
4.
4?
I really like brownies. And then see what happens.
That's a lot for not knowing what you're getting into.
Yeah, you are going to see what happens. I wish I was eating a pot brownie and trying to figure out what the optical illusion is.
It's got to be a sky shot of something.
I went with sky shot. I said it was sky shot of Egyptian. This is the optical illusion.
It is an optical illusion. It's up on the iBang.
All the internet is going crazy for it. Does all the internet seeing it? Or am I the only one?
No, it is difficult for people to see. I will tell you.
That annoys me.
That I did not get it. I had to be given the answer.
See, I couldn't live like that.
God damn it.
I couldn't live like that. I bet you're the kind of person who looks for the words in the crossword puzzle.
Look, I struggled with this a long time. I didn't just throw in the towel, but it was driving me nuts. And I'm not going to live with insanity.
No, I don't believe you. Hey, any of you guys watched Jeopardy last night?
I did not see Jeopardy.
I didn't see it.
Nobody wants to be in the big famous Jeopardy week because it's in Washington, D.C. Al Franken, 2 other news people. Franken just smokes them. I mean, just leaves everybody behind.
I would have guessed that.
And one of the things was the Al Franken decade, which is the 80s. You guys probably don't remember. But in 1980, he was just a writer on the show, and he would come out and say, we're done the 70s. That was the me decade where people worried about themselves. But this decade is going to be about me, Al Franken. And it was just that thing that popped, and he tried to call it the Al Franken decade. And here and now we are, 35, 36 years later? And people are still going, the Al Franken decade, the 80s. But they did the 80s, but it seems like they were just worried about people that were in Reagan's cabinet. I was like, there was some bands and
pop culture.
Yeah.
Come on.
Let's have a little pop culture there.
Too many politics in this.
Give me some pop-up video fun facts.
Yeah,
All right, we were all wrong. Liz Sets Fire says it was Christina who doesn't eat seafood. She eats buttery fries instead.
That was Christina.
Yeah, fry.
Liz Sets Fire should probably get a pretty good prize today, for being on top of things. Even though we normally make you call in for a pretty good prize, let's face it, Liz Sets Fire, pretty good listener. Let's go over here to Jarrett. Jarrett, how are you?
Hey, what's going on, Ron? How you doing?
Hey. What's up? I just watched the ball go through my right fielder's legs.
Story, for you guys.
Yeah.
So I was at this party for a friend. Make it quick. He passed away a year ago. A buddy of mine brought these edibles, half chocolate chip, half brownie. They were delicious. Everybody at the party was like, "Oh man, they're so good." Had no idea they got wrecked. The whole thing was wrecked. It was hysterical. It's actually a really bad story. Sorry.
No. It's a good story to know that everybody out there had this happen to them when they didn't plan on it. Maybe even some people. Why don't you stick peanuts in the food without anybody knowing too?
funny.
Let the allergies go.
You are a prankster.
Yeah. There was this story about the Grateful Dead, that their thing, as a joke, they would always dose everyone with acid. And I'm not saying just the band, but the whole crew, everybody was in on it. So Bill Graham, who was the, show producer all over the West Coast, East Coast, as well, one of the great rock producers of all time, but he was older than everybody else, and he wasn't looking forward to tripping balls, right? So he would never eat anything at a Grateful Dead show. And then one time he took a Coke, hadn't been open it, right? It was a can of Coke. So he pops it open, drinks it. These motherfuckers were so just evil that they had fucking put liquid acid on the top of the Coke can.
Jesus.
I mean, these guys were, basically the dudes that were making acid anyway, that were hanging out with the dead. So as he's taking this, now the next day, he said he didn't trip, but during the show, he was on stage playing that fucking, remember that crazy like drumming sound machine that they had?
Yeah.
That you were just in there clanking and shit at that age? So he was in there playing it all night.
What the fuck?
I don't like drug jokes and I don't like car jokes. And car jokes are when you take your giant vehicle and be like, you're going to do the thing like, oh, you're trying to get in the car, but I'm going to drive a little.
Yeah.
There's too much of a possibility for error that something could go wrong with a joke with a car.
I'm going to be honest. Even a prank show makes me nervous. Like someone's going to take a knife out and stab someone, or they're going to have a heart attack, or end up leaping to their death.
Yeah, I don't understand the immediate good. Like when you see somebody.
Did you ever see Scare Tactics?
Oh,
no,
yeah. Oh,
I
yeah.
remember
used
that
to
was
fucking
crazy.
do the most brutal shit, and people would think they were going to be murdered, and fucking women would be screaming,
Yeah.
"He's going to kill us!" And then they would like go like this: "Are you scared? You should be scared. You're on Scare Tactics."
It's the
and the
worst.
person would still be screaming.
It's a horrifying show.
I don't understand the people who are like immediate good sports about it. That would not be me.
Some
like,
people
you
are
would
just
have
like, I want to be on TV.
You would have to talk me down for 2 hours before I got around to not being like furious or shaking. I would not be happy about it.
Lou said, Ron, did you see Louis C.K. smoke 2 news people yesterday on Jeopardy? Well, not yesterday, but 2 days ago. I saw that. And I enjoyed it very much. And I enjoyed the new, I wear comfortable suits, Louis.
It's a good look.
Yeah.
That's a new Louis.
Yeah, we just thought he was respecting Jeopardy. But apparently it's his look now.
My favorite was that people just started calling in to say, I too saw Louis in a suit.
Yeah, I know.
From all over the nation.
I saw him at my local comedy theater, and he had on a Men's Warehouse suit.
And he looked fantastic.
There's a piece up on Undateable about the Cohen Undateable, kind of the show of the future. It got canceled, but they were the ones that you could tweet or call in. It was a live show. What else were they doing?
They were periscoping.
At the breaks and stuff,
Yeah,
right?
and
During
then,
commercial breaks.
And then it's even like some of the other actors on the show, they made like a web series where they're like pitching themselves to get more time on the show, and they made like a web series just out of that.
And they would have the live band playing their theme song every week.
Yeah, so they would all come out and dance with the band. I feel like there was also maybe even some like social media interactive thing where they're like
they'd
asking what
tweet
to do
back, and
next.
you could make people, do stuff. And then since it was live, when the people would screw up, then everybody would just laugh on stage. And he gave out a phone number and people started calling it during the show. I'm wondering why Colbert or Kimmel don't just say, look, the show needs to be live every night. There has never been a live late night show on the regs.
No, and it could be the kind of thing to shake it up. I mean, look, it's very hard. There's a lot of shows doing it out there.
Yeah.
Why fall into the same old, or trying to do this same thing someone else? Oh, James Corden's in there singing, doing car karaoke. What's our car karaoke? Instead of just making it your own, just completely going in a different direction.
Well, Sharon Doherty wrote this up, but if you go and look, go and read the article, it's great. And matter of fact, all the guys from the show were retweeting it yesterday, which was pretty cool. But I was actually thinking to myself, it seems like it would work better for a talk show than even a sitcom, you know?
Yeah.
Everyone likes Saturday Night Live because it's live.
Yes.
That's the only reason we put up with how bad the sketches can be.
Right. If you thought like this was done a week before, they had all this time to edit.
What's wrong with you?
This stinks.
Yeah.
But they're like, hey, they're doing it live, guys.
Come on, break.
It's a lot of
Someone
television.
said this to me, that Conan going to other countries is so popular that they're only going to do it as primetime specials now.
Really?
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah, that's become his thing, right? Like he's the traveling show.
Yeah.
It's been all over the place.
Yeah, because his ratings spike during that. People see him in L.A., they're like, this blows. But if he's in Korea, they're like, great fucking show, man.
You're talking to Koreans.
From Korea. Korea! Sir Mix-a-Lot came out and defended Blake Lively and said she did indeed have an Oakland booty, and he was down with it.
I would have imagined that he would have said this. Yesterday when we were discussing this, I was like, I bet that Sir Mix-a-Lot would see this and go, oh, cool. She quoted my song. Nothing wrong about it.
Right.
Also, there's something that I hadn't thought of immediately is you're saying a song that, you know, somebody could be like, oh, I find this offensive because it's sexist or it's treating women like an object. And then to be like, this is sacred and it's racist if you take it. It's racist if you take this sexist song. It's a very funny thing.
Wouldn't it have been better
instead of just being like, it's silly and fun.
Why didn't Sir Mix-a-Lot just say, look, that song is for and by black people. Okay? Whitey, do not sing it and dance along to it. The funny thing is, it's never like black people like old rap. It's always white people who like old rap.
Oh, yeah. I think that they have much more of a nostalgia thing.
It's 100% true. Black people just seem to move on with their choices that they make. They're like, okay, we're done. Like, you know, towards the end of his life, if you go to any blues guy, jazz guy, it's filled with white people.
Yeah.
Now, when he first broke out when he was young, it was all, you know, when you went to see Buddy Guy for the first 40 years of his career, probably, black people.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, white kids were there.
They're onto some new shit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They like to keep it fresh.
They go next level.
They keep it very fresh.
Yeah. Well, that's fucking funny, though, that Mix-a-Lot said that. All right, hold on. Let's see this. Tom in Boston says Kimmel did this. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, hey, the first few weeks that Jimmy Kimmel was on, he was live. He had the guest host each week, and then he got really drunk one night on the air, and they went to taping it.
Oh, yeah, I do kind of remember that they used to have a bar backstage.
Right, and him and I think Sal, they got really shit-faced one night, and then they started taping
I think it's when George Clooney did the show and brought his tequila or something.
No, I think it was before that.
Everybody loves George Clooney and his tequila.
He's a fun guy.
Yeah. I hope more people call him the Hollywood class president, because I want to hear it come up every fucking interview someone's in. Just drives me nuts. One guy did the joke. Why does that now everybody feel free to do? I don't want to come off like Sir Mix-a-Lot here, but that joke is for black people. All right, let me take a look at the optical illusion.
I have a new theory.
Okay.
All right, is it Mars?
How do you
maybe
get
the
farther
fucking
farther?
illusion is it's not even Earth.
Okay, hold on. He starts with that. He's almost effeminate. Is it Mars? And then when you giggle, then he comes in very aggressive.
Why are you laughing? Because it's obviously Mars.
If Mars had bricks lined up like that, I'd start screaming.
I mean, maybe this is from, I don't know, erosion. Those are canals on Mars.
Do you want to know something that I think is interesting about this?
Yeah.
I stared at this for so long trying to figure it out. Now that I have the answer, I only see it this way, which is a very weird thing.
That can happen with illusions.
Like, I can't go back to seeing it the way I was seeing it before.
All right, it's up on the iBang. It just says, what's the title?
The latest optical illusion blowing up the internet.
Well, that's a pretty good title. Joey, do you see it or?
I don't see it, no.
I would think if anyone would see it, it's Joey. Maybe because he wears glasses.
Oh, yeah.
I have 2 extra eyes.
I kind of, in the back of my mind, feel like people who have glasses see better than people without glasses.
Right, that we're just putting up with our bad eyesight.
Oh, I know I am.
I can't see shit.
Or like you ever try on someone's glasses and you're like, why does everything look better?
So clear.
I guess I'll just ignore this.
If I put on someone's glasses, I normally just throw up.
When I was a kid, I used to get in trouble for taking my grandmother's reading glasses and then running around the house with them because it was like a fun, like it looked like a fun mirror or something. Like everything is going crazy.
Everything's all warped. All right, I have a new theory. Are they buildings? This is not even brick at all.
How can they be buildings, dude?
Like windowless buildings, like in China.
This has got very specific.
Okay, so you're just saying they're just brick, and the illusion is there's not a window there.
No.
Do you understand how crazy that is?
No, he's saying each individual brick is a Chinese windowless building.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like you're being racist. I don't even know how.
They have windows there,
No, not a lot of human rights over there.
That's fucking terrible.
You should not say that.
I think that building makes iPhones. An iPhone factory.
I was just looking at Chad Dukes tweeted this out. There are hundreds of paying customers waiting in line at Dulles. TSA has set up 2 lanes out of 12 open. This wouldn't be acceptable at Safeway. I think, first of all, I think that's fucking hilarious. And second, I forgot there even was a Safeway. There's so many like high fucking supermarkets now.
Yeah.
Like it used to be like you would go into a supermarket and you're like, what a dump. Why don't they just wash the floors here? It's just filthy. And now, seriously, you go into a supermarket and you kind of feel like you don't belong there, like it's too good for you.
Am I not dressed well enough for this?
Is this a place that only Blake Lively should be buying her fruit and vegetables? I don't know why I'm making everything about Blake Lively.
Well,
now.
it's that Oakland booty. We can't get over it.
Booty. Oh, have you ever heard of this thing called Boot Tea? And it's some kind of energy drink or something you're supposed to have after workouts. So, Scott, I'm going to guess his name is Scott Kardashian. He's married to the Kardashians. What's his actual name? It's Disick or something?
Disick. Scott Disick.
So they put up his Instagram, right? Mm-hmm. He was like, hey, it's 4:00. Time for me to, kill this booty that I'm taking, right?
Yeah.
But like a maroon, he left it. The company that pays him to do this,
right?
He cut and pasted it, and so he left the part up like, "Hey, at 4:00, make sure you say this."
Oh no!
And then,
oh shit!
Read the actual quote. It's really great.
All right, so here you go. At 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, write this below. Caption: keeping up with the summer workout routine with my morning at Boot Tea UK protein shake.
Oh my God.
What a dick.
Now, can you imagine how much they're like, how much money did we just give this fucking moron?
Right.
And he writes caption above what he's supposed to say.
Scott, write this if you want to get paid.
At exactly 4 p.m.
You had one thing to do.
Now, if you're talking about viral marketing, right? Like that actually works, though. This has got us talking about it.
I don't know shit about boot tea before this.
I know. Now I feel like maybe I need a little boot tea.
Now, boot tea would have only been seen by the strange amount of people who feel the need to follow Scott on Instagram.
9.5 billion.
But we would never be those people.
No.
And now we know boot tea
Right,
exists.
so it works out.
We getting trolled by Scott Disick and his boot tea.
This is how you live in the world today. You never know whether they're fucking with you or not.
What's real? Is this real? Real? I don't know.
I'm going to expense some boot tea for all of us.
There was one up a couple days ago. A guy who was running for election, and he had a screenshot, but he hadn't closed out the porn sites that he had been at.
Oh my!
Like if you look up in the corner, you could just see the porn sites. It's up on the iBank too. We're gonna make an announcement of something that we're into in a little bit. It's gonna be really, really fun.
I'm so excited to share.
I'm excited too. And still trying to crack that optical illusion. This, as you said, is the biggest thing on the internet. Not one of us has got it.
No.
You've seen it?
I have seen it.
If you pointed it out to us, or if we went and got hints, would we do it?
Yeah, I could point at a section that maybe you could focus on.
That's stunning to me.
What?
That could help you if you started to look at the detail.
Have I been close at all with any of my theories?
You have been so far.
Let me just say this. Chris Hartwell, who's not a spoiler, and that's great, he says, now that I see it, all of Stanley's guesses are really dumb.
Come on. I'm working here. Is this more boot tea, viral marketing?
It's not booty. I promise you.
All right. Somebody, Brad Steiner wrote this. I think it's the real Brad Steiner. I've been trying to figure out this optical illusion for weeks, and it's just our wrestling tag team. Vito and Chris. I can't even believe that you allow yourself to be seen that way.
By so many.
It's because I'm next to Vito.
Oh my God. It takes nothing for him to pop that blouse off.
All right.
Well, that booth is warm.
Someone else just told me this, that Brad Steiner is Brad Stinks, your nemesis.
Oh, God.
Remember the guy who started doing the what is that? Periscope's better than you.
Intern Alex.
Are you going to do a Periscope this week? Last week you refused to do it because GVAC passed away.
I went dark. I'll be on Periscope this week.
Smoking?
Not smoking. I was eating candy last time. I got to figure out something else to do. Something with Chris.
Running into traffic with Chris.
All right.
Oh, God.
Playing chicken with Chris.
I love it.
I don't. I'm terrified. Chris, no.
One of us is going to move.
Chris.
Hit that share broadcast button.
All right. Army Brat. Ray said, black people do like old school rap. And then look who he put on there.
Questlove giving snap.
Yeah. Questlove likes all kinds of music. He's a genius about all kinds of music. I saw this, the Vulture is doing their, I think it's Vulture Fest or whatever, and Questlove is going to be spinning. Now, I was at a party one night where Questlove was spinning.
He is all over the place. Like, It seems like if you were an event planner, like one of those, you're doing big parties, celebrities, you would probably be like, if we can't get Questlove, we have nothing. Because he's at the best parties. Right. He's always showing up. Any picture where you're like, oh man, that would have been a cool place to be. Always Questlove is in the background. He's right in the middle of it.
Now, does that become a thing where it stops making it special, though?
I mean, I was in a crab restaurant once downtown, and Questlove came in. It was still pretty cool.
Oh, yeah, it would be cool, but I'm just saying, for celebrity party status, is it like, oh, yeah, Questlove's here again?
I saw him at 3 parties last week.
I mean, he jumps around like fucking Gurion right now.
If I can't get Questlove at my birthday, it's nothing.
Now they're all targeting Trump on women's issues, like a bunch of women that says shit from the past. So him and Hillary's husband are all fucked up, I guess. Let's just have an election. Let's just have an election.
You know what? You're right. It's too dragged out. Let's just do this now.
Trump finally pulled ahead. He'd all be for it. I think he's 4 points up nationally.
Wow.
Yeah. And I remember when Nate Silver was writing stuff like, hey, he's just getting 25% of the 25% who are, he's basically 6% of the country. Relax, everybody. And now They said if he keeps going like this, by November, he will have 100% of the vote.
What?
Women, blacks, gays, Hispanics, and illegal Muslims.
He stumped everyone.
Yeah. Yeah, he would. He just came in and whipped ass.
Just like you're stumped on this illusion.
Starting to hate this illusion.
I call it the Grand Illusion by Styx.
It's an illusion, Michael.
Why don't we take a break here? It is the Bennington Show, filling in for our buddy Opie, and it is a Friday. We will be live also at 12 today over on Raw Dog, and at 2 p.m. we're going to be doing Unmasked.
With Doug Stanhope, yep.
Yes, with Doug Stanhope. Thank you. Jeez. Why am I setting the table and then he comes in and eats?
He doesn't let you.
I know.
Just finish his thought.
I love it when he's in the other room.
It's quieter.
Here's the weird thing. When he's in the other room, he's quieter, but he pays attention. Where I set up a thing, Joey never even played the song today for Liz That's Fire. Never gave her present. Was just looking around while I was doing that.
What's your problem, Joe? Maybe I could go back in the booth for the afternoon show.
Liz would have gotten her prize by now. We'd all have been singing along.
It would have been shipped.
All right. We are going to break. Right back, Bennington. That's the great Al Green sitting in with us today on the Bennington Show. Now, I got a quick trivia question for you guys. That song was in a movie. What is it?
That would be Pulp Fiction.
Oh, yeah.
On the night of the fight, you may feel a slight sting. That's pride fucking with you. Fuck pride.
That was fucking lunatic. How many impressions are you going to do from that one movie?
Well, what I'm trying to do is a one-woman show in which hold on.
Yeah.
That's a great idea.
Yeah.
One-woman show starring Gail Bennington. I play every part of Pulp Fiction.
Oh, yeah, I was with you. You didn't have to stop me. I got it as soon as you said one-woman show. Who's your favorite, side character in Pulp Fiction?
Well, you know that I am partial to the Butch Fabian storyline. I still don't understand how you cannot love Fabian.
Not only do I not love Fabian, I don't even think I love Butch.
What?
Yeah.
They're the two best characters.
Really, I'll call up John Travolta and Sam Jackson and tell them people have been lying to them for the last 25 years.
It's a big stack of blueberry pancakes. And for dessert, a slice of blueberry pie.
Uh-oh, here comes Butch.
I want the pot.
Lance is the best side character.
Who's Lance?
He's Eric Stoltz, the heroin dealer.
That's a fucking great character.
He's amazing. Why does he get his own movie?
I like the fact that he's wearing that shitty ass robe.
His house is all shitty and fucking, it's like a hoarder's den.
Every single time I call someone, when I'm calling them and I need to speak to somebody immediately for whatever specific reason, every single time I do it, I just go, fuck you, Lance, answer every fucking time.
See, this goes into your one-woman show. You've got Travolta down. Now, what I liked about him was his house was fucked up, but his dope was kept pristine.
Oh, yeah.
And he had a lot of pride in that.
Mm-hmm. It was very well organized.
Nice and bagged up.
No, I don't have any baggies for you.
And that led to all the problems.
Is a balloon okay?
Also, only in for one scene, but Paul, the bartender in Marcellus's Club, was great.
Do you know that dude was supposed to get the Sam Jackson role?
Really?
Wow.
Yeah. And then they were like, okay, we got a movie star instead. But Paul was, I think, Quentin's original thing. And then he gave him, my name is Paul, and that's between you all.
It's fucking great.
Well, why'd you even fucking bring it up then? Rocking and rolling and whatnot. And I also like Quentin in that. I like Quentin the way he's talking about his coffee.
Bonnie's my favorite. And just the theoretical scene where she finds...
Theoretical scene. The scene that never really happened.
A lot of difficulties for my one-woman show. Will I be able to get away with saying everything in the movie?
Oh! Oh,
We'll
the
have
storage
to
line.
see.
Yeah, things have changed over the years, except for Quentin Tarantino if you saw his last movie.
This is why he's living in a world of period pieces now. Like, oh, it was acceptable then. No, not currently, of course.
He should live in a world of period panties because he's in his own fucking.
I know I do.
Well, I was. It's horrible to say. Now, I was watching High Plains Drifter yesterday, right? Mm-hmm. So I say to myself, "Oh, I love High Plains Drifter. I remember when I saw this as a kid. I'm going to sit here and watch High Plains Drifter, forgetting that there's a long 1970s rape scene that would not, the hero rapes somebody as a revenge."
I remember seeing it for the first time. I probably didn't see it until I was in college.
Right.
And it was, put as, oh man, this movie is so great.
Right.
And that happens, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
But
like,
here's the other thing that's weird, right? Like, that is a disturbing scene now. So I went over and read, like, on IMDb to see how many people cared. And they were fighting about it constantly. But nobody was saying, hey, how about the way he murders all those people, too?
Doesn't matter.
That doesn't come up at all.
Look, he's a High Plains Drifter. So that comes with the territory.
Now, you've seen the movie, right?
Yes.
And what is he?
He's a ghost.
Now, there are people on IMDb saying that he's the guy's brother.
No bullshit. He's a fucking spirit or whatever.
They said they got it from Clint Eastwood. The Clint Eastwood said, I don't go for all that ghosty stuff. Yeah. By the way, Clint Eastwood directed that.
Did he write it?
I don't know whether he wrote it.
If he didn't write it, then it doesn't matter. Then he's a fucking ghost. Sorry.
Okay, that's a good point.
I mean,
I thought you were just trying to find me. You're just pushing me further and further.
Oh, no. I'm making a point here, Ron.
Hey, Kevin, South Carolina.
Hey, good morning, Ronnie. Hey, Gail. I guess you can hear me. I just want to compliment you on your impressions. They are fantastic. Every one of them makes me howl. I got a suggestion, though, for your Pulp Fiction one-woman show.
Okay.
You got to have a cameo by BL, Florida's own BL. I love that.
How would BL be in Pulp Fiction?
I don't know. I just like the impression.
I guess she can play Bonnie.
Oh, right. Let's see you do. Yeah, put BL somewhere in it.
All right, guys. Have a good one.
Bye.
Benny, here's the thing, Benny. Back in the 90s when I was your phone screener, Benny.
It's just not true. He never was.
Benny, you remember when I started digging the hole that started the stadium back in...
You know what I worry about? That you could wake her just by doing that voice. That you could wake the
Conjure the spirit of BL.
I know. Took him swooping in here.
It's my witchy powers.
All right. Back in, was it November? We did a little thing over with our buddy Hard Rock Johnny. Little thing that we call Comedy 101, Tell a Joke or Be a Joke. Now, to explain this premise, it's open mic night, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what we did was brought in mentors to help the guys along. So guys that had only been doing stand-up for a month, 2 months, 6 months, they went up and did their sets. And we had 3 judges. They had a bell. They could ring it. And that meant the guy had to stop the set. And then the mentor could immediately help. Now, for you, Joe, you went up and did it, right?
Yeah, I did, yeah.
What was the terror factor, 1 to 10? Because who were the judges we had? We had Louis J. Gomez,
Dan Soder,
Joe List, and Rich Voss. So, for you, what was the terror factor scale 0 to 10?
It was 10.
Really?
Because I was the last one to go on, and I just saw comic after comic just get destroyed.
It was really one of the most hilarious nights we ever spent. Let's play a couple clips for you to remind you of this is some of the young comics on Comedy 101, Tell a Joke or Be a Joke.
I went to the boardwalk and I found like 3 bathrooms, but they're all locked because fucking Rockaway stinks. And So I find a path mark and I washed my asshole out with their bidet. And then I went back and I picked up my sister and then we went home.
Wait, why did you do a joke with none of the jokes? You just told me that you just washed your ass at Rockaway Beach.
Yeah. And who would believe...
I have a story.
Who would believe a supermarket has a bidet?
Yeah.
I like that you call it a bidet, you moron.
Whatever the... you know what I'm saying.
Let's play another one. This is from the same bit.
Are you guys having fun?
Also, knock off the school shooter laugh.
Okay, all right, okay.
I feel like that's throwing off a lot of people.
Right.
Keep the school shooter look, though. I like that.
And that was your closer.
Really, really funny stuff. This is a kid who, for whatever reason, brought himself up as Vagina Boy. Vagina Boy.
So my nickname in high school was Vagina Boy from 6th grade to my senior year. It's because I didn't know what a vagina was. And
I'm sure you
where do you bury the bodies?
And don't act like you know what a vagina is now.
Of course he knows what it is. He has a box of them hidden in his house.
A box of boxes.
Hey, Joe List, everybody!
Joe List, who's been opening, I think, this week for Louis C.K. and from what I understand, Killing. So those are the mentors that we had lined up, and it was a fucking scream of a night. And it's been in the back of our heads to do this again. And we have a date. We're going to do this at the Stand. But here's what I'm wondering. What would be more fun? To tell people who the mentors are, or they show up and it's a surprise?
I like a surprise.
I like a surprise as well, because that's how we did it this time. Nobody knew who it was going to be.
Nobody knew, yeah. And by the time Voss showed up, everyone knew that the night was going to be a total hit, because this thing is perfect for him. And he was a scream all night.
It was so shockingly funny for us. I mean, you can hear us, you and I, just falling out laughing.
Falling out all night.
Because between the mentors, the comics on the stage, we were just in shock. I think we were just dying. It was maybe one of the most fun nights I've ever had.
Well, it's one of the nights I've never seen people, explode like that. But this time, for most of these kids, right, it's their first time on stage in front of a true audience. So these kids showed up because they've been doing these bringer nights or open mic nights in Brooklyn where they're just performing in front of other comics. So they came in and they're like, fuck, there's an audience here? And we're like, what were you expecting? And we're like, I don't know. But what was also funny, Dan books these guys. 2 of them at the last minute just said, no, I cannot do it. I cannot do it. All right, we're going to be doing this. Comedy 101 is happening Wednesday, June 15th, 8 p.m. at the Stand Comedy Club in New York City. It's going to be really one of the funniest nights ever. Here's what you do. Go over to Comedy 101 Live at Gmail. We'll tweet that out as well. This is being presented by the Interrobang. It's an Interrobang production, so you can go over to the Interrobang and get the link there. But it should be all the info was up on the iBang. Wayno said, don't tell. No way. Surprise. That night was awesome. The night that we were bringing the comics out, everybody was going crazy seeing each comic. Let's just, let's play a couple more minutes so you can pick up on this. But basically, think of it as an open mic night meets a roast. If we were doing the elevator pitch, like they say in Hollywood, to just explain it so you get it perfectly, it is kind of open mic night meets a roast, and it's some of the funniest shit you've ever seen.
I'm a video director, and I like it because then clients question my video edit cut marks rather than the cut marks on my arms. Guys, these are just jokes.
Hey, listen.
Based off real things.
Hey, if you ever want to talk.
Aren't you a comic?
It's not a joke if it's real, honey. It's not a joke if it's real.
Dan Soder, by the way, it's very funny because I didn't until we went back and listened to it realize how many great lines that he got off.
Yeah,
no wonder he's got the big special tomorrow night.
He was killing it. I mean, all four of them had us dying.
Yeah.
But there are so many great lines from that night that I still think about and just die laughing.
Let's play a couple more.
Welcome to the stage, Brian Kim.
Stop it. Okay, relax, dude. We'll restart it. Brian Kim was an Asian guy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you need to know that for Voss's line, I believe, right?
Yes.
All right, so listen, let's restart it.
Welcome to the stage, Brian Kim.
Didn't I lose to you in the first season?
That was hilarious. It's really, really a lot of fun. Here's Greg in Long Island. Greg.
Hey, guys. I just wanted to suggest the fact that this could easily be on my Comedy Central. It's such a great concept. I would watch this every night.
Well, here's the problem with that. When you do something on TV, then they suddenly make everybody memorize lines. You know what I mean? Instead of letting these comics be themselves. That was the funny shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like when you watch a lot of these, well, even a roast, the jokes are pre-written. At midnight, it's kind of pre-written. But this was just forcing these guys to jump in, and it was just a killer.
And it's great because then you really get to see the fucking speed of these guys and how killer they are. Just like, they're killers. It's crazy.
But you would have no control over that?
Yeah, nobody has any control once you get to TV. Everybody in TV is out of control. I'm pretty sure Stephen Colbert goes, do I have to? All the time.
Please don't make me.
Yeah. All right, so the Interrobang presents this. It's going to be it's Comedy 101. Tell a joke or be a joke at the stands. By the way, the tickets are going to be free. It's us to you. Very, very cool night. That is Wednesday, June 15th, 8 o'clock at the stand. Now, the funny thing about it, too, is a lot of people are like, aren't you rough on these kids? Well, I talked to a bunch of the kids after. Number one, they were excited just to be doing something. Number two, these kids grew up on Tough Crowd and Legends of the Cellar. So to have Voss sitting there, one kid was saying, I can't believe I'm sitting in front of Joe List, and I'm like, oh, I don't even consider it. You know what I mean? Like, that's really fucking funny that this is the life they aspire to.
Yeah.
You know?
At one point, one of the guys, they were completely tearing into him. And after the crowd laughed, he was just like, and these are my heroes. Like, these are actually my heroes. But they had a blast. They were having a really fun time. It was crazy.
Well, it's June 15th at the Stand Comedy Club in New York City for a chance of free tickets. It's Comedy 101 live at Gmail. Comedy 101 live at Gmail. It's going to be, the first time that we're doing it, other than at the Thanksgiving show, which we kind of threw together last minute. And then we were saying, we should take this to clubs. But we were too busy or something. I don't know what the hell got into us all this time.
Yeah, I think we've had so many special projects.
Yeah.
But this is our most special project.
Oh, I think it is.
It's very special.
I think it is. Not GPS, that's for
Oh my
sure.
God, so stuffy.
Yeah. Now, last time, just to let you know, the kind of judges we're bringing out, Rich Voss, Louis J. Gomez, Dan Soder, Joe List. Will some of them be back? Will none of them be back? Will all of them be back? That can be the surprise factor. It's the Interrobang Presents Comedy 101 happening Wednesday, June 15th, 8 o'clock at the Stand. For your chance for free tickets, email comedy101live@gmail. We'll tweet that out, or you can go over to the Interrobang and hit the link there. All of us, and by the way, we said Joey did this show. We brought him on as the last person out there. The place was fucking going crazy for him. And do you feel like the guys came at you hard, or did they give it to you easy?
I think they didn't treat me any differently. I think they came at me pretty hard.
It was amazing to see him take the first punch in the nose from them, because I saw him just wobble, like physically wobble. And then when I got up on stage and I was like, hey, that was Joe, I saw him looking through me. It's like he was there.
He just got rocked.
You're gonna have to cut me.
It's going to be a blast, though. All right, do we have any more clips?
Yeah, this is some more from Brian Kim.
Oh, okay, great.
Now, as a immigrant, you get asked some weird questions sometimes, you know? Like one time, I was at a restaurant eating a burger, and this dude came up to me and was like, hey, you're Korean? I was like, yeah. He was, are you North Korean or South Korean? Huh? I was like, what the... I'm eating a quarter pounder at McDonald's. Do you think North Koreans can eat a quarter? Do you know what North Koreans call a quarter pounder? A baby.
What kind?
Go ahead.
No,
Thank
you go ahead.
No, are you kidding me? You go.
I don't even know where to start.
Okay.
What kind of fucked up Eddie Murphy character is this?
This was the weirdest thing about this kid. And again, I don't know if he was doing a character or that's him, but it was Southern Black Californian, and he was an Asian, and his material was fucking...
It was...
demented.
Bananas.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
Let's keep going with it. Is it still the same kid?
This is the last Brian Kim piece.
One time I was reading an article on the Harvard Research Journal, like a good immigrant, and I read that a single gram of sperm can hold up to 800 gigabytes of data. I was like, oh, holy shit, that's a lot. I was reading this on my laptop, and I was like, oh, man, Brian, there's more data on your laptop than in it. It's like, oh.
These are the names of all of his relatives.
There was several Joe List chants that went on.
And, you know, Joe's not the kind of person who likes to call attention to himself. All right, Hard Rock Johnny just said, did I get the snub because of the omelet snub? No, you're not snubbed, dude.
No way.
You get the big show. You get any show that you want. This is just, we're doing this at the Stand, a little Wednesday night thing for the listeners. Should be just a blast. Should be a lot of fun.
And for a chance of free tickets, email comedy101live@gmail.com. Comedy101live@gmail.com.
Oh, I didn't even think of it that way. Now you're worried about the 101.
I'm just letting people know.
Yeah, I understand, but why didn't we think of that before when we were doing it?
Thought of it now.
But if someone said to you 105, you would think 105, right?
Nobody would put an O in the middle of that.
Why did he come in correcting it like that then?
Reiterating.
Danny, what we got planned for you, forget about it. It's going to be nuts.
Big plans.
Sean, in Denver.
Yeah, hey, for those of us who aren't able to make it out to this, this is hilarious. Is there any way you guys can release this on a DVD or something for fans?
Nope.
All right, thanks.
I don't want you to take it the wrong way. But no, we're not going to do all that. It's just going to be a fun night to go out and do. Is this still the same kid, or where are we at?
This is Freddie G. He's an Irish-looking gentleman.
I don't remember Freddie G too much.
I think Freddie G might have been the one I referenced who said, "These are my heroes." He might have been that dude.
Wow. Let's welcome to the stage, Freddie G!
Freddie G! Here we go. First off,
okay.
Already.
When you look like Steve Hofstetter, just quick comment.
Listen, when I'm not going to lie, I loved you in Powder.
Thank you.
I also loved when you were fighting those black people on Higher Learning.
I also love when I went to high school with thousands and thousands of you. I'm from Boston.
I'm from Boston.
I'm from Boston. Get it?
This is Phil.
Oh, we only had that one part from the Irish guy?
Just from that was the one.
Wow, I'm very surprised by that because I thought that was kind of a fun. I thought we were just warming up on that.
Yeah.
Comedy 101. You can go see the next time we're doing it. The vote is to tell the people?
I think so, because you remember that night we had even asked the audience, do you want to know beforehand who your comedian mentors are going to be? And they said, they started chanting surprise.
Surprise us! Yeah, that was fun. All right, so Phil was the real weird duck, right?
Yeah, the very, very strange Asian gentleman.
And yet he still beat Joe. I think, first of all, we didn't at the time think we were going to vote for a winner. Louis J. Gomez demanded it.
He did bully us into saying you can't have a contest without a winner.
So, by the way, I had heard before that Louis had said to someone we should bring this to Skankfest, but then they were intimidated about asking us.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so then Louis, Johnny today got a little pissed at us for not, for just showing up there, but we're going to be doing all kinds of stuff all the time.
We got so many plans. It's crazy.
Skankfest seems like it's going to be hot. Like literally hot.
Oh, yeah.
Like too warm, you mean?
Temperature.
Yeah.
Sweaty.
All right, let's take a listen.
All right, this is Phil.
Hi, I grew up around black people. But I was never really a good black guy myself. I never figured out how to use the N-word correctly. Oh, boy. Let me give you an idea of just what it sounds like. This is what it sounds like when I say it. Dear Diary, this was a good morning. The weather outside is nice. There's no rain, and there are squirrels running around in the grass. Nigga, by Phil Philly. That's how the dialogue sounds like when I say it to people. I would tell the whole diary bit before I say the N-word.
After...
All right. I can say what I want.
What it?
My favorite.
Okay. No, way to take your time.
All right.
Hey, Kung Fu always went in slow motion.
Yeah.
He was fucking huge.
All right.
Did you teach Uma Thurman martial arts?
I don't know who that is.
Now, Phil was the guy who I think the audience ironically voted as the winner.
Yes.
He was frightening to everyone in the room.
Everyone did not know what to make of that dude.
Now, by the way, Dan, our buddy Dan, booked all the acts. We had never seen the acts before they came in. And then for 2 weeks, he was like, wait till you see this guy, Phil. I mean, when this guy fucking Phil gets here, you're not gonna believe it. And he goes, it's not a character, it's Phil.
You even said to him at one point, if I hear the name Phil from you again, like, I don't care about Phil.
Right.
And he was so right about Phil. Yeah. It killed in there.
Well, it killed because, first of all, the placement where a guy would come out at a certain point of the show and scare the shit out of the judges.
My favorite moment is when he sets up, I don't know how to properly say the N-word, and you just hear Joe Liz quietly go, oh boy.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. All right, we are going to Shrekalov said, don't worry, Johnny. The stand doesn't have killer turkey juice. Chris, I'm just going to say this. You were supposed to contact Johnny about this. Right, Larry and Yonkers is like, the stand is a great venue. Hope I can get in. Larry, who you kidding? You know what I'm saying? You know.
Larry,
what am I supposed to say here? I got to tell you this, though, about Dan. And this is the one of the reasons why I had to get mad at him. Dan dressed up as Phil for Halloween before we even knew who Phil was. We're like, what are you fucking dressed as? It was over at the Creek in the Cave thing. And then he went and did the impersonation on stage. Nobody got it.
No.
Because it was Dan's obsession.
This is an open micer, I know.
Yeah.
It's Phil, though. You guys should know if you don't.
He's Phil and just Phil, by the way.
Yeah, Phil was amazing because he opened with that N-bomb
Yeah,
joke.
that was his opener.
Yeah.
I was crying watching that. I was just laughing my fucking balls off.
I
lost it.
It was very funny for me because, some of the guys tried to fight back against the celebrity mentors, and that's not the best idea. You know what I mean? Because you can't come up. But Phil just literally leveled those guys by being himself.
Yeah.
Like, if he was larger, he would have been Big Chief. You know what I mean? Like, he had that angle. All right. By the way, you ever notice that Hillary Clinton is back into sensible pantsuits?
So you think less of the Mandarin collar?
Yeah, that's gone.
Good.
And it's just weird, sensible. No, I liked the Star Trek look.
You know what? She was setting up a look. You know what I mean? She had a thing going for herself. Stay with your brand. You branded yourself.
Branded. So this is going to be a blast. Make sure you come out to it. It is Comedy 101, Tell a Joke or Be a Joke, happening Wednesday, June 15th at 8 p.m. at the Stand Comedy Club in New York City. For a chance for free tickets, email comedy101live@gmail.com. Since the iBang is presenting this, you can go over to the Interabang, and there's a link there. All right, Larry has called us. Larry.
Good morning.
Yeah.
Hello, Benningtons.
Hey.
First, I just wanted to thank you guys for my prize, which arrived last week.
Oh, good.
So that was spectacular. Now Lori has a shirt that fits her. So,
that's nice.
Yes, indeed. But Lori and I were just at the Stand last week for the mashup show. And,
yeah,
that was amazing. So it's such a perfect venue for this.
Was that Janine Garofalo was there?
Yeah, Janine and Bonnie, Dan Soder and Sean Patton.
These are great.
Yeah, just an amazing show. I'm really looking forward to it.
Well, best of luck to you. I hope you get in. I hope it works for you, buddy.
Hope.
Yeah, hope against hope. Talk to you soon, Larry. Dan Soder. When you go back and listen to that, you hear how many great lines that he got off. He was
crushed.
like playing straight man and dropping the hammer at the same time. Hey, his special is tomorrow night. Make sure you watch it. Don't they normally do specials at 12 o'clock?
Yeah, this is 11 p.m. on Comedy Central. I thought that they usually run at midnight.
Yeah. I think for the ones that include cursing, so Dan's might be clean.
It isn't.
Oh, that's very strange.
Why is it strange?
That they're playing at 11.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I thought you meant like he was. Highly unusual. I've never heard him use a curse.
I have a problem with that myself. I find it to be filthy and quite common. It's nothing somebody from my part of society would do. The upper crust.
Old money.
Yes. Old money in New England. We're all Bennington College people. Bum, 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 bum. We only do the finest drugs. No one ever sits around and brags like that when they're old money.
Hell no.
No, we do drugs from the 1800s.
Drunk on absinthe.
Oh, that is something people like, though. Hey, there's no way well, here's the deal. Should Phil be invited back as the returning champion?
This is what I'm wondering.
That's or is he better as a one-time thing? And obviously, putting Joe up there is a mistake. He is a loser, and we sent him in, he lost.
Huh?
Yet, there's a young man that I've had my eye on some time.
Really?
His name is Vito, and he seems to be an up-and-comer. I've seen him do very well in some of the Tonight Show monologues. Vito, you've never been on stage. You're a regular attender of comedy shows, though, right?
Yeah, I go to a whole lot of shows.
Do you feel like between now and June 15th, you could put together a set?
Not only do I think I could put together a set, I think I could win the whole damn thing.
Now, I want you to understand something. You're probably going to have to do between 3 and 4 minutes up there.
Yeah.
We tell them to do short sets because the mentors have a way of interrupting.
Well, they got to give advice.
Consider your first comic book, then.
Did you just drop a mic that was attached to something?
He tried to drop a mic, but it was dropping the headphones.
I dropped the headset.
Well, you realize this is an auditory medium. It doesn't help for you to do a visual joke.
Don't make that part of your set on June 15th.
But I do know this from Dan. If we want to bring Phil back, Phil doesn't have a phone or an email. Dan just tries to catch him places.
He knows all his haunts.
This is perfect. This really makes me feel like Phil needs to be a returning champ.
Tired of being alone. Let's take another break here. And coming up a little later on today, we'll be live on Raw Dog at 12 noon. And at 2 o'clock, it's Unmasked with Doug Stanhope. That airs on Raw Dog, channel 99. We're right back. This is Bennington. And with us all morning today on Bennington, I'm Ron Bennington. There's Gail Bennington.
Yo.
And I'm Ron Bennington.
You just said that twice.
I think I meant to say that's Chris Stanley.
Stop.
Stop.
Stop. Stoppies.
Sippy cups.
That's good.
His thing is to yell out sippy cups whenever he's happy with something.
This is straight sippy cups right now.
Y'all feeling sippy cups?
All right. It is almost impossible for any of us to get this, as you called it, an illusion up on the iBang earlier today.
Yes.
I don't like illusions, Chris. You say that you do.
I do, but I can't get this one. I feel like it's a farce.
I've only simply seen a wall all day.
Should I give either a hint or direct you in an area that you should be paying attention to?
Write it down for me. That way we don't spoil the fun for Chris.
Good, thank you.
You want me to tell you what the...
No. Just give me the hint.
The hint.
That you would have set out the... the Egyptian military says they found the actual debris over in the ocean.
I've heard that before.
Mediterranean Ocean. Focus. That doesn't help me at all.
You thought that was going to make you...
Yeah, I thought I would see it immediately.
God damn it.
All right, Vito, come over and take this note, and you and Joe can have the hint, too. Chris, you're going without the hint.
All right, oh, fine. I'll be hintless. Is it a riverbed? Like a fucking dry fucking riverbed?
Why are you...
Riverbed!
The thing that you're saying is not an illusion, Chris.
I'm just trying to wrap my head around...
I mean, you want cobblestones, riverbed?
Mars?
That wouldn't be an illusion for me.
I feel like the illusion would be, oh, hey, that's a wall. No, sorry, dude, that's a riverbed. You look like an idiot. But it's not a riverbed. It's not Mars. It's not cobblestone. It's not an aerial view of something.
No. I think you're approaching it in the wrong way. I feel like, I'm going to say this.
Yeah.
I feel like what Chris is doing is trying to step back and see some sort of larger picture as opposed to paying attention to the details and the specifics.
It's one of
looking closer as opposed to farther.
It's one of the bumps. Right? One of the bumps on the rocks. I'm really annoyed by this. I want to tell you this. I don't like being made a fool of by this picture.
Well, sir, you look a fool.
This picture's turned me into a clown from Clown College.
It's mocking us.
I mean, you two are looking like a couple of daydream Johnnies.
We really are. It's not just mocking. This thing is making us dance the Macarena. Next time, give me a little heads up before you bring in something like this. Feeling like a real daydream Johnny, okay? So you did hear me. I said, was it Claude? Was that his?
I think it was Claude.
I said,
Clyde or Claude?
Claude, this one is mine. Klaus, yeah.
Is it the Wailing Wall?
How would that be an illusion?
Okay, here's the thing. If I said to you at the end of this,
yeah,
it turns out it's the Wailing Wall, you guys would
write
beat
me
to death.
I'd be
write me another clue. Did the clue help you guys at all, Joey?
Yeah, I figured it out.
Oh, shit!
And I won't say anything, but I cannot go back to the way I was seeing it.
That's
before.
how I'm living. I'm living in
trying
that
to.
world.
Shit!
I'm really pissed.
I got it.
All right. Here's what I'm going to do. Chris, close your eyes, and I'm going to point to a specific area.
Right.
And I'm going to have you focus on that area.
Right.
Okay? So if you were to focus
Chris, close up. Look, don't stand in front of her.
This.
The rock?
This right here. What does that look like to you?
So that's the main spot to look.
Right. That is the key to unlocking the truth.
All right.
Of what you were missing here.
The illusion is up on the iBank today. I don't like illusions. I don't like them at all.
I'm starting to hate this one because I got that dress like that.
Everyone thought that they had
Chris,
the dress.
You've got to actually even miss.
Yeah.
Focusing. Let me just fucking say this. Did you change the picture itself?
No. This is.
That's not even an illusion. That's fucking obvious now.
What do you see?
Joe.
I know, right?
Come on! No, but forget that. Do you feel like the picture has been changed? Yes. Now look, I can just turn my head, look over and see it.
Mm-hmm.
Turn my head from there and see it.
You'll never go back.
Can't go back
to living in mystery the way you once were.
But here's what annoys me: the clue. Without the clue, this might have went on for a while.
That's how I found out. Is I had to look.
All right, can I just admit something?
Yeah.
Fucking Carla Finch ruined it and said what it was, and then I was able to look at the clue and see it. Why would someone want to do that?
Why you gotta spoil, Carla? I'm still living in a world of mystery.
Yeah. And you must hate it, because now we're all of the knowing
You're
world.
all in this fucking club. Get to see whatever this goddamn illusion is.
Oh, the stuff you don't know about.
Is it a bird? I'm just gonna throw it out there. I don't see a bird. I'm just asking, is it a bird?
Stupid.
Yeah, it is. You got it.
You got it. It's a bird. The whole thing's
I
a
don't
bird.
feel like you guys are fucking being honest.
Put
a bird?
Bites the wide. I swear to God, I feel like the picture has been changed.
Yes.
Not that I see something that was hidden. That thing has been there the entire time.
Yes, your perspective has changed. Your eyes are now open for the first time.
Yeah, because of the cheat. You showed me the thing,
yes.
And then as soon as Carla cheated for me.
But I wonder, are there people who look at this and they just see it right away?
No.
Like they're like...
No, there isn't.
They don't exist.
If there were people like that, we would hunt them down and kill them.
You have to.
Yeah, we definitely would.
Right? Take their eyes out, probably. Harvest them.
Come on, dude. Let's not. We're not sick here.
I mean, if they're dead, you're not going to miss them.
GEP said the right thing. Says once you find it, it will make you even more pissed off. That's true.
Yes, because you're angry at your own ability.
Someone told this story, and I don't know whether it's true or not. But when the Spanish started coming into the islands, they were off the coast of one of the islands, and the native people there could not see them, even though that the ship was there, because they had never seen a ship before, so that there was no way for them to notice it. And then what they noticed, they were like, hey, do you notice that the waves are coming in differently than they did before, as if there's something out there?
Right, because why would they look on the surface of the water for something that they
That's
have never
been there before? Yeah, it's very difficult to see something that's not there. Now, I never know whether that story is like a metaphor or it's an actual story.
I'm going to take it literally. After this illusion, literally.
I prefer to think of it as a Cats and Jammer cartoon. I've seen it. And I'm going to admit something, folks. 2 people helped me cheat to see it. And I wish I would have saw it on my own. All right, Flathead just texted this to me. American Butlers would be a great name of a band. I'm just going to write back, true. True.
So true.
Ladies and gentlemen, the American Butlers.
Yeah!
Now, they all dressed as butlers, and do they have like a tambourine on a tray that they come out? American Butlers! Woo! Serving up some rock! Joseph says he considers it more camouflage.
Camouflage?
Bam, bam, bam.
Maybe
bam,
that's
bam.
a way for you to think of it.
Mullethead, I got it easily. Try to get people to cheat and help you. I don't care about the fried chicken taco bowl. I don't think or you know how you have the Christina Aguilera that Chris sent in is going to perform with a Whitney Houston hologram?
Yeah.
That's already not happening.
Oh, they canceled it?
I don't know if they canceled it. Chris, don't yell like you're really going to
He's
get
going to
into
get
it.
tickets.
By the way, the Soder pictures are up. And he's also hanging in Astoria.
Okay.
I'm going to see if you know the name of this bar. Because, you never seem like you know any of the cool McCafferty and Burke.
McCaffrey and Burks, yeah. That's on Broadway.
Wait, why wouldn't you just get it from McCafferty? Why did I have to? Because look, I don't have the end of it.
Right.
And I had to
That's
guess
McCafferty and Burr. Bill Burr's.
On the same block as...
Dad, you want to fucking come into my pub? Fucking great.
Sure.
Chris, Rochester.
Hello, is this me?
Yes, I guess it is. I mean, you're the only person that could tell me that, Chris.
I'm going to completely agree with what Dan and Jane had to say earlier, is that this is not terrorism. And the fact that the media is pushing forth this narrative that this is terrorism just to simply get ratings at this point, it's not fair, and it could be very scary. It's akin to yelling fire in a movie theater.
I do that all the time. It's fucking great.
Oh, no, that's dangerous.
No. People get up and run.
Not the blacks, though.
You're a racist,
What the
dude.
hell?
You're
No,
fucking
no.
racist.
I'm
Go
black
back to
myself.
racist town.
Disgusting.
Go back
I'm
to
black
racist town.
That's where you belong.
I'm going to ask you guys this. Do you think Soder is an attractive man?
I'll answer for you.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
he is. I think he's a handsome devil.
Hear that from quite a few of the ladies. And look at these pictures of him. This picture is actually my favorite. Just the man sitting at a bar not drinking. He's a guy who's sober except for the weed. He's very open and honest about that.
He likes to toke up.
He likes that reefer.
Yeah.
That
he
dank
does.
bud.
Okay.
Trees.
Guys are starting to annoy me. Hey, we're going to be on at 12 today. So, don't think it's over.
It's not over. It'll never be over. Well, it will be eventually, but not. Not now.
In the article, Soder says it's the first time that he was back to his old favorite bar since getting sober.
Wow.
And then he goes, I guess you can call me Dan Sober. And he starts to laugh and hit his head on the bar stool. It's a great article, though. You got to read it.
That is a good bar, too, in Astoria. And in the article, he kind of shit talks another bar by it, and I know exactly what bar he's talking about.
Does that hurt your feelings, too?
No, I don't go to that bar.
You like this one better?
Yeah.
So does that bar get enough for a band? Because we're putting together a band called the American Butlers. And it's really kind of fucking cool. It's a lot of service-related songs.
They're going to love it there at McCaffrey and Burks.
There's one song we have called Cheese, Sir. And it's just, you're leaning over cheese, sir.
Yes, please.
My favorite song is Time for Luncheon.
Mine is You Rang. Bum, ba, 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 do, 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 do. Chris, you still haven't gotten that thing yet?
Yeah, what's wrong with you?
You're a moron.
I don't know what the fuck is in this wall or whatever the hell it is. Riverbed. I just don't know. It's a.
Stop
Is it,
with the riverbed.
Is it a wall?
Please stop with the riverbed.
It's a wall.
It's a wall.
Okay.
It's
All right.
a wall, you dick.
So I'll stop thinking it's other environments then.
Yes, which I advised you to a long time ago, and you continued to say it was a riverbed. It was a village in China, I believe.
Buildings, windowless buildings in China.
Matt says, retweet if you think BL would be great on Tell a Joke or Be a Joke. Matt, don't you think it's kind of immature to say retweet if you like so? You know what I mean?
RT it.
Honk if you like
Hey,
retweet.
we should play that sportscaster that we played early this morning.
I
It's
love
been
it
in
so
my
much.
mind all day. It's driving me crazy. It's driving me fucking crazy.
Chris, it's driving him crazy.
It's coming.
Ew.
No,
Ew, pull that, Joe.
Stop it.
Pull it.
Ew.
Ew. Pull him saying pull it.
All right, let's set this up. This is a San Francisco news show. This is real, supposedly, Joe. These are real fucking people.
These
You
are
check this out.
Real people at a real station.
And they bumped heads over this gimmick. But you got to listen to it. It made us cringe. It made us laugh. It made us glad that we live on the East Coast instead of the West.
Hunter Pence is the National League Player of the Week, and the Giants end up with a 9-6 win. We should tell you LeBron James is going to star in Space Jam.
Well, we actually. Oh, you mad because I already read that?
I'm sorry.
How's Steph Curry's knee?
He's nursing it, and it's getting better.
How long have we been friends? 23 years.
I didn't know you were going to do it.
Have you ever, and I'm going to say this with a smile, ever heard me say right before you came on, there's an irrigation problem in Gilroy?
Well, you have to talk to Cassine. You
ever heard me say, oh, it's warm weather today? Never. I stay in my lane. And it's just to a friend to do that.
You got to talk to Cassine.
I like Cassine, so don't try and pit me against the producer, Cassine.
He gave me that lovely script.
And and it's hard for me to get mad. Catherine has stayed at my mother's home. She's written my mother notes and stolen my material. So how do I get mad? Anyway, how is Curry's knee?
Improving.
Okay, well.
Hey, LeBron was very good in Trainwreck, so this will be fun. Okay, I shouldn't have brought it up.
Yeah, it's going to be great. And Michael Jordan started Space Jam, as you earlier reported.
I'm sorry.
All right. Darn it. Hard to be mad at Catherine, though. She's a good friend of my mom's, and there's going to come a time when you have to choose between the love of your mother and your mother's friends and the honor and dignity of Cron. We may have reached that level.
Please.
Okay, let's do the story again then. In the last 2 minutes, Curry is still about the same, all right?
All right, let's stop it here. All right, so he gets pissed because she said that LeBron is going to be
in Space Jam
in a fucking cartoon. He's furious about it. And he brings up his mom. Obviously, everybody's going to bring up Kasim, that fucking prick who,
Talk to Kasim.
Whose side are you on, Chris?
I'm on Kasim's side.
Come on, between the two people fighting, Kasim we don't even say. I'll go to Joe. Joe.
I'm on the newscaster side, not the sports guy.
All right, but let me just point this out. I see her taunting him a little bit, like an enjoyable taunt.
That is the only thing that makes me think that this has been a long time coming.
Oh, it's a long time coming.
Because I don't doubt that Cassine handed her that story.
Well,
I mean, I know that he says you're stealing my material, but usually I never thought of news people thinking of stories as their material.
I think what he wanted to say, you're stealing my mom. You stayed at her house, and you're always with her. And you don't think it's just me? Ask Cassine. We all fucking see it. We don't like you anymore.
Look, you've already stolen my mother from me. You're not taking Cassine. I mean, to be fair, he has never come into the show and said that there is an irrigation problem in Gilroy. He would never do that.
The dude stays in his lane. She's fucking going back and forth. You don't see him bringing up the weather? Never.
You know what? He's the only person who cares about the honor and dignity of Cron.
Yeah.
Cron 4. Cron 4.
And this is in San Francisco. I could just see Steve Perry sitting at his house going, it's getting fucking crazy over Cron 4. You know what I mean?
Like, could you imagine something like this happening on New York 1? I would love it.
I would love it every day.
Oh, my God.
Amazing.
Oh, and then a stabbing.
To watch live?
They don't have the power of Crom. Crom 4.
I mean, to watch live as Dean Meminger and Roma Torre go at it? I stay in my lane.
I don't think Dean has the energy.
No, I think it would be on Roma. Roma would be the one who snaps. She's got a short fuse.
Yeah. She'll lose it. That's funny shit, though, man. I really like it. There's another piece up today that I had a difficult time watching, and it's the terrible vision of the future. Now, these are smart glasses, and how long do they think that this is going to be happening like this?
In 10 years, where we can... It's called... They made this video called Hyper Reality, where it shows like a woman's... Basically just her commute from home to her job, and it's just all these visuals popping up in front of your face. They're already trying to do it. They made prototypes with where they're just like contact lenses, not even like Google glasses.
So this is more like the concept of Google Glass versus virtual reality. It's more like you're interacting with the world, but there's like a film of information and data that you can access over top of
and people
real
can
world.
FaceTime into your glasses while you're walking down the street. You can read about everything. It looks like you figure out who people are.
Yeah.
Your glasses tell you who other humans are.
Pop-ups will jump around their heads.
It looks like Siri is a face that's talking to you.
Yeah.
But that looks like the stuff of dreams. Bad dreams, I mean.
It's horrifying.
Yeah, that's my nightmare.
And it's like also like Minority Report, where just the random things random information pops up. Everything's geared towards you. Kind of precogs.
You know what? It gets harder and harder for people who have ADD. It's just like way too many stimulants that you would not be able to focus on one thing.
But don't you think ADD people would have an easier time with this than, lower energy people?
So you think that somebody who has
the ADD
problems
will keep you busy because you're supposed to see everything and read everything.
Interesting. So, like, the inability to focus on one task actually becomes the strength here because you're experiencing everything just for a moment at a time.
I think that ADD is kind of an evolution that's taking place in our thinking because we know that we have to multitask. Right, that could be. That's in Pulp Fiction.
Okay, let's try to work that in.
Yeah.
Shoehorn it in.
Mm-hmm.
Joey Jojo style.
Oh, boy.
Love it.
Really?
Well, no.
Why didn't you play that song for our girl today, Liz Says Fire? And why didn't you have a prize lined up for her?
I should have been, I should have had a prize ready.
Shouldn't say that on the air, right?
Mm.
That's for off the air goods. What do you think?
Either way.
Okay.
That's off air talk, Joe.
He's not.
You're not fucking following. That was about me.
That's not what he was saying.
What are you fucking typing away there? Fucking multitasker.
He's the ADD now.
He wants to come back in this room, and I just hear the fucking hand.
You know what? That's your biggest problem. It's those myths of yours.
I can't help. I gotta get a new keyboard over here.
Or get out of there.
Or just leave.
Yes.
Why didn't he ever
Because you know what? You don't hand that job over to Joe while he's there. That should be Joe's job.
Yeah,
Why
I didn't forward that over.
Why don't you ever use...
You will never forward it over. It's not what you do.
Vito's got a beautiful silent keyboard that he bought for you.
Some people are saying that they love it. Other people are saying they hate the future. Some people are saying they think it's amazing and they want to live there.
This is terrifying to me.
All right, here's Jake. Jake from State Farm.
Oh, come on. Don't do that.
What?
I get that shit all the fucking time. What's going on, guys?
Hey, man.
So, we're talking about the Google Smart Glass and all that shit. And virtual reality, or at least were a couple minutes ago.
Well, she's a he.
You guys seen that movie Surrogate?
Surrogate, yes, with Mr. Bruce Willis.
Oh, hell yeah.
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 That's where this whole thing is headed, man. Maybe not in my lifetime, but in a little bit longer, there's going to be people with like little robot dummies that they can make however they want, and then all of our interactions are going to be, I guess, in the Matrix, kind of.
The fucking future blows. I think we all agree that the
I'll be dead by that time, so I don't really care.
The future is no place that you want to be.
I'm watching this one. It's just the amount of like things coming in and out. Like this is the person moving through a grocery store.
Horror.
And they're getting essentially pop-up ads from each product as they're passing it.
Yes.
Pop-up ads into your eyeballs.
Yeah, and I mean, like, people are already dumb enough. They're going to get that pop-up ad and they're going to go, oh, I got to buy this.
Well, it could be helpful. See, what they say is these things are all going to be smart, so they're going to know what you like, right? Yeah. So it'll be like I'll be walking in the supermarket and be like, Ron, cherries are in season. We know you like cherries.
And they're like, I do like cherries.
I do like cherries.
That is my
And then they'll
preference.
go, you know what? There's also good blueberries. I'll be like, hey, store, you're my friend.
God, I love you so much more than the real friends I used to have. Thanks, Story.
Thanks, program.
You call it program. She calls it story. There's a thing where I'll tell you how much money you're spending so far, how much you've already dropped into your cart. It'll, let you know, hey, it's raining outside. So on your way out, make sure you get something. Start your car before you get there.
All right, so just walking down the street, there's just so much shit in this virtual reality. I would freak. I feel like I'd rip my eyeballs out.
But isn't this the way cowboys would have felt if they would have solved New York City? And you feel normal in New York City.
Yeah.
But if you took a cowboy in the 1880s and you said, here's what the future looks like, they'd be screaming. They're like, how can literally in this room, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 screens between all of our phones, the TVs that we have up, and the computer screens.
We need these screens.
That's enough. It's the worst when they start to be like in the thing.
Like 16 screens or more. That's when it gets really bad.
Hey, Rob, what's up, buddy?
Hey, buddy. Sound like $3 million.
Thanks.
Hey, so the social paradox is that these people that are not able to interact in the present, which is a face-to-face communication, they're the ones in the basement engineering the future, which will enable them to live the life they want to live, but through something else.
I guess. I guess you could say that about everything that's happening now, that you could act like, oh, they're living a reality they think,
Yeah. And we get farther away from one type of communication and then intensify another type of communication until we're just going to adapt to this is how people talk to one another.
Right. By the way, Johnny Fairplay said, great illusion. I didn't get it at first either. I'm going to say this to you, Johnny Fairplay. Worst season of Survivor ever. I can't stand when people vote that don't understand the game and they turn around to give it to an unworthy person.
Because that person was mean, the other person was mean or
was against them. They don't have the respect for the game that they should.
You have to respect a good player.
I don't like a floater who suddenly wins. And then the floater is like, oh, but I turned it on and won challenges at the end. Oh, you mean after all the athletes were voted out?
Yeah.
Yes, congratulations to you. Then you finally were able to win something. Don't get me started on this, please.
You know this upsets him.
This is why I'm going back to drinking.
Don't.
Please don't. Not for Survivor.
Yeah. Survivor pushed me over the edge. Again. Again.
Last time it was murder.
Daniel, an old buffler. How are you?
Yeah, I was just calling in regards to that Google stuff. I was watching on TV. They had these Google, contact lenses that take pictures that they're working on.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a Netflix show called Black Mirror. And there's all these different episodes about the same concept. And it really messes with people's lives. It's crazy.
Well, for you it's crazy. For me, that's normal. I live the Black Mirror world.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
That sounds fabulous.
I've only seen the first season. Have you seen this, Gail?
I saw the first couple episodes of the first season.
Saw Pigfucker?
Yes, I saw Pigfucker.
Then you found out the real guy in England, the real prime minister, had banged a pig.
I know.
Oh, yeah, that one was horrible.
Yeah, not the new guy, the guy before that.
Yeah, but did you see the one with the lenses?
Yes,
yeah, I did.
I did see that
and
one.
The memories?
Yes, so you're able to access your own memories and then share your own memories with another person. So you said, oh man, I had a really rough day at work. I had this bad interaction. And then you could show someone, this is how it went down.
Right. Or you could have a really bad day and then keep replaying it and make yourself crazy over it.
I already do.
Serotonin's Gone wrote into us. I don't get the fuss. I saw it right away. But I also figured out Sixth Sense early in the movie and was bored the whole time.
La
he's so
Check
brilliant.
out the big brain on fucking Serotonin's Gone.
All right, back to fucking Pulp Fiction again.
You know, that's my thing, okay?
Serotonin's Gone. You know what we figured out early on? You're pompous.
think you're better than everyone else.
Yeah. You think you're way better than everyone else. And that's why I C-blocked you from coming to the Unmasked.
Oh.
Now, unfortunately, you gave a bag of donuts to Chris Stanley, and he let you in.
It was, it was a nice treat.
That's disgusting.
And that unblocked your C.
It was a free C. A free Roman C.
Terrible. All right, this is from Flat. I'm just showing you what I'm dealing with today. Flat. So he just writes, Flat list. 5, Monkey Man. 4, Brown Sugar. 3, Sympathy. 2, Gimme Shelter. 1, Midnight.
Love the Flat list.
That's a flat list for flatware. And he also said, I live a quarter mile from Mar-a-Lago. You should see it. I don't know. Let me look over. How do you not have Rocks Off on your flat list? I don't know. I don't know if I can deal with this as a flat list. I don't think Brown Sugar would make it for me. Gimme Shelter sometimes goes to number 1. Midnight Rambler is such a fucking great song.
It's awesome.
That's one of the things that me and GVAC didn't get along with. Did I say on the air when I talked to Blowhard, when he said sometimes me and GVAC had terrible fights? So
I don't remember you saying it.
I'm talking to him, and he goes, I feel terrible. And, we're talking about losing our buddy GVAC, and he goes, he was such a great guy. I'm doing his thing. He goes, but believe me, sometimes we had terrible fights. And I'm like, about what? He goes like this. Well, he doesn't like Pink Floyd or The Who. So we really went at it good. But, some guys, if they're rock and roll guys, they look at Pink Floyd the way we all look at Serotonin's Gone.
Yeah.
Pompous.
Yeah. Real
Thinks he's-
hoity-toity.
Yeah. Real fucking fancy lad. By the way, I've watched Sixth Sense knowing what Bruce Willis is and still enjoyed it. Like, I've seen that movie. Anytime it might be because it's a Philly movie, but I'll watch it over and over.
Yeah, here's why I rewatched it, because we all know, the M. Night movies.
Yeah.
Took a dive. They did not go well. So I was trying to figure out, was I not seeing something that has always been there? Is that movie not as good as I remembered it when I first saw it? Rewatched it. It's very enjoyable. It's still an enjoyable movie. I'm not really sure what happened.
He got too big for his britches.
I don't think that's it. Like, literally something at the very core of his idea of what a good film is changed.
I know this. That one with Marky Mark where the plants are trying to kill us is one of the straight up dumbest fucking movies I've ever seen in my life.
It's great to laugh at.
It's just the opposite of horror.
Oh, it's
farce.
It's
By the
totally
way, I'm going to say this too about Serotonin's Gone's chick. She says to me, I bump into them out on the street later, and she goes, I could never live in New York. And I'm like, well, yeah, I should though.
Thank you. That's what you tell people that.
Instead, we had to start thinking whether we should live in Bisbee, Arizona.
Now imagine if you went into someone's house and said that. I could never live in this home. I could never do it.
That's how I feel when I go in most people's homes, though.
But you don't say it. You keep it in.
I guess so. I mean, in most people's home, I say it and I go, I'd rather sleep on a sleeping bag in a fucking parking garage than in here.
I'd just as soon die than lay my head on that pillow.
Lay your head on my pillow. I'm glad that you typed to me, Chris, because it fucking makes the show funner. I probably should have pointed out to you that you're allowed to speak on a show. And then you can say, from now on, I'm speaking every single time. So what he typed up is Hard Rock Johnny is coming down the hall.
Johnny.
Hey, Johnny. Here come the omelets.
Oh, I hope there's lots of omelets.
Not a cheeseless omelet, which, by the way, is just a fried egg.
I wouldn't thank you for that. Some sort of dry scramble?
I wouldn't even thank you for a nice cheesy omelet. I'll just eat it. You get nothing back from me. I didn't ask for it. Why should I thank you? It's a surprise. I'm going to make a little room here for my omelet. And even though you typed that, it turned out to be minutes away from. There's Johnny.
Yeah.
Hey, Johnny.
Bennington.
Look, he's wearing his New York shirt, so everyone knows where he's from.
Gentlemen, ladies. Hello.
Nice to see you.
Martin. Hey, I'm Darren.
Ron.
I'm Martin.
Hi,
That's
Darren.
Darren.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
So, Martin, you get on Johnny.
Yeah, go over here, Martin, with Johnny.
Yeah, because you know the property.
You know the property. You know what's happening. What is going on here?
I'll bring things out.
I have something Gail's going to wear.
Really?
Heels of laughter.
What exactly?
You can't wear the Michael Jackson glove.
This is the actual Michael Jackson glove?
One of them.
Yes.
Oh my! Are you kidding me? That's really his glove?
Yeah.
From lying. This is April Fool's.
I have the O.J. Simpson glove at my house, so this goes along nice.
The weight of it.
Yeah, it's a little heavier than I ever expected.
Yeah, it's the night sky. That's what it's designed for.
Oh my gosh!
Bill Whitten.
This would tell you when you look at the neck whose it was.
That is the King's.
That is Elvis Presley's guitar.
Yeah.
Holy God!
Custom made by his father Vernon.
Now,
organized.
What would you say this is worth?
We estimate it's Elvis's most important guitar, so 200 to 300,000.
You're holding 200 to 300,000 in your hand.
Easily $260,000 right now.
260.
Wow.
Now, Elvis never played it. He only turned it sideways and moved it like this. You ever notice how
He
often?
played that in the Aloha Hawaii.
You'll see photographs from
Yeah.
This is
Great.
incredible.
And he gave it to a fan in the audience, Mike Harris.
Yeah, of course.
Here, take that down.
I'm getting very nervous with these hundreds of
Desperately seeking Susan.
Oh,
It's very fragile.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The lining in it. Look at the.
I do not need to put it on. Because I'm terrified.
Oh yeah, it's already torn in
Yeah,
that.
that's right.
Oh my God! That's incredible!
Johnny put it on and it tore it a little bit.
I broke it a little bit.
This is the cover, Freddie Mercury.
Wow.
Yeah. That's from the Magic Tour and Wembley, live at Wembley Stadium.
These are insane. We were talking about this movie not too long ago.
And we have the earring.
Yeah.
We have
And
the
I
earring as
hold
well.
it up so he can turn around this way so Chris could take a picture. But we were talking about this was her at her hippest.
Yeah, like
the
one-
thrift
her
store hippest.
Sexiest, coolest looks that she had.
1985.
So there's
that's the cover.
Freddie Mercury wearing that jacket that he's holding right there. Flash. Oh!
Wow, this is
Master of the universe.
Guess. Just guess. It's a leather jacket with some really cool
And don't say
flames.
Pasquale.
I could wear it if it was a little bigger.
Yeah, go
I was
ahead.
going to say Elton.
Yeah, nope.
Ron.
Yes.
Yes.
It is
Elvis.
Elvis.
Yeah.
I wouldn't imagine Elvis wearing.
Now, what did he wear that in?
That was made for him in 1974 by a company in San Francisco. With great photographs of him wearing it with his motorcycle, etc. And it comes with a letter from Ginger Alden, who lived at Memphis in 1974.
Now, look, everyone always talks about how big he was in the 70s, but that's not that large.
Correct, and that's 1974.
Yeah. So
Wow,
it's really
this
only the last 2-3 years of his life
incredible.
that
Yes.
he got really bad.
Yeah.
Let's look at him there. He's gorgeous.
It's a handsome man.
Yeah.
So this stuff is all to be auctioned?
Tomorrow at the Hard Rock Cafe in New York City.
Johnny, what's the stress level like when you're hosting an auction?
Well, it's very stressed right now because
Yeah.
this is a hugely expensive guitar he's holding.
Yeah.
So this actually has its own catalog. This is a Stevie Ray Vaughan.
Yeah.
This is Stevie Ray Vaughan's guitar.
Wow.
The pre-sale, what are you at?
Ouch.
What is your pre-sale right now?
400 to
600,000. Here.
No, I don't want to hold Stevie Ray Vaughan's guitar.
Sit it next to you like it's your daughter.
You know, that is...
Doesn't let it fall down.
Put it on.
I did.
Look, you're Lady Gaga.
Enough with that. She doesn't have to
come
put...
on,
She doesn't have to... It's not Halloween. These are very expensive stuff. This is nerve-wracking. Yeah,
Oh
go ahead,
my
John.
God.
You wear it. You run down the hall.
That will be of interest.
There's a great letter from Kurt Cobain to David Geffen.
Oh my
After
goodness.
the Vanity Fair article that came out about Kurt and Courtney.
Uh-huh.
While she was pregnant with Francis.
Wow.
And he was
How
like-
many pieces are you auctioning?
403.
Which
This
for me
stuff
is too many. It's going to be a
wild.
long day.
How do you end up with this stuff?
So Julian's Auctions, this is what we do.
Yeah.
And we sold John Lennon's guitar last November for 2.4 million.
Wow.
We sold a drum skin for Ringo Starr for 2.1 million.
Now, at what point...
So people come to us.
Yeah. But at what point do you know it's that you'll hold it, and what point do you sell it? Do you...
Well, this is an auction we do every year at the Hard Rock
Every year,
Cafe.
no matter what. But is there pieces... Like, is there some piece that you think, in 5 years from now, this will be worth a lot more?
We could think that, but we don't own the stuff. So somebody comes to us on consignment, so typically
Okay.
they want it in the next auction.
All right.
Who wants to wait 5 years?
This one really got to me. This is John Lennon handwritten his lyrics for benefit of Mr. Kite.
Wow. Now, what do you think something like this would go for?
Well, his lyrics are highly sought after. It's
Yes.
from the Sgt. Pepper album, 1967. We estimated 300 to 500,000, but some of his lyrics are sold for over $1 million, as have Dylan. So lyrics are highly collectible.
Wow, that's stunning. That's stunning.
This one really got to me. This
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
this is incredible.
I mean, you're looking at the handwriting of literally a genius.
Yeah, and at the back as well, if you look turned around, there's also notation on the back as well, extra notes written by Lennon, who, as you said, was a genius.
This is more of the same?
This is Michael Jackson.
Handwritten lyrics from Jackson.
All right, no, you just seen this. Your butt is mine, is what he writes down there.
I didn't realize that was the...
Now beat it.
Well, that's why, he wanted Prince to do this song with him, and Prince didn't want to say it or have it said to him. You're wearing your Elvis glasses?
Yeah, I picked these up the other day on the street.
Yeah.
Canal Street.
Yeah.
They make these great knockoff Elvis glasses.
Red.
This is like dress up day for Gail.
It really
Oh my
is.
God, this is incredible.
And they got
They're very you as well.
Yeah.
You totally rock
How'd
it.
I get that from him? What do you think those glasses would go?
20, 40,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll see you tomorrow. I'll save a spot for you. Get your paddle.
You can have...
You can come to the auction and make a spectacle.
I wouldn't mind. Johnny, do you get VIPs at the auction, or do they send their people to put their hands up?
Usually
Yeah.
send their people.
So typically they're either on their phone or they'll have somebody bid for them in the room. And that happens a lot.
There will be someone from Hard Rock there. I know that they know that.
Oh, the Hard Rock?
Yeah, we'll
Like,
absolutely will. That's how we get a lot of our. We do donation, but a lot of stuff we go out and purchase.
Is there something that you would love to have for your wall, Johnny?
Personally,
Yeah.
my personal wall.
Mhm.
Yeah, they don't have it here, but there's a smashed Kurt Cobain guitar that he smashed in Hoboken at Maxwell's, which freaks me out that I didn't know
Very
that
early
Nirvana
on, yeah.
played at
I
Maxwell's.
think 1989, July 1989.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty cool. I think it might be in my office right now, and I may have taken it out a few times. And
But they literally did bar tours before, before they hit. Our friend Flipper saw them when there was only 100 people in the room. 100 people to see Nirvana. It's hard to believe.
Yeah, Maxwell would be a small place. And in fact, they stayed at the house of the producer of the show, I think, that night, and then gave the guitar to her.
Out of everything, Chris, what would you like to have?
I want the Elvis glasses. I'd wear them. I wouldn't even keep them.
See,
in my
that's
house.
stupid, though.
I should know.
He has an incredibly
really big head. I know.
It's an incredibly wide head, and the only person you'd be able to sell that to is Jeff Garland or Rosie O'Donnell when he's done. They're the only people with big enough heads.
And typically, we need a few more people than that bidding in the auction. So,
is there? I know the guy who owns the Seattle football team has a pretty good rock collection. The guy who started
Paul Allen.
Yeah, Paul Allen. Also, the guy who owns the Colts.
yes,
Irsay.
Jim
Yeah.
Irsay.
He bought
Yeah.
the drum kit.
Yes, and he bought the drum kit, actually. We sold back in December.
There's a drum head in there that you'll see that was another big item that I kind of found was I was a little surprised, but it's from The Who, and it's a drum head that says The Who, and the early pre-sale on that is what?
180 to 200,000, but it possibly was one that was used at Woodstock, 1969.
Here's what kills me, though. All the rock stars are saying their catalogs are not worth anything anymore because people stealing music. And here, if they would have just held on to the equipment, they would have a fortune.
There's bands, and this is another thing that Hard Rock does. There's bands that have entire warehouses. AC/DC has a huge warehouse just full of stuff from the tours.
Because
Iron Maiden,
they know
Metallica. They are collectors. They don't sell any of their stuff. Metallica guys, they keep everything because they do have an idea that eventually there's a value in it.
I hear the Rolling Stones have a giant warehouse.
They do.
Too, somewhere
it's outside of England. Yeah, it's right outside of London, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's huge.
Yeah, they've kept everything as well. Yeah.
And Aerosmith's another one that has a huge bunch of it that they just don't sell. Well, it depends on the era. I was hoping for a pair of Gary Cherone pants. That's my favorite era.
We'll put that on our to-do list, Johnny.
So you guys will do anything. It's just not just music, right?
Yeah, so we do rock and roll, we do Hollywood and sports. We're the auction house to the stars. In fact, we have a big auction coming up for Pele, the footballer, next month in London. And then we have a whole lineup of auctions for the fall.
And that's with somebody like Pele, it's worldwide.
So it's in London, but people can bid on Julian's Live as well. There's almost 2,000 items going on the auction block. It's 3 days, and he's selling everything. He's 3 World Cup medals, his Jules Rimet trophy. I mean, it's a phenomenal auction.
Who's got some of the best of old Hollywood collection? Because a lot of that stuff was treated like junk, right, at first?
Yes, I mean, Debbie Reynolds was really one of the first that started rescuing costumes, outfits, clothing from the studios because they were just getting rid of it, really trashing it.
I'll tell you another guy, too, Gene London, who was a kids show host in Philadelphia, has so many gowns. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, we know Gene very well.
Yeah, and he had them when nobody thought of such a thing. He said, well, this is a shame. This stuff should just be preserved. He thought he was doing it for himself when he first started doing it.
Yeah, we're doing a huge auction for Marilyn Monroe in November.
That's a big one.
It's a huge one. It's a 2-day auction. And one of the collections we're selling is for this guy, David Gainsborough Roberts in the UK. And he started buying Marilyn in 1988. Her first estate auction was not till 1999. So he bought like a dress for some like it hot for a few $1,000s that we're going to sell in November, probably for upwards or north of $500,000.
Sure.
So these are like great collector's items, but they're investments as well because they go up in value.
Oh, absolutely. I think if I could get anything, I'm radio, so I would get the old 95 weighing up upside down license plate. So on eBay right now, it's like $4. It was going for $4. It's going for $5. Don Capone is selling them.
Buy it now.
Yeah, buy it now. Yeah, could only go up.
Martin showed me the other day a purse that Marilyn Monroe had. It was like, it's a cylinder, and it's hard to describe. You open up one side, there's a mirror with 2 dimes from 1943
and 45.
And then there's a little makeup thing. Then when you turn it, you close that, you open the other side, and there's 8 Marilyn Monroe's cigarettes.
Philip Morris brand.
Wow.
And then you open it again, and there's like place for her lipstick holder and a comb.
Yeah, 1947. She would have been 21 years of age.
Wow.
So little things she would carry for a night on the town, her dimes to make a call, her cigarettes, and a little thing to carry it with a secret pocket for her key and her money inside. An amazing little time warp into like Norma Jean at the time.
Right. So when you guys look at something and you think, okay, this is worth $20,000, how often are you surprised that it's worth a lot more? The market suddenly demands that it's worth a lot more.
Well, our auction estimates will always be conservative because we want people to see that, it's something that they know and like and can afford.
Right.
And then a lot of people have the same idea and they show up on auction day and they start bidding and they want to go home with the item. So it usually drives the price. Typically, I would say probably 2-3 times the estimate, but Marilyn can be as high as 10 times our estimate. You never know on the day who's going to show up, bidding around the world, bidding by phone, bidding on Julian's Live and bidding in the auction room. It's so exciting, and if people want an item, they're going to keep going after it until they get it, because typically what we sell are one of a kind.
Yeah.
It was when we did it, was it 3 years ago with the Jackson glove? Yeah. It was, someone was in the room bidding, and then they had someone on the phone, and it was the glove from the Motown anniversary. And I will say, it was unbelievably crazy cool sitting in the room watching someone. What did that finally go for?
420,000 to a client actually in China, because China has become a really new, big, important market for us. They just love Western pop culture and they have the money now.
Yeah.
And with the internet, with the technology, they can bid anywhere. But this time the client was actually in the room bidding on that glove. 1983 Motown 25 special.
Any collectible, what would it be, Gail, that you would want? Because I know mine right now.
I don't know what it would be. I mean, I'm just so overwhelmed with what's in this room. I can't believe what I just held in my hand.
For me, if it was a movie thing, it's the red jacket James Dean wore, Rebel Without a Cause.
Yeah.
That would be mine.
Yeah. That's an interesting that you say that, because there's a client that we have, or a gentleman in Florida, that believes he has that jacket,
really,
and would be worth a lot of money if he does in fact have it. And we went actually to see it, but we would need to take it from him and take it to the studios and have it authenticated, and he doesn't allow us to do that.
Right.
We have some concerns whether it's actually the real jacket.
Sure.
It could be like a reproduction. Looking at the stitching, it looks like it's nylon thread it's on the actual jacket that he has, and of course nylon thread would not have been available or around at the time that movie was filmed. So stuff like that we look for, but if we could take it to the studio, we could verify for sure, and we wouldn't sell it unless we could be 100% sure that this is that jacket.
But you must run into a lot of things that can't be verified, right? A lot.
We get calls and emails constantly, 30, 40, 50 per day. And so we try and, it takes us probably a year from the time we get a call until it actually comes to the auction block. And we have 2 warehouses, like 22,000 square foot, full of property that our catalogers are researching and going through. And that's fun too. The discovery part of our job is really very interesting.
Oh yeah, I think I would love that. Yeah. Just that thing of, that hunt. That you found something.
There's a TV show that just started where it's the detective show, and they just tried to authenticate the flag.
Bonanza. You're thinking of Bonanza.
The flag that it was. They authenticated the flag that
he
they
lives
wore
with his 3
after
sons. That's really great. We're out in 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Wow.
Time flies when you're
fast.
having fun.
Yeah. Hey, what would you pay for a Spider-Man shirt that kid's right now?
I'd give him $2.50 for the subway home. To change the shirt?
Yeah. Did the price go up because I wore it?
All right, Chris. Well, let's wrap it up with you guys. How could people, check this out? What do they have to do?
So it's at the Hard Rock Cafe. Highlights are available for viewing right now today. The people are welcome to come, and all day tomorrow we start at 10 a.m. And if you can't come to the cafe, you can go to julianslive.com. You can actually see and hear the auctioneer and bid in real time and take home some of these really cool items. It's an amazing auction. Over 400 items going on the auction block. All sold tomorrow at the Hard Rock Cafe in Times Square.
All heading out tomorrow, right in the middle of Times Square. That's amazing. All this great rock and roll.
And it's a fun event. The energy, the crowds, people looking, people eating dinner, having drinks, and just seeing part of history. Because this is a really important part of our pop culture history. And these items are changing hands. These items will never be together as one collection again. They will be dispersed all over the world.
That's amazing. All right. We're out of here right now. We'll see everybody at 12 noon. On Raw Dog 99. And thank you guys so much. This was just very exciting. I saw Gail well up a couple times. We'll see everybody in just a couple hours. Take care.
Ladies and gentlemen, the evening is over. We hope you all enjoyed yourselves, and we'll see you all again in 1974. Good evening!
Hey, it's the Bennington Show. The noon edition. I'm Ron Bennington. There's Gail Bennington.
Yo.
And I'm Ron Bennington. We were listening to that song and watching the GIF that the Queen sent us, which was 2 big-ass girls just bouncing along, and it seems to be set up to perfection.
It was perfectly synced up.
I wonder, would that sync up to any song in the world, though?
They're just that good.
Yeah.
It applies to every song.
Every song applies to that GIF, that's for sure, too.
Like take a James Taylor song, even.
Well, there is a young cowboy. Yep, there it is. It's where he lives on the range. All right, it is the Bennington Show. Real lot of fun on Opie Radio today. And we got swamped with people that want to attend the Big Comedy 101. From this point on, that should be it. Although maybe we can see if we can get a few giveaways later on. Just like pairs of tickets.
Nice.
But thanks to everybody that just came out and just swamped us with ticket requests. It makes you feel kind of good,
Yeah.
Makes you feel kind of like
it.
Yeah, like you're liked,
Like, I guess I'm one of the popular girls.
Right. I go to all the parties. I forgot why I said that. When Weird Al was like, we were all the weird people. And I was like, Al, I was invited to every party. Everyone.
He said you turned down a lot. I cannot attend.
Party that much. I would die.
But it's nice because then you let them know that they can go ahead and cancel the party. Since you won't be
cancel the party. There's no sense in being there.
There's no point.
People would be so disappointed if I couldn't bring my talents to their party. Coming up a little later on in the show today, Doug Stanhope, Unmasked. Let's give away a Doug Stanhope book, too, for first responders. Signed by Mr. Stanhope?
A copy of Digging Up Mother, signed by Doug Stanhope, yes.
They gave everybody copies of the book, but they did not sign them. Doug had to run out and do something.
So this is rare.
This is rare for Doug. Yeah, this is a signed, and I imagine it might even say, help me. I don't want to be in here for an hour. But a lot of fun talking with him. Very, very interesting. His book is kind of fascinating in like 8 different ways. All right, someone who was there writes, I would call this Unmasked compelling. All right, I will then. I remember the guy who walked by and I'm like, who was he? He's driving me crazy.
Yeah.
You find out who he was?
No. Vito
I'm
was
going
on.
to tell you who he is.
Yeah.
Because I thought about it. He used to host the CBS morning show pre-Charlie Rose moving over there.
I didn't recognize him when you pointed it out.
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't think of you as a CBS morning person.
No, it's not.
What are you?
It's not my go-to.
Good Morning?
Yeah, I guess so.
Or Today?
I guess Today.
Or are you Fox and Friends?
I just have New York One on every morning.
And what about that other couple that are just so New York that they sit around?
Wait, but that's not like local Fox with like Ray Kelly's kid.
Yeah, Ray Kelly's kid and a woman whose parents own a restaurant. It's a great show.
It's a wonderful program.
Yeah, it's a program worth being on.
That's a good day.
Good day, sir.
Good day.
And that guy's great. Ray Kelly's fucking psycho son.
I said good day, sir.
Right, good day.
Joey Garcia says, I love Doug Stanhope. That's very nice. You'll hear him on Unmasked in just a bit.
And that thing really does sync up. That was crazy.
That was phenomenal, wasn't it? I might just keep syncing that up for the rest of the afternoon. See how many things I can sync it up.
I'm busy syncing something up in here.
Yeah. But if you missed the morning show today, Comedy 101 is happening Wednesday, June 15th, 8 a.m. at the Stand Comedy Club in New York City. Free tickets email was comedy101 live at Gmail. Comedy101 live at Gmail. This is going to be, I believe, the social event of the early summer.
Don't be dull.
Be there or be square. I never got that until just now. Oh, by the way, we all were able to see what was going on in the wall except for Chris Stanley. He was the last person.
It took him forever.
Some people are saying that if there's cancellations, can we have tickets? Yeah. Just keep writing in. You never know if there are cancellations. I doubt it, but, Holy shit, is this really? Actor, comedian, and God damn it, is specialist tomorrow night, Mr. Dan Soder?
Confirmed, yes.
Dan Soder.
Hey, what's up, guys?
First of all, let me just say you are all over the internet. Every place I go, it's another boss interview with you. There's a big photo shoot today.
Yeah, blackmailed a lot of people.
But
I have a lot of dirt on a lot of people, Ron.
what's it feel like, dude, to have this thing coming down? I didn't even know it was this weekend until all of a sudden, boom, it come, screaming. I get a press wave.
Yeah, the media blitzkrieg that hit. I feel like the other shoe's going to drop. I'm like, this has been like a great week, so I'm like immediately worried that everything's going to suck after this.
I can only hope, because really, about halfway through Amy last night, I said, I'm sorry, I'm getting a little jealous,
Yeah.
Too much Dan.
Yeah, too much.
By the way, that was great, too. And then we were actually playing a bunch of clips from Thanksgiving, and you were fucking hilarious for that contest that we did with the Comedy 101. I don't know what it was, but you were doing the straight line and the punchline at the exact same time. You're a funny bastard.
Hey, that became I had to get like a little hardened to make fun of those comics, because like Voss and Lewis just took to it so naturally.
Right, yeah.
Down those guys. Like ducks to water. And then I was like, and Lips is so quick that it felt like I was running after a train pulling away.
It was really, really funny, though. You really stood out in the clips that we were playing. All right, are you happy with the special that you have?
Yeah, very much. I really like the director Marcus Raboy. I think the crowd in Philly was awesome, and I remember coming on your show before we taped, and there were a ton of Bennington fans and Opie and Jimmy fans and Bonfire fans. So it was awesome to do the special in front of like people that you kind of felt like they gave a shit.
Yeah.
So it was a fun show. It was a really fun show, and it was just Big J and Christine were there, and a lot of my friends. So it was a lot of fun, and I think that came across on the special.
Well, I just think that it's I was actually saying today, my feeling is he's going to make it as a big time actor first. Anybody who is watching Billions, he's the guy. And I got calls about that today, too.
Well, I mean, I don't know, man. It's like stand-up's the thing that I do, but, obviously acting is a fun thing, and if I get to play a douchebag for a couple more seasons on Billions, I'll definitely take it.
And use
That's
people?
Awesome. Yeah, use people. Michelle and I are writing the pilot now, so hopefully.
Is that right?
Yeah, we want to, I talk to Tommy Pope all the time, and our dream goal is to have Delco proper and use people on both our Comedy Central next year.
That would actually be really, really cool, man.
A little crossover, maybe.
Yeah, well, you're already you're already in with the Delco crowd and with your first special in Philadelphia.
Yeah, that's what Yeah, I went in and ingratiated myself with the Wawa and Delco people.
He even drops the term Delco during the special, which I was very happy with.
Yeah, I think I picked that up from Tommy. I learned the proper context from Tommy Pope.
All right. Well, dude, we're all real happy for you. And by the way, why is this at 11 o'clock and not at midnight?
I don't know. I got lucky.
You got the bump up.
Yeah, maybe they didn't want to play Coming to America for the 800th time, so they decided to play me at 11.
Well, dude, we're all going to be watching. We're excited for you. You deserve this.
Thanks, Ron. I appreciate it, man, and I love you guys. Thanks for having me call in, man.
All right, we'll see you later. Peace.
I'll see you, man.
That was really, really cool, though, to be able to talk to him today. Make sure tomorrow night you're watching our buddy from the Bonfire, Dan Soder, his first big Comedy Central special in Philadelphia. And like I said, just Soder's all over today. There's he's the latest, too, to be part of this photography thing in the iBang in a bar that used to be his bar when he was a drinking guy. Now he's there ordering club sodas.
It's a very classy look.
Well, when you think of the dives Chris Stanley hangs out in, all these comics live in your neighborhood. You never bump into them.
Never. I saw Joe List walking to the train once. That's about it. But they all live in Astoria. I never see Greg Stone.
Is there a better part of Astoria?
I think the comedians live more in the heart of Astoria. I'm a fringe Astoria guy. I live on the outskirts of
And what is your closest other neighborhood?
Long Island City. I'm a border town type of dude.
How close are you to exactly where? Because to me, that's on the other side of the bridge, Long Island City. Am I wrong when I say that?
it starts like maybe a block or two over. Like I'm like right before where it officially starts. But the real Long Island City is by the bridge, right around the bridge and where the cars come off.
See, I think it's got to be on one side of the bridge or the other. I don't think that one area can be not divided by a bridge.
Yeah, it's a clear marker. It makes it easier.
Thank you.
Things are odd over in the Astoria, Long Island City.
If anything, you seem to me like you're close to Roosevelt Island.
I could walk across Roosevelt Island easy.
And yet you never do you?
Nope.
Why don't you?
You never do.
You're not feeling groovy? Feeling groovy.
Teddy in Charlotte.
Ronnie B, what's up?
Hey.
Soder left early, but I just wanted to say how awesome he is in Billions. And I haven't seen the finale yet, but I just wanted to tell him if he's listening, I hope he fucks that hot secretary girl.
Well, it's a very sexy kind of like little interracial thing. But I think out of everybody, he's one of the few people that you stop seeing him as the guy that you know and start seeing the character.
Yeah, usually if you know someone who's in something, you're just like, that's my friend.
That's my friend. I'm going to keep pointing at them.
They're talking different and wearing someone else's clothes. That's weird.
If you look at that bar where Soder's at, it kind of reminds me of Horace and Pete because it's like whiskeys, gins, vodkas.
It's got a very Horace and Pete vibe.
Yeah. All right. Soder's actually saying there's 5 bottles of Jameson in the rack. Just Jameson after Jameson after Jameson.
It's only real whiskey that matters.
Are you always an Irish whiskey guy?
Yeah.
Which one out of them all? Jameson?
Jameson. When I was younger, I drank Tullamore Dew. That's
I
also
like Tullamore Dew.
Yeah, that's good. I just fell into Jameson.
Sure.
And I also like a Jim Beam. You know, I like to mix stuff sometimes. From whiskey to
I thought you were
bourbon.
sober now.
I haven't drank in fucking 4 months. But
and you stopped smoking.
And I've stopped smoking.
When are you going to stop eating bananas? That's the next thing for you.
It seems like I'm getting a lot of requests that you stop eating bananas.
I'm a
on
banana
Twitter.
boy now, Ron. No more smoking, just mostly bananas.
Great.
The way he taunts you, Joe.
I know, I'm the original banana boy.
Really? Because I have a handful of bananas right now in my goddamn hand.
What does that prove?
Can I just say something? You're both banana boys, okay?
Thank you.
Stop fighting. Look, I want you to know something. Soder just did a special, and he's on all these TV shows.
And you guys are fighting over who gets to be called Banana Boy for the eater of most bananas on the show.
Me.
That's my gimmick.
I eat 5 bananas between the fucking morning show and right now.
You know what? Talk to Cassine. You know, you're doing my gimmick.
I happen to like cassine.
This is my lane.
Cassine is a fucking friend of mine. You little piece of shit. You think you can come between me and Cassine? It's not gonna happen. My mother is going to turn on you.
What did he say?
Golden State up 2-1, right? Oh
it's
my
tied.
God! Did you
I think
think
it's tied?
2-2?
It's 1-1. It's 1-1.
There was a game last night.
Oh,
No, that was the Cavs yesterday.
So it's 1-1?
I believe.
It's 1-1. 1-1, thanks. Well, they're certainly not the greatest team of all time now, are they?
Lost to OKC.
It's a fucking badass team, though. It really
Got
is.
the Spurs. No one saw that shit coming.
I did.
Really?
Yeah, I picked every fucking game. Exactly. And down to the score.
Fuck, you should have. Wow. Give me a little tip.
I get my tips from Cassine. Don't you come around here with that name Banana Boy anymore. You piece of shit.
I almost spit water all over the console.
Don't.
Warn me when you're going to bring
Gail,
up Cassine.
Don't spit.
Can we get some kind of a Cassine warning in here, please?
Cassine! Did you see what this bitch was talking about today? I do the cartoon talks. That's my lane. Cassine, I want you to do your job and keep her away from my mother. For everybody who didn't hear it today, it's up on the iBank. I mean, we did it all morning.
We did it already, but we're not over, Cassine.
No.
Cassine comes in like, I don't know, do the irrigation problem in Gilroy's story.
Listen to this. So you know how Chris was yelling out Banana Boy, right?
Yeah.
So Josh Austin writes, Banana Boys are the name of the local gangs on Kimmy Schmidt. So more parallel thinking by Chris.
I've never seen an episode of Kimmy Schmidt.
Mm-hmm.
You live for that show. Everything you do comes back to haunt you.
Banana Boys is an original fucking thought from me. From
It's already on Netflix, dude.
You took it from the show.
Eating bananas with Chris was fucking just happened an hour ago. It was,
And you're lying to say that you've never watched the show. I heard you yesterday walking down the hall going, Unbreakable. Damn it.
just because I like this song doesn't mean I watched the show.
Then he actually says, there was a kid in here. Me and him were talking to him. And Chris goes like this. I guess it's the 2.5 men, right? And then he leans up and says, "Man,
Oh shit!
The first time I ever saw an episode of that, which it had been on for years,
Right.
and I just knew it as a name of a show. I knew the cast, and that was it. I was over your house. You had 2.5 men on, and I just kept on being like, "Is this the real show?" Like I couldn't believe the men part. And
you were
then
actually blaming me. Like somehow I was responsible that they were singing.
What is
men,
this?
Men.
I hate it. I hate
Man. Just every chance they get, just to do man.
Why? Why did they do that?
Out of excitement.
They're manly men.
Hey, what's going on in the fishbowl today? Looked like a big deal.
I'm gonna find out.
Got a little fish food.
Yeah. You always act like you can scramble over to Liam, but he never gives you the what's what in advance.
I need the what in my butt. Is what I tell him all the time.
Oh, Chris.
Oh.
Don't pull that.
So you are the banana butt lubes. That's you guys.
Can't believe he stole that too.
He steals everything.
It's like, have we even met Chris?
No.
I did not steal Banana Boys.
No. No.
Have you even had it to lose, man?
Did you ever have a touch to lose, man?
Hey,
Man, that's Applejack.
Hey, do you think today that you're doing it was the guy? We know that you're wired today because you were doing Marsalis.
I forgot that I was doing that.
It was fucking hilarious.
How many days ago was that?
It was this morning, and you were selling it hard, dude.
That's pride fucking with you. Fuck pride.
It's hilarious. Did you do any impressions at all?
Yeah. I do a good Secretary of State John Kerry.
This is interesting. All right, let's go.
All right. We need a deal in Iran.
That's nothing. Everything. They all sound like Bush. The first Bush. Every person he does, his name's Bush Reagan.
Do you think that an impression just means something you think they'd say?
Yeah.
Adult talk. The way adults talk. I'm talking. Sam, would you talk to this son of a bitch? You know I do, John Kerry. Get in here and talk to that son of a bitch before he runs off with my mother.
Fitz and the Tantrums are performing acoustic in the lobby.
Tell me you're fucking kidding, man.
I'm not kidding you.
Fitz and the Tantrums?
Fitz and the Tantrums.
Fuck yeah.
I feel like going down there and just throwing the brick through the fishbowl so everyone can hear it.
Why you can hear anyway?
Yeah, it's radio.
You're better.
It would sound worse.
I'm too loopy for this.
I'm too loopy for this. You finally have your catchphrase. That's good on your new shirt.
Just everything goes right. I'm too loopy for this.
That's in Gail's world. Remember we were bringing up Gail's world the other day?
Yes, I do remember.
When we're like, what's going on with in Gail's world? Well, good news. She just took the headphones and stuck herself in the eye. Good news about Gail's world. Seems Joey Jojo has put together another one of his kick-ass songs.
Yeah, it's pretty kick-ass.
About Gail's world. So let's not waste any more time and take a listen. Gail's world.
Gail watching shows like V, Game of Thrones too, loves Orlando Bloom, and James Dean too. And I think to myself, what's going on in Gail's world? Gail walks Birdie out in Brooklyn with her in her ears. Blue Album's the best, and I think to myself, what's going on in Gail's world? And I think to myself, what's going on in Gail's world?
The fake ending gave us the extra time we needed. Do you know Gail at all?
Yeah, I have a couple questions about Gail's world.
Yeah.
Just because we're so close. I don't think I could pick Orlando Bloom out of a lineup. I've never talked about Orlando Bloom.
What? This fucking guy, Joe. He plays this for me, and I say, does she like Orlando Bloom? And then he says, oh, yeah, she loves him.
She loves him.
And I said, are you sure?
I don't.
You're always talking about Pirates of the Caribbean.
I've never
Lord
talked
of the
about
Rings.
No, I do not. Did something rhyme with Bloom? I wasn't paying attention.
I plead the fifth.
I don't even think she listens to Veep. She watches Veep.
I've seen some Veep, but I would not say that I talk
why
about
don't
it.
you learn a little bit about the subject?
Technically, I said you watch shows like Veep. Not necessarily
West Wing.
And Orlando Bloom and James Dean. I never,
Look, I like James Dean.
Yes.
I don't know if that's like my thing, but Orlando Bloom definitely not. And by the way, Blue Album's the best. No, you know that I love Pinkerton the best.
That's true.
Pinkerton is the best album.
Every hipster loves.
Hey.
Cassine, make some changes in this song. Is that my mother singing back up? There'll be something happening right here, a crime.
He actually says he stole my material.
I know. That's his material, to say that somebody's in a cartoon movie. Fits in the tantrums. Singing, Chris.
Acoustically.
Yeah, that part bumps me out a little bit.
You're not plugging in, Ron.
Yeah, I know.
Raw dog.
Real diggity. I mean, people are saying, yeah, you do love Orlando Bloom.
This is not true.
Thank you, people.
She doesn't.
I'm not repulsed by him. I don't think I've ever said his name on this show.
No one's ever got off to a bigger box office start and then screwed it up as bad as he did. It just seems like he's smoking cigarettes with someone else's girlfriend.
That's all he
Just
does.
whenever I see him in a magazine now.
He's sitting on a curb, chain smoking with like Katy Perry.
Yeah, there's always some weird person that, it's like he just can't date someone that isn't famous.
As a kid with like some Australian supermodel too. Like it's.
You know how he fucking screwed the pooch, right? They gave him the fucking weight to carry in that Cameron Crowe movie.
Oh yeah.
And you just watch his fucking knees buckle. He couldn't pull it off himself.
What a bum. Oh, we have a couple comedians coming in. One, Maz Jobrani.
Do we?
Yeah.
Oh, thanks for talking like a grandmother.
Maz Jobrani, whose new film, Jimmy Vestfood, American Hero, is playing in select theaters around the country. It opens in New York, Long Island, and Toronto today. And then Nimesh Patel. Nimesh, every Monday, hosts at Bar Matchless, the New York Broken Comedy Show. Go to facebook.com/NYC Broken Comedy to find out more information about that. That's at Bar Matchless in Brooklyn. They're coming in just a moment. Maz Jobrani and Nimesh Patel are in studio. Maz's new film, Jimmy Vestfood, American Hero, is playing in select theaters around the country. It opens in New York, Long Island, and Toronto today. Go to jimmyvestfood.com for theater information. And Maz is headlining Caroline's Comedy Club Friday, June 10th through Sunday, June 12th. Go to carolines.com for tickets. And Nimesh's show at Bar Matchless happens every Monday night at 9 p.m. at Bar Matchless in Brooklyn.
How's it going, guys?
Good. How you doing?
This is a very exciting time for you, huh? Getting the movie to roll out like this.
Man, it is craziness. It's our, I co-wrote it, I co-produced it, and I starred in it. And I have such respect for filmmakers now.
Is that right?
It is such a hard process because, I've done stand-up for 18 years now, and I love stand-up because you just go up, you do it, right? And then you just keep doing it. But the movie, like my co-writer and I, this guy named Amir Ohebsian, we started writing like 10 years ago. And then we finished the script and we go, okay, now we'll get it made. Well, no, now you need money. And then we found a guy in Dubai when I was there in 2007 with the Access to Evil comedy tour. This one guy goes, hey, I want to work with you. You got anything? I go, I got a movie. He goes, great, I'll finance it. I swear, it was great. So I thought, it's like, this is easy. So then, of course, we started talking to him back and forth, lawyers, this, that, and the other. This was 2007. By the time we were ready to do it, 2008, and the guy gets in touch. He goes, listen, man, stock market kind of crashed. I don't have that money anymore. I'm like, oh, God. So he was gone. Then this other dude found me, this random Persian dude out of D.C., I think. He's like, I have the biggest roofing company on the East Coast. I want to make your movie. I was like, all right. And the dude, then he's like, listen, I've been making African-American movies. I want to make your movie. So then suddenly he disappeared. So the people just kept disappearing. And I'm like, this is harder than I thought. So a couple years ago, we did a crowdfunding on Indiegogo, raised a little bit of money that turned out to be the seed money. Then we got investors on board. And then we made the movie, and I was like, okay, great. And then we got it into the Austin Film Festival, where it won the best comedy by jury as well as audience awards. So then I go, well, now someone's just going to distribute us, right? No, that does not happen. That way. Does not happen. And so we got the big boys don't distribute you because you're too small, you're an independent movie. And then the little guys lowball the hell out of you. So, and they don't guarantee any kind of ad money. So it doesn't make sense. So after a little bit of back and forth, we finally said, you know what, let's just distribute it ourselves. And man, it's been a lot of work.
Well, most people would have quit. Most people would say, this isn't worth it.
Yeah.
What keeps you going?
What keeps me going is, first of all, I enjoy the movie. I describe it as the Persian Pink Panther meets Borat. My co-writer and I, growing up, I left Iran when I was 6 years old. And the Pink Panther, the Peter Sellers Pink Panther was huge.
Is that right?
Oh, it's huge. In Iran, it was huge. And you talk to any Iranian, they love Peter Sellers. They love the Pink Panther. They love the party.
I love all those films too. I guarantee you the party would not be made today.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right.
It's actually my favorite of his. I love that movie.
It's so funny, and what a sweet character.
Yeah.
That, well, especially if you see it when you're a kid.
Oh, yeah.
When you're a kid, all you want to see is an adult screwing up.
That was my experience. I watched it when I was very little. You had me watch it, and because so much of that movie is quiet and physical comedy, it was the kind of thing that a kid could just grasp onto.
Right.
It's silly, and it's amazing how much of that movie is silent. It's like a silent film.
Oh, yeah, you're right. There is a lot of that. Well, the same could be same of the Pink Panther. When he worked with Blake Edwards, they would just do a lot of physical stuff.
A lot of physical. I was showing that to my kids now. I have a 5-year-old girl and a 7-year-old boy, and I was showing them there's a great scene in one of the Pink Panthers where he goes in dressed as he goes into a hotel room dressed as like a maid who's going to clean the room. He's got this vacuum, and there's a parrot, and something's going to happen.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that scene is the crazy. And my daughter was loving it, and I was just. It was so nice as a parent to be able to sit there with your little kid and watch something like that. And
we always talk about whatever the first movies that you don't hate, but your kids are laughing at.
Yeah.
For us, it had a lot to do with Sandler and Jim Carrey, where the first time I saw my kids just falling off the couch laughing. It was just like the best.
The Monty Python movies. were that,
the Pythons too.
Yeah. Now here's what's interesting, because our movie, my writer and I, we'd written it with a little bit of raunch, just a little bit, not a lot. We wanted to come out PG-13, but then the director is Jonathan Kesselman, who did he did the Hebrew Hammer. I don't know if you're familiar with that movie. It's a comedy. On set, he was like, he wanted to kind of push the raunch a little bit, and so we were kind of going back and forth, and I just was like, okay, let's just shoot it. We won't use it, but then we ended up using it. And watching it in editing, I didn't think about it a lot. But then later on, when we put it in theaters, and we didn't get a rating because, again, we were low budget. We couldn't afford necessarily to get the rating, and the timing of it didn't work out. So we just went no rating, but I've been putting on my website, recommended for 13 and older. But of course I show up and people bring their 6-year-olds, and I'm just in the back cringing. Every time there's some raunch, I'm like, oh no. But it's part of it, right?
Yeah, that is part of it. Sure.
You
gotta get through that. I think, now you said you grew up in Iran. Are they known for making their own comedies, or?
So I was born in Iran. I was 6 years old, and then I grew up in Northern California.
Right.
But Iran does have a rich culture of comedy that a lot of people don't know about, because you wouldn't. What do you know? The mullahs, and the hijacking. The hostage situation. But
all I know is what Trump tells me.
Exactly. That's what most people know. But really, like, first of all, we have a big culture of joke telling, not stand up, but joke telling.
Yeah.
So I just remember every time I'd go to a party, there'd be always like some uncle who had the newest joke from Iran. And they could go for hours going back and forth. And the other thing we had was there was a series of movies that were comedic characters. There's this one guy, the character's name is Samad, S-A-M-A-D, who is this kind of underdog in this village. And he's a little bit of a bumbling idiot. And it was huge. As kids, we'd watch it. But of course, the difference between America and Iran is that America's really good at exporting its culture and its movies.
Right.
And it never comes the other way from any country.
No, there's 1, 2 a year that'll get pushed, and they're nowhere near as big as English.
Not at all. Speaking. I mean, think about Bollywood. Bollywood's one of the biggest. But we don't see any Bollywood movies, right? Until Slumdog Millionaire comes along, and you have
Danny Boyle.
Danny Boyle,
Danny Boyle scene.
Yeah. But one of my goals in making this movie too was because as an actor of Middle Eastern descent in Hollywood, the parts that are there tend to be the terrorist or the evil guy or whatever. And I wanted to do something where the hero, the guy who saves the day, is of Middle Eastern descent. And we've never seen that in an American movie.
Right.
So that's another reason, these are things that keep driving you to go, I want to make this, I think it's funny, I think it's fun, I think there's a need for this. I think there's a market for this. It's amazing because we opened limited release last week in LA, Encino, Irvine, and Washington, D.C., just 4 screens. But per screen average, we were 4th right behind Captain America, with no ad budget.
Yeah.
And the reason is the community came out to support it, because I think the community is sick of being depicted the way we're depicted.
Yeah. Well, that's happening too with stand-up, don't you guys think? Isn't there a stand-up of people in the community who are like, oh, we're going to go out and support, right?
Yeah, I feel like now more and more, at least my generation I'm 30, so like more and more my generation people are seeking out comedy that isn't necessarily just like geared specifically towards them, but speaks to like the larger issues of like,
right.
We have more ideas than just like how we're treated at wherever. I also date, and let's
sure.
Like I'm a normal person here.
Yeah.
And I think coming out if you ever go see Maz, like he does a lot of like family stuff, which is like, yeah, anyone can go watch that.
And that's the grand tradition of American comedy, has always been ethnic comedy, whether it's Jewish comedy, Irish comedy, black comedy, I'm talking years ago. It would always go, well, we did this in our neighborhood, this is what my parents did. And then you sit, and even though you didn't grow up in that neighborhood, and you're like, well, I do have an uncle like that. You know?
Absolutely. It's amazing how universal you realize it all is.
Yeah.
You know, I used to, when I first started doing stand-up, I used to say Iranians this, that. And then I was like, wait a minute. How about immigrants this, that? And then even doing immigrants this, that, I realized that there's, the audience gets it. Either you have an immigrant friend or you come from an immigrant background. And I remember I used to do this joke about how my grandmother, this is true, used to put all of her cash in her bra.
Mm-hmm.
And so the joke was, I was like, we thought she was a D cup till one day we went to buy a house and she pulled her money out of her bra. We're like, Grandma, you're an A cup. And, but in doing that joke one time, it was at the Laugh Factory in Los Angeles, and there was these two girls that I assume were Mexican or some kind of Latina, and they were dying at the joke because there was more. I was like riffing on it, but they were dying at that fact because their grandmother too put her money in her bra.
That's my great-grandmother did the same. My great-grandmother used to actually knit this little thing, and then it would go down in between her breasts. And she would have that when she was 80-some years old, and she went out. It was hilarious.
But it's great because with comedy, it sort of always bridges that gap when people start to talk about, okay, this is my culture, and then you look at it and you go, okay, my family's crazy. All we talk about is food.
Yeah.
This is how our religion affected us.
Yeah.
Our moms are overbearing. And then you're looking, how many cultures can you say would say all of those same points?
Yeah, and it's also true that there's only so many stories. Like at some point that we just retell these stories over and over. For some reason, we need to reinforce these stories that at the end everything's going to be okay.
But it's also because we're talking about our experiences, and my experience is probably the same as somebody that's a generation ahead of me and the generation ahead of them. So we have so much in common. But I got to tell my story for the first time from my voice, right? And what you were just saying about the immigrant stuff and the different backgrounds, it's like I always say, like, you know, comedy is a great way to bring any kind of what's a minority into the mainstream. You had Richard Pryor doing it. You had Cheech and Chong doing it. You've had different ethnicities do it. And what you're seeing right now with people that are Middle Eastern or Muslims or Arabs or Indians, it's that we as a group are relatively new to America. The past 40, 50 years we've come. And when you first come, that first wave, your parents left a revolution or a civil war or something, and they wanted a better life. And they get here, and you go, hey, I want to be a comedian. And they go, no, you're not going to be a comedian. You're going to be a lawyer or a doctor or run the family business. But it takes the next generations to finally step up to the parents and go, no, in America, you can be a comedian, and I'm going to be a comedian. I'm going to be in the arts. I'm going to be in movies or whatever it is. So that's why I think you're seeing such a growth in comedians of these backgrounds.
Yeah, I agree.
It doesn't take too long before the kids are just hip-hop, no matter which way you look at it. Right?
Exactly.
I don't care where they come from. They all want to be black.
Yeah, that's true.
By the end of the day.
I gave it 10 years. I was 10 years old when I first listened to DMX. I was like, all right, this is who I am.
That was it for you, DMX?
DMX was one of the first rappers.
And your Indian parents had no idea what you were talking about.
So my family had like liquor stores, and my dad had one in East Orange, New Jersey. And then he had this crazy idea to like have a video store like right down the street, and in the back there was pornos and like bootleg T-shirts. So
hilarious.
But in East Orange, New Jersey, predominantly black neighborhood, this was when FUBU had just come out.
Yeah.
So I would go to school with like bootleg FUBU shirts. Like, yeah, this is me. And and like I would just be hanging out at the store or hanging out at the shop, and I would just hear like whatever music was playing. I was like, oh, this is interesting. And I would find it out, seek it out. Like, oh, DMX, this guy, he's speaking my struggle of not really anything. I can relate to this somehow.
That's amazing.
Maz Jobrani and Dinesh Patel are in studio. Jimmy Westwood, American Hero, is playing in select theaters around the country. It opens in New York, Long Island, and Toronto today. Go to jimmywestwood.com for theater information. And Maz and Dinesh will be appearing at Caroline's Comedy Club Friday, June 10th through Sunday, June 12th. Go to carolines.com for tickets. On Twitter, it's at Maz Jobrani on Twitter and Instagram. And Dimesh's show is every Monday night at 9 p.m. at Bar Matchless in Brooklyn.
Just real quickly, and I have a weird name, but it's at Maz Jobrani. So it's MazJobrani. But it's funny because he has Jabroni, and I had an issue where, cause Jabroni is what the wrestlers call each other.
Sure.
So my father back in Iran used to have a lot of friends that were wrestlers. because he was like in the wrestling in Iran is big, like Greco-Roman wrestling. So not like WWF or WWE, but it's funny. So when I first heard Jobrani, I was like, God, that sounds a lot like my name, Jobrani. And I heard these wrestlers going, "You Jobrani, you," and I was like, I wonder if my father offended a wrestler and they made my name a derogatory term. So I had to actually like Google it, and it turns out Jabroni means like day jobber, somebody who like the guys who wear the spandex but don't have like a name.
Right.
So it was just funny. So now a lot of people do say Jabroni, but it's actually Jobrani. But anyway, so it's Maz Jobrani.
So you grew up seeing the WWE as a kid too, right?
Well, a little bit of the Iron Sheik was in my life. You know, I'm telling you, man, we had a dearth of heroes. I mean, it was like
I had Dawson. Yeah, Street Fighter.
It's crazy. Seriously, I mean, like as an Iranian kid, like the only thing I remember, the Iron Sheik would come on, he'd be like, Iran #1, Russia #1, because there was a Russian guy with him too, Nikolai Volkov, and he'd go, America, and he would just spit, and you'd be there watching, you're like, well, I guess I'm supposed to root for him, but not really. I'm not going to root for that guy.
Although he's got the funniest Twitter account out there today.
Oh, he's awesome.
He's
awesome.
just amazing.
Yeah, he's great. No, I've actually met the guy, and he's actually a very nice guy. But yeah, growing up, you know what was interesting for me was I turned to Italian actors. Like I became a big fan of all the mafia, like De Niro's and the Pacinos and all these guys, because I felt like that was the closest thing to me looks wise on film or TV. Mm-hmm. You know, like there was no Middle Eastern guy doing anything.
But see, that's the thing. As soon as it starts to break through, if you happen to be the guy, you're at the top of the food chain now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's where you want to be, because at one time there was no Italian actors. They thought it was they didn't even want to put Italians in The Godfather. They were fighting to say...
Really?
Yeah, they were saying... the studio was saying, look, people don't show up to get Italians. So they wanted Michael to be played by Robert Redford, and they asked Jack Nicholson and Francis Ford Coppola, because he was a director. He fought and fought and fought. He's like, this has got to be Italians.
Yeah, absolutely. You know? And I think that's kind of like... I love hearing those kinds of stories, because it reminds me also like of like the Marvin Van Peebles trying to make...
Exactly.
You know, they wouldn't make his film, and then he got it made, and then it made like millions of dollars, and then the studio's like, what is this? And that really is what I'm trying to do with this film. And I really am trying to, you know, I'm not delusional. I don't think it's going to make hundreds of millions of dollars, but I want it to make some waves,
right,
so that the studios do realize this. I mean, Nimesh knows when we do shows, the places get packed. I mean, Russell Peters is one of the biggest artists in the world.
Yeah.
And the studios or whoever it is that runs whatever it is still don't realize that like this guy should be put into a movie because his fans will show up. Kevin Hart was a great example. He had to prove himself with the numbers before they started putting him in the movies. So, I mean, listen, I'm not saying it's their fault, because I think studio execs generally tend to be risk averse, right? If I were running the studio too, I'd be like, oh yeah, I'd rather, let's put Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise in there and we'll have a great movie, right?
But Russell Peters is a great example, because he just keeps going.
Yeah.
Like the fact that they don't open the door for him necessarily has nothing to do with his reality.
Absolutely, but that's the beauty. But that's the beauty of what Russell's doing. But also, I feel like there's a missed opportunity by somebody with some power to go, hey, wait a minute, we got this movie and it's a cop and a this. What can we put Russell Peters in there?
But what if Russell is just the worst actor on the planet?
But
I like Russell; it's a good dude.
No, it's funny you say that, but because he was they put him in Chef, and he had a very small part as a traffic cop. He did a great job.
Yeah.
He did a great job. You know. So I just feel like that's again one of the reasons this movie is I think important to me, is because I want it to show the numbers, because like you said, I want them to go, oh wow, there's an audience for this.
Well, Van Peebles is a great example too, because he just would do enough to do the next one. Do you know what I mean? That's what you want to be able to. That's all any of this business is about.
Yeah.
Can I do this again tomorrow? Can I do something different but keep moving?
Yeah, absolutely.
A lot of people think, oh, you hit it and then you get a big house with a swimming pool and you lay there. As very rarely is that anyone's interest at all.
You shouldn't want that. I mean,
Right.
it's like then you're in it for the wrong reasons.
Yeah.
I've thought about that. It's funny. I ran into Howie Mandel. We were doing some guest star on some TV show, and I'm on the road a lot, and I've got young kids, and that's the hardest part, is being away from the kids. And I'm talking to Howie Mandel, who has made it in many ways. And I was like, so how often are you on the road? He's like, about 200 nights a year. I'm like, what? He goes, yeah. He goes, 200. I go, are you crazy? He's like, no, I just love doing it. I go, well, I love doing it too, but I'd rather do it in L.A. where I could be near the family. But he just flies in, does his thing, and goes. But he's doing what he loves doing.
Right. And he's been doing that tour for like 30 years. Like, just big places. No one ever goes at any year oh, Howie Mandel is one of the biggest comedians. But it's just that steady every year. And you think of the amount of people who have come and gone while Howie's been out doing 200 nights a year.
Yeah.
I had no idea he toured.
He
constantly.
Yeah, no idea.
All the time. Flies in, does his gig, goes home.
But he's one of those guys that he has his audience, right? And those people may not necessarily be a comedy audience, but they're a Howie Mandel audience. They'll show up and see him and be entertained by him time and time again.
And what's beautiful about that, though, is that, again, it shows you that he's doing it for the right. He loves being on stage. I remember when Joe Rogan had Fear Factor. We were in the back of Comedy Store, and he was like, he kept showing up at the Comedy Store. Somebody was like, "Why do you keep coming?" He's like, "Because I love doing stand-up." And that is, I think, why we're stand-ups. Like, I try to do that as much as I can, sometimes to the point of exhaustion. Like, if you have a TV show, I was on a TV show called The Knights of Prosperity, which was about a bunch of guys trying to rob Mick Jagger. And it was, it was here in New York, and they were shooting, we had like 14-hour days, 5 days a week. And I thought, being a stand-up, I was like, well, I should tell the Comedy Cellar that I'm available every night. And of course, they gave me every night. And then I would go to this grueling shoot, and then I would go to the club, and I was like, what am I doing? And then I realized I need to relax a little bit, and I would just go up on the weekends. But we do it because we love it. And I've heard some people go, like, I've had like actor friends who go, man, I can't. My dream is to win an Oscar, and I'm like, I want to be like, bye-bye.
Right.
Like, why are you? That's not what you do.
You just want to keep working.
Just keep doing good stuff.
It should be fun.
Yeah, it should be fun, and you should be going, I didn't think this is the thing that used to scare me, and now I'm more comfortable with it, That's I think, the artist trail, I mean? That's the way that you've got to do. I saw this thing, I was afraid of it, now I mastered it, what else am I afraid of?
Absolutely. And again, going to this, to making a movie, like, there's pros and cons of doing it independently. The con is you have no money. The pros are, I literally called up a lot of my friends. It was fun. I called up my good friends. I don't know if you guys know who Chris Williams is. He was Crazy Eyes Killer.
Yeah.
Right? He's one of my best friends. And I was like, dude, there's a part of, because in the movie, my character and my mother, we win the green card lottery to come to America, and we land, and we're at the airport interrogation or whatever. And we were like, let's get Chris to do that. And so Chris just came for a day, and we had so much fun just playing. You know what I'm saying? And that was a fun experience. The whole thing, I have all my friends in there, and it was just, it was fun to do.
Yeah. I can't wait to see it.
Well, there's always this thing in New York where it seems like if, let's say, Amy Schumer got her break, and you turn around and there's like 12 people from the Comedy Store, so it's almost like people in New York kind of move along in the same class. You could tell where the senior class is, where the sophomore class is.
Yeah, definitely.
And within a couple years, that starts to move over. Louis did the same thing when his show hit. You turn around and everybody that was in his class got a chance to do some of the stuff.
Yeah, Amy did it with all her Cellar guys.
Yeah.
And then Kevin Barnett and Josh Rabinowitz and the Lucas brothers, they did it with like a lot of us people out in the same class. And it's just cool to see like who like is like, I'm going to make it out the hood, and I'm going to bring my people with me. That's what it is, sort of. And it's just like cool to see that happening.
But also, we all know, first of all, it takes, as you know, it takes time. Like, everyone goes, oh, who is this guy? I never heard of this guy. Like, overnight. You're like, well, overnight he's been working 15, 20 years doing it. Right. But the other thing is, all of us know as comedians, there's so many times where you're sitting in the back, or you have one of the guys, you're like, God, this guy is so castable. Like, why isn't he, like, I don't know if, like Joey Diaz. Like, I'm like, why isn't he in The Sopranos as a regular or anything else, right? So he was somebody who I tried to get in the movie, but his timing didn't work out. But there's a lot of guys that we know that are Sebastian Maniscalco. I remember Sebastian and I started the Comedy Store together, and I'd always be like, this guy's hilarious. I got to get him into something.
Right.
So I'm constantly trying, because you have talented friends and you want to put them in stuff.
Yeah.
Right. And that's how you just hang out. It's just like, it's the Comedy Cellar table, but it's on a set now.
Right. Isn't that cool, though?
Yeah.
Well, you were talking about Sebastian, just about what we talked about. He's got this exact thing of his childhood, but it's the same family stories over and over.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's what it is. You talk about your stories, and then people find out, and you realize how common, how much in common we have when you get to your own truth. And that's why I'm a big fan of comedy where people are talking about themselves or their parents or whatever it is, because you can tell when somebody's either making it up or if it's real.
Right.
You know.
Well, I joked around about Trump at first, but do you feel like that's making waves in the community, or people?
There is some waves being made. It's funny because I tried to stay away from Trump jokes when he was first running, because I was like, everyone's doing them. I go, how am I going to have a unique take on this? And really, I stumbled into a joke because I went to visit my mom, and then my mom was like, I like this guy. He says what's on his mind. And I was like, what? I go, you're going to, yeah. I go, are you going to vote for him? She said, no, I'm not going to vote. I just think he says what's on his mind. So then that turned into a bit that I do now about how I started listening, and a lot of his followers say that. They're like, he just says what's on his mind. That's what's great. He's got, he's not tied to anybody. He can say whatever he wants. And then I was like, oh my God, my mother fell for that line. So then now in the joke, I make it where I say, my mom says, I like this guy because he says what's on his mind. I go, Mom, are you crazy? He's anti-immigrant. If he becomes president, your relatives couldn't come to visit you. And then she goes, I don't like them anyway. So that became the joke, right? Yeah.
But that must be something that most of us feel like we can't say.
What's that?
What's on our mind. Like to see that in somebody else, and maybe, even if you don't like what he was saying, you're like, well, look what that guy's doing, you know?
And maybe that's what makes it so unrelatable to people who do feel like that they say what's on their mind. Right. So then they're like, what is the big deal? Why would that be an appeal of someone just saying exactly what they think?
What happened to the dignity of the president?
Yeah.
It's just gone. Well, if he becomes president, it's like, you can just say whatever. No, like.
But don't you think that whole dignity, the president thing has been on a slow decline?
I think it picked up with Obama.
Well, I don't know. See, to me, when Obama went out and even did some things like in between
Al Green singing and
all that kind of stuff. You're like, man, you wouldn't have seen that years ago. Yeah. So it's a casualness that you might like, but it's still casualness. It's still like, why do you want to be a regular guy? Why are you doing, Mark Maron's show? It's great for him,
right?
But it suddenly doesn't seem like you're up, on a mountain anymore.
It just feels like everyone wants to have access to the president now, and they feel like they can. When I think, like, no, it's the fucking president of the United States of America.
Everybody wants access to everyone. Right. You know what I mean? Yeah. Everyone just feels like if they tweet at someone, they should get an answer immediately.
And I think somebody who didn't have a Twitter account or didn't have a social media presence, I think would be viewed as completely unelectable to people, because they would not feel like that they would be able.
Maybe so cool that they think that they're outside of it all. They're like, that dude, he's got something going down.
There's a couple celebrities who say they don't have phones. So it's like, maybe that's what the president should be like, you can't reach me. I got no phone.
Bill Murray for president.
I got no phone.
Oh, I would have no problem with that. I would have no problem. Guys, it was so great having you stop in here today.
Thank you.
This was fantastic. Chris.
Maz.
A nice happiness to your voice.
Oh, yeah. Maz Jobrani and the
Maz.
Like Mazda. Mazda?
Maz Jobrani.
There you go.
And Nimesh Patel have been in the studio. Maz's movie, Jimmy Westwood, American Hero, is playing in select theaters around the country. It opens in New York, Long Island, and Toronto today. Go to jimmywestwood.com for theater information. And Maz and Nimesh will be headlining Caroline's Comedy Club Friday, June 10th through Sunday, June 12th. Go to carolines.com for tickets. And at Maz Jobrani on Twitter and Instagram. And Nimesh's show, the New York Broken Comedy Show, is happening every Monday, 9 p.m. at Bar Matchless in Brooklyn, New York.
All right, guys. We'll see you next time coming through. It was great. Hey, everybody. It's the Bennington Show. I'm Ron Bennington. There's Gail Bennington.
Yo.
And I'm Ron Bennington.
He sure is.
And we're Maya and Marty.
I'm Maya.
And I'm also Maya.
What? I thought I was Maya.
And our dog is Marty. Woo. Just kidding. Our dog is me barking. Anyway, hope you enjoy the show.
Marty likes ice cream, too.
Woof. Woof. You had the picture that Marty had a little bit of ice cream in his dog beard. And Maya's a Boyd.
So much Boyd.
I'm trying to get on Adult Swim with Alfred Hitchcock's The Boyds. Here's a quick scene. Look out. There's birds behind you. Those birds are pecking everyone. Why are they acting this way? Get off of me, bird. That's just a clip of the new Alfred Hitchcock's The Birds.
I'm not going to lie to you guys. My eye still really hurts from when I whacked myself with these headphones.
Well, you know what? Let's just try to put our headphones on correctly.
I know that's what we should do.
Right. Last thing we need to do is a bunch of goddamn running around acting like the nuts. You know?
No fun. No good.
Hey, there's another video up of a topless woman who falls over while doing a mammogram on a live TV show. Now, I'm always thinking, work, shoot, you tell me. So there she is. And off she goes.
So she's in some sort of
fun mammogram thing.
Makeshift mammogram machine. And she goes, tits first, right out of the mammogram window.
Yeah. That thing looks like what Barry Crimmins was talking about yesterday. A latrine.
Exactly.
And by latrine, I mean piss latrine.
Ew.
Yeah. When I was a kid on TV, we used to watch latrine.
What?
I was going for a Laverne. I just got embarrassed by myself. I was going to say we watched Latrine and Shirley, and then I started laughing about how bad the joke was.
I like it.
I will tell you this. I got more sleep in between shows sitting in that chair than I did last night.
You know what was really nice? You dim these lights.
Dim all the lights, sweet darling, 'cause the night is far away. Hey, Chrissy.
Dim all the lights, sweet Chrissy.
All right, why don't we get into Gail's world a little bit and tell me what's on your mind.
All right, I will tell you what's on my mind. I would like to know what you think is the best movie from your home state.
Ooh, well, mine's easy, I believe, because I come from the fighting state of Pennsylvania, the Keystone State, and everybody in that state. And by that state, I mean the eastern side of the state. I don't know what they care about on Pittsburgh, but it's all about Rocky. You know, I mean, Rocky is coming up on 40 years, and people still love it as much as they did. A matter of fact, the band Creed just made a movie about Rocky.
Since
you're from Florida,
yeah, I'm from Florida. All right, I'll give you mine.
Who else is from? You know, when you start thinking Florida,
sure.
Who else do you know from Florida?
You mean like family members or? Like different,
she used to do the funny joke when she would come in. Why did you come in so quietly?
Well, I'm not an animal.
You should be.
Oh
It's
my
BL, everybody. She doesn't do the voice anymore.
What's everybody doing?
What'd you bring us?
I brought us tons of candy. It's cheaper in Queens. Neiman's is too expensive.
Hi, darling.
Oh, I'm so proud of my little Gail.
BL, we were just, well, first of all, she's not yours. You had very little connection. All right, you're bringing stuff from any store in America. We got Butterfingers, M&M's. This is like a white trash buffet.
And the Dollar Tree bag to boot.
I haven't seen you since you and I dove off the high dive on Anthony's show. You didn't like the way it turned out?
Do you?
I thought that we were hilarious.
Did you have fun?
Oh, I had a blast talking about my colon, my loins. Hi, Joey Jojo. Yes. Hi, everybody. I had a blast, Ronnie. Thank you.
Are you doing a new voice that you didn't have before?
No, there's a secret people don't know. I started in here at XM at the Bennington in 14 is when I started.
What is always a history lesson?
Well, you gotta get from the beginning, like you taught me when I was your phone screener.
I never fucking taught you a thing. All right. Let's
You
go
remember
back.
when she was your
Can I tell you?
No.
My ears were clogged.
Well, we're already.
And they just got unclogged. Do I have a different voice? It's hideous.
It's deeper, yeah, and it's less fun.
But it's more profesh.
Oh no. But
I was in a rush.
I don't think that that's the voice for you. I'd say you gave us a half of water.
That's my water, Ron, if you don't mind.
Why would you hand it in and say, here, this is for you guys?
Do you really want a water where my lips have been? Especially when I busted them wide open on the microphone when we did our gig
Oh, my
together.
God, I forgot that. So we're doing Anthony's podcast, and we're on video, and she smashes her fucking mouth in. And then I look over, and she's bleeding. She had fallen down before she saw me, so her stupid, ancient fucking gloves were ripped to shreds.
I saw you
and she
torn
wouldn't
your
take
glove.
them off. And when did you get nervous about people seeing your cut off finger? Why would you care?
Well, what happened is it was just one of those typical, you're nervous, you're going with, Ron was all dressed up, your daddy was just looking handsome as ever.
Stop the
And
shit.
I'm falling out of the cab. I busted
didn't even
my...
see me.
No, I just was so nervous to be on time. And of course, New York City, coming from Florida, it's just so difficult.
She
just can't
grabbed the cab in Tampa and tried to ride it all the way up here. All right, now where do you consider your home state, BL?
Right now, I have no home. I'm looking for a new home.
If someone said, this is my home state.
Florida.
But you weren't born there, but you still would say Florida is your home state.
No, exactly. I'm from East St. Louis, Illinois.
So
Black
what is your
people,
home state?
Lots
Illinois?
of blacks, whites.
Okay, that's not what we're talking about. So, Gail, go back to what your question
so this
was.
was my original question.
Yeah.
Was what is the best movie from your home state? So it takes the movie takes place in your home state.
Lucille Ball, Desi,
great movie.
Ethel. I grew up on that kind of stuff. I grew up on Chim Chim, Spritle, all those Speed Racer people. I didn't watch movies. We didn't have the money. We were on welfare with 5 kids with a kid dying of leukemia. What do you want from me? I was the 5th kid born.
Now, since that's happened, you're aware that they're motion pictures, right?
I'm going to be honest. I didn't know this question was going to be a hot button issue.
We're not talking to 5-year-old you watching Lucy Ball. What am I saying? You're 23 when Lucy broke into the scene. So,
excuse me, it's called film. We're in New York City. Film.
Well, we have movies here too. Now, here's the deal. Just tell us what the film is from your home state.
We did. Honest to God, I don't know. What would it be? Land of Lincoln? I don't know. That effer? I don't know his name. Some prick that was the president. I don't know.
Joe, you're from Minnesota.
Yeah.
What would yours be?
Fargo by the Coen Brothers.
By the Coen Brothers. Takes place in Minnesota. Chris, what was yours?
Godfather 1, New York.
Really? Over Goodfellas? Over Annie Hall? Over Manhattan? You've got a much tougher pick than anybody else.
I think
Gail, you're in Florida?
There's a lot of fun movies that take place in Florida, but I would say the best movie is Night Moves. Night Moves.
Who does that
which
star?
is in Key West.
Well, I'm trying to think. I can't place Night Moves. Are you making
Gene
this
Hackman. Gene Hackman joined.
And who
What's
else?
he doing in it? Did I never see Night Moves?
Oh my God, you'll love Night Moves.
The only thing I know was the song. Woke last night to the sound of thunder. How far off a sound wandered.
She had points of her own sitting way up high.
Why are we going backwards? Because you wanted to say points?
Singer.
Funny how the night moves. Gene Hackman starts to get his grooves. I can't get used to the new voice that she's doing. She's like this. Hello, everyone.
I think she's auditioning for a Strahan spot.
I would love to see you on that show.
I tried out.
Yeah, what they
It
say?
blew me out like New York did. It doesn't matter where I go. I get blown out everywhere. I can't get a gig. I can't get a gig in Astoria working at a hair salon saying I'm Pinky Tuscadera.
That doesn't make sense.
They'll
You
definitely
wouldn't
not
even
hire
say
you.
that.
Let me tell you what your first mistake was.
Did you take in lots of candy like these juicy fruits, Butterfingers, half waters, and it looks like 3/4 of a Coke?
And more.
That's my soda too, Ron, if you don't mind me. I have that
movie
bag.
theater
You like to
candy?
hydrate.
Is this your Pepto?
That was for Stanley, because he sometimes has irritable bowel syndrome when I visit.
Never.
What?
Never.
I did not know this, Chris.
Hey, Mark in Virginia, how you doing, buddy?
Hi, Bennington. I just wanted to let Joe know that Fargo's in North Dakota.
Well, that may be true, but the movie takes place in Minnesota.
Just the drive-through scene, right? As they go.
There's only one scene in Fargo, and that's the very last scene of the movie. The rest of it's all Minnesota.
I do apologize, Joe. I got to go back and watch it.
That's okay. I mean, first of all, you're lucky you get the opportunity to go back and watch it. It's a wonderful film.
What kind of content did this drag off just add to the show?
There she is.
Drag off.
There's our girl.
First of all, you're the one who said Lucille Ball.
Whatever.
Why do you come in here and attack the listeners?
The listeners know I love them, and they know that I would
you ready
do
for
anything.
Today's stunt? Eat an entire box of Butterfingers in over 5 seconds.
Lucky.
Okay, so I bought 16 boxes at Dollar General. There's only 8 left. I had to pay off people on the subway to tell me how to get off at your Avenue of America's highfalutin place you work here.
Oh, God.
I had to pay. Hi, Jojo.
Mona in Washington, how are you?
I'm great. And you guys?
Great.
I'm not going to say Sleepless in Seattle. I'm going to say anything.
Oh, Say Anything.
Yeah.
I love that film. Yeah, that's
Thank
right
you.
up there with Lucy and
Desi Arnaz Jr.
Yeah.
He was a real a-hole to his parents.
Why?
Because he screwed, whatever. We know the story about what
None
he
of
did.
us know the story.
What happened?
It's up there with Joan and Johnny.
Jason in Detroit.
Hey, buddies, I'm wondering if BL is morphing into Crazy Jen.
I know she's not staying BL anymore. She's lost her brand.
Brand.
I'm going crazy, Ronnie.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, that's Crazy Jen, a good friend.
I love her. I listen to your show in Florida.
Oh, do you? Great. Here's Anthony in Boston.
Hi, you Benningtons.
Hi.
So, Massachusetts guy, and the newest, the one I love the most is Good Will Hunting, but I'm also, my favorite movie probably of all time is Jaws.
Well, if you were to say Mass, Good Will Hunting is very well known, but Jaws, But you don't even think Mass with Jaws.
Yeah, because it's the Amity, where they say yad. Not too far from the car.
Yeah. What would you pick, Joe?
I would pick Jaws, because it's still within international water. I mean, within the border. It's not in international waters.
I was born in the international waters, so...
Listen, everyone. We've had shark mouth soap in here for the last 5 years, and we haven't seen a single shark mouth. It's gotten to my attention that we should maybe bring in some other type of merchandise. Keychains with tiny little shark mouths on them.
I remember being in 8th grade when that came out.
Here's,
Do you remember that?
Here's Bakersfield Jay.
Nobody gives a F.
Yeah, man. Multiple parts of Any Which Way But Loose, the badass Clint Eastwood film, was filmed here in Bakersfield, California. I love that movie.
The Any Way But Loose? I didn't know that was...
Yeah, in downtown Bakersfield, we got the Bakersfield sign there off of Union Avenue.
I haven't seen that film in a lot of years. He went around, he was in fights, right, for money, bare-knuckle fights, and he had an orangutan riding next to him. And for some reason, the entire country thought this is the greatest movie of all time. But, you're in California, it makes it tough because there's tons of movies in California. Same thing I said to Chris when he jumped right into Godfather 1.
Could also go Midnight Cowboy.
Yes, there's plenty. What I wanted to see you do was wrestle a little bit, not try to spit it out and lay there like a certain parody writer.
I think Chris left you in dead air, Benny. I'm not real sure.
I know that. I know that he did, BL. Hi, everyone. Now that the transgender thing is big, BL is acting like she used to be a man. Dude, you want to sell yourself as transgender. No one would fucking think you were lying.
If you want me, do you think I should get out of here? I mean, really, because there is a new queen of Astoria, and I am going to be living by Chris Stanley. He said I could have his couch for $700.
You're fucking making things up in your head is what's going on here. You're
so
building a fucking reality like it's Inception.
So you guys are going to be living together then?
No.
He offered last trip.
Bullshit.
Dude, is this the girlfriend that we never get to say is a
No.
PL?
Oh my God.
No, it's platonic, Ron. I don't have sex with any of you people. I wouldn't do Joey Jojo. He's what, 12?
Thanks.
Ouch. Here, Joey, have a Butterfinger.
Thank you.
Why do you make him feel bad about himself?
Who, Joey?
Yes, Joey.
I was part of Joey's life when he was first working here, and I said,
Billy
Joey,
in Brooklyn.
you bring it.
Billy, how are you?
Good. Two more, Saturday Night Fever and Dog Day Afternoon.
Yeah, both of them are great. Both of them great. Completely left behind by Chris Stanley. Here's Greg.
Hey, how you doing, buddy?
Hey.
Hey, Pennsylvania, I know you're from Pennsylvania, Jersey, but our side of the state, being a jag-off myself, our big movie was The Deer Hunter.
Here's the thing about the deer hunter. When they're deer hunting, you look up and those mountains are not PA mountains. They look like...
we used to go to West Virginia, yeah.
Yeah, but no, those things look like Rocky Mountains. They're not like any... I don't know where they shot that, outside of Vancouver or something. But then most of that movie takes place in Vietnam, too.
Right.
Which is, you know, I guess if I was from Vietnam, I'd have so many movies.
Yeah, if that was your home state.
Yeah. Here's Steve, Alabama.
Hey, I'd have to say To Kill a Mockingbird.
Boy, that's a damn good one.
Oh, that's
a damn good
great
one.
one.
Yeah. People are asking you to say that Steven Spielberg movie again.
Jaws.
Heavy on the J-A.
Jaws.
Oh no, Jaws is coming, everyone.
Is that Jaws?
Jaws is breaking through the ice. What did you do? Keep it over there, pass it around to everybody.
You know, I live in Florida 33 years. Never been in the ocean since Jaws came out.
Wait.
Ever.
Are you kidding me?
Been in the sun, obviously. Take a look at the face.
You were in a movie.
No kidding.
You were in a Florida movie.
You don't go over your ankles when you've seen that flick. And Tampa Bay, which I'm from, is the #1 shark-infested waterways.
It is
I
not.
thought that Daytona... I thought that...
Way more shark attacks on the other side.
I don't think so. I don't think.
The sharks in Tampa Bay are tiny.
Do you have any producers to look that up? We can find out. Because I'm telling you, Tampa Bay's the lightning capital of the world.
Yeah, that I'll give you.
All right. And the shark capital, nurse sharks. They're smaller. They're petite. They're petite.
Are you going to tell the people in Australia that you are the shark capital when half those people have been attacked every time they go in the water?
It's 50-50.
Of the
David
country.
in Texas.
Ronnie B at Buck 380, bud.
Yeah.
I wanted to throw in No Country for Old Men from Texas.
Man, Texas has got a lot of great westerns too, but everybody loves, everything seems like what's ever newest is what people like the most. You know what? We're all enjoying your Butterfinger.
Yeah, they're
Well,
good.
there's plenty of packs for everybody. And I'm Sissy and you're Bud. Sissy, I love you. And you know what? I know that I ain't the best guy in the world, but Sissy, I love you.
Hold on.
That's Bud and Sissy.
But just relax. You said you're Sissy and I'm Bud, and then you immediately started to talk to Sissy. You understand how stupid that is?
That's like if they had a threesome. Okay,
No,
I ain't into that. What's wrong with that? I wasn't.
Look,
I didn't
first of
mean
all,
I was in love
everybody
with you.
that
You're like my brother.
No one's saying that. I'm saying you did an improv. You said I'm Sissy, you're Bud, and then immediately you start to talk to Sissy, and it doesn't make sense. You took the part of Bud. You took the male role.
Okay, let's throw the hot chicken. Sissy, I never gave your card to Bud.
Right.
I just want you to know. I bought him $500 shirts.
John and Philly, how are you, buddy?
Pretty good. Hey, best movie from Pennsylvania, Slapshot.
That's actually middle of the state. Great movie. A lot of fun. Here's Kevin, Michigan.
I've got the heartwarming classic 8 Mile.
8 Mile. Everybody did love 8 Mile.
Who's the star in that again?
Eminem, you're standing right next to his radio station.
I was just the fishbowl, saw 3 guys singing. Don't know who they were.
There were no shark attacks in Tampa last year, by the way.
I didn't say there were attacks.
There were 6 in Daytona.
Thank you.
Whatever.
Thank you. And there's even more as you get further down the coast.
You're wrong. West Palm Beach is a fucking bloodbath.
I know it is.
Yeah, but on the east coast of Florida, it's much more so.
Well, you got colder water. You're going to get bigger sharks. There, where she lives in Clearwater, which it isn't clear.
On that side, there was one at Marco Island.
And Marco Island's pretty fucking far from Tampa Bay.
That's fucking south.
3-4 hours.
So
I'm
look,
sorry.
Fucking liar over
Tampa
there.
Bay. Don't start. Don't make me bring in a lie detector because Stanley, I will go head to head lie detector.
I'll fail on purpose.
Is that right, sissy? Is that what you're going to do?
Bud.
Here's Craig in Connecticut.
Hi, Benningtons. Although I love Let's Scare Jessica to Death.
Yeah, we all do.
That was filmed in Saybrook. The movie I pick is Mystic Pizza with the great Julia Roberts.
Well, I've never made it all the way through Mystic Pizza. I know people love it, though.
Yeah, it's so good.
I would say if I was going to pick my favorite Connecticut movie, it would be The Ice Storm.
Oh,
That
yeah.
is Kevin Kline. Very, very depressing and very, very that hoity-toity.
I think
part
I
of
saw that
Connecticut.
movie once because it was just like so dark for me. Like I think it was really good, but I was like, I can't go back there.
Michael.
Hey,
yeah.
Bennington.
Yeah.
Being in North Carolina, well, I'm from Asheville, especially Bull Durham.
Man, I love that movie, Bull Durham.
The best.
Is it?
It is.
Grant in PA.
Contrary to what Vito thinks, Trading Places, PA, which takes place in Philadelphia.
You would pick that over Rocky, my friend?
Yes, sir.
Wow.
It seems like Philadelphia is having the most arguments, like a lot of different opinions. I thought that was a lock.
Well, we were talking about a Philly movie earlier. I See Dead People.
Yeah. Great.
Yeah.
And Philly is beautiful in that movie.
Yeah,
like,
it's one of my
really
favorite.
Haunting.
Yeah.
And
Who'd that little kid grow up? What'd that little creep grow up to be? That little guy. I see dead people.
How you acting like that, PL?
No, but who'd that little guy grow up to be? Is he famous?
He's the adult version of himself.
Is he Katie Caitlin?
Yeah, that's who he is. He's Katie Caitlin.
Yeah.
Does that make you happy? Who do you think Katie Caitlin is, by the way?
3-4 people.
But who's...
See that you ain't talking to BL today.
Oh boy.
Who is it, Sissy?
I don't know which personality I've decided to bring to the Bennington show today. I'm just honored to be here.
Yeah, whoever it is, take that card so that person can't come back. Jim in Rhode Island.
Hey, what's up, Bennington? There's not a lot of options in Little Roadie, but I think my favorite is Outside Providence.
I love that movie.
It's great.
It is hilarious.
Let's just always say something is hilarious.
That's hilarious.
Let's try to make DL go as long as we possibly can. Try it, BL.
Hilarious.
That's
I'll
good.
put that on my bucket list, buddy.
Hopefully you're emptying that bucket this afternoon.
I am in Queens. That's where I'm staying. So I reside there.
Yeah. Wasn't there a movie, a TV show called The Skank Queens? Forgot what it was all about.
Skanks Queens, yeah.
Did we just come in to throw darts at me?
Are you
today?
in Astoria?
Yes, of course.
So how far is she from you?
I am staying where there's a half of a pink car sticking out of the building.
Yeah,
and
that
it's
is.
jammed in there right above the hair salon. I live right in the brownstone next door. I got myself a gig, $500, and I did get a job at a company that has people spend the night for just 3-4 nights. I'm not going to plug them.
So you're blowing people?
What are you?
No, I got a job as a maid. Maid in Manhattan. Hello. J-Lo.
Story, though.
That could have been your big New York thing.
So am I by you, Chris Stanley?
Yeah, way too close for my comfort.
Am I by the half pink car? Is that
Yes,
where we
I know
live?
exactly where you are.
Oh my gosh, neighbor.
The other side of the pink car is going into Chris's apartment. This is like Lenny and Squiggy and Laverne.
I smell a
This is fucked up.
Do you know what $700 for a couch at the Stanley house could bring? Do you know how great that could be for his living?
It sounds
No.
horrible. From you're fucking $700.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Chris.
Yeah.
You're making $700 and you're having a friendly person hanging around.
I don't
with
want
him.
any fucking
And she'll be a maid. $700 and would you be a maid for him?
Yes, I'll cook, I'll clean. You got to earn your...
I need neither of those things.
Oh, well, him and the missus must be just fine.
We never get to see her.
Mm-mm.
We never get to see her.
What's the best movie of Astoria?
Got to recognize your saints.
I love that movie, too. Brian, Florida.
You like that?
Hey, how you doing, Bennington? You guys are great.
But I was just thinking, wasn't a lot of French Connection shot in Astoria?
It was Elevated Train.
Yeah, that's one of the great chase scenes of all time. Go ahead, Brian.
I was going to say Edward Scissorhands.
Oh, that's a Florida movie, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That was up above Palm Harbor. I don't know what you call that area up there, but...
Wait, what was this flick this guy said?
Edward Scissorhands.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
That's a great flick.
All right.
Does this guy want to go out with me?
Stop it. Why do you really go off topic?
Your listeners all
Bob in Iowa. Yeah.
Oh, hey, how you doing? You know, they're in much...
Now, here's what. I got slamming phones, and then this crazy woman wants to make it about herself. You know what? Take the Butterfingers away. You're getting all hopped up on sugar.
No.
You're too excited.
Yeah, you're too excited on sugar.
Let me just check.
Back to you,
Yeah.
sir.
It's not too sugary.
Let me put it over there next to Joe.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take one out just to make sure.
Oh, yeah, Joe
does-
can handle 18 Butterfingers and do a show and run
Yeah.
the buttons.
Why are you drinking Coke? You know not to...
Get that Coke out of your hands.
Stop drinking Coke.
I'd rather drink it than snort it.
Snort it?
Snorting's not a thing.
Who's our
Is that
guest?
when you snort and fart at the same time? Because you snort it every time that you go to snort, you fart?
You cannot toot in a Catholic church in the city of New York. It's a misdemeanor. Go ahead, sir.
What Catholic church are you going to be going to?
I've been to St. Patrick's like 4 times.
So St. Patrick's is your local church.
Yes, I go there all the time.
You know that you're going past like 5 fucking churches to get there?
Doesn't matter as long as I don't go near your block. Is the best thing for my life.
All
I don't
right.
want you to think that I'm like stalking.
You're stalking.
That's
honey.
creepy.
We get it.
That's creepy.
She writes to me, I'm coming up to stay in New York for the summer. You won't hear from me, Betty, I promise. Every day. So we getting together?
Are we having tea?
Why are you bothering him, Biel? Why?
That's why Ron's happy because he has his daughter,
Bob in Iowa.
Chris,
Bob, Iowa.
and me.
There isn't much to choose from in Iowa. The obvious one is the Field of Dreams, but there's another one that David Lynch made a movie called the Straight Story about a guy who drove a lawnmower.
Oh, I love that
across the state
movie,
of
yeah.
Iowa. Oh, outstanding movie, and
I
it
still
is
pick Field of
truly
Dreams.
Iowa. You know, all the people are beautiful, and I've met everyone.
Well, that's great. He's met everyone in Iowa. They're all great.
They're good folks.
You like a Waverly guy or which part?
Didn't you used to bang a guy from Iowa?
I've banged somebody from all 53 states. Or 52. No, wait. We have 50.
It was Ed Rusty, right?
No,
Was
I
your
banged.
Iowa guy.
I banged nobody from Iowa. Everybody thinks I'm a hooker every time I leave this show.
Why?
It's bad for the self-esteem.
You have self-esteem?
He just asks why.
Mark in Toronto.
Hey, Shallow Hal was filmed in Charlotte, North Carolina. Awesome movie.
First of all, I didn't know that.
Really?
It's not an awesome movie. It's very strange.
Yeah, it's a weird one.
Yeah, the hypnosis doesn't work that way.
I heard you guys talking about the queen of that flick, Gwyneth Paltrow, walking with her shiny hair down the hallway here a few weeks ago.
Thanks for the fun fact. Thanks for taking us back down our own memory lane. We appreciate it, BL.
She's beautiful.
Yes, so far you've just mentioned facts. Well, I got something rolling here.
All right.
You look at the phones are lit up.
Okay.
None of it has to do with Gwyneth Paltrow or shiny hair. You know why? Because when it's time to state that, we did state it 3 weeks ago.
You got it. You got it, buddy.
What's that? What are you saying?
I'm just saying I will wait to be called on. I just kind of used to hop in when I was a phone screener for you.
No, you would never. You would just, if you did do it, you would screen calls.
Hop? I would screen calls.
So why would a phone screener hop in and try to fucking take the bit off the rails from where it is? We have a topic that we're all enjoying talking
Did you
about.
just say rails?
Yes. Yes.
Flats is going to love that.
So you feel the need to out Flats right now?
No.
A person struggling with his addiction.
He's not addicted.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Damn right. Shaft. My first movie I ever saw. Back to you. Why are you not getting me today? You're not connecting with the Benny lime green eyes at all.
Here is, Jesus Christ.
This is an abortion.
Gus in South Dakota.
Ronnie, thank you very much for bringing DL in. I really do enjoy that dumb bitch.
Yeah.
Seriously, she's good. South Dakota, we had Dancing with Wolves, and that's probably about it.
Well, as an Oscar winner, I guess that has to be the South Dakota movie. If you look around, Mr. Kevin Costner being represented all over the place. Huh?
Oh, I know. And he's reaching out to the places they're not making the movies.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's where he does
well
a
for
real
himself.
fucking movie star. When someone can't believe that there's some people from another state there and they got cameras. What was the movie that you were in, BL? It was, you were on a lounge chair when John Candy ran by you. Oh, Summer Rental.
Summer Rental. Another great Florida film.
Wait, look at her face. You don't remember this movie?
I was wondering, my first flick was Behind the Green Door when I was 9.
Oh, you're disgusting.
And then I went on.
That's disgusting.
No, I truly was. I was an extra in Summer Rental. I got paid $380 to sit around for 12 hours. In fact, I have connected with those people to be an extra in New York film industry. You may be seeing me at Ghostbusters. I might actually really be in the flick.
They've already filmed it.
By extra, she means in the audience watching. She's an extra viewer.
You know how much they pay me for that?
How much? How much?
How did she get drunk all of a sudden?
She was
sober when she came in.
Go ahead, showstopper. What do you got? You're gonna be extras in movies?
No, I've got all sorts of things. This is not about me. This is about the film industry, which is what makes America happy. And that's what I love about it. Hey, where was that one flick filmed?
Oh, let me guess. Earth? Seriously, what do I got to fucking do with you?
Brian's Song. What city was that filmed in?
Let's see. They're wearing Bears jerseys, right?
Yeah.
Chicago Bears jerseys.
Who could not mention Chicago? Chicago's the home of every flick in America.
Well, first of all, it isn't, but Illinois is your home, and you told us Lucy. Instead of, you could have said Brian's Song.
That's true, but you know what, Ron? I'm a Cat 5 rolling in here. I'm a Cat 5 straight from South Florida.
Did you think that was going to get a laugh?
It's not going to get a laugh.
Why did you say that?
No, because I'm just telling you, I'm just rolling in, just being BL.
Yeah, none of it's making sense, though.
Yeah.
Just when you got to a point where you were going to be part of the conversation, you brought up Brian's Song, you just started calling yourself a Cat 5. I mean, that's fucking scary.
But doesn't everybody have a little hurricane in them?
Drink?
See? You're supposed to be clean, Stanley.
I am.
Let's go back to the phones.
When she said Cat 5.
You were the boss.
Holy shit.
Look at me steamrolling right over Benny. Sorry, buddy.
How are you fucking steamrolling over me, you nitwit? You're on the outside of everything. You're making zero sense. I would love to let you be part of this conversation.
Do you think this bag of candy didn't enter my colon before I came into the Sirius XM building?
So you told us that you just rat-holed this into your ass and then gave it to us?
People like
what are you saying? Why would you say that it was in your colon?
Why you gotta bring up my anus?
You did. You fucking did, you lunatic.
Anus and Andy. Where was that filmed?
I'm calling the police and I'm going to have you fucking 5150 because you're a maniac.
Keith Side the cop?
Keith Side.
Whatever. That guy's, he's nice.
So you're saying that his name is Keith Side.
Keith Side Cop.
What the hell is going on in here, man?
You just said someone's name is Keith Side.
Pass me some M&M's. Keith Side cop.
I've never seen, like, she's got a bag of M&M and there's like a hard bottom to
How's
it.
that possible? It's from Astoria. It's not from Neiman's. I'm sorry.
Fucking candy looks like you bought it from a movie theater. It's really weird.
Candy cane. Where was that filmed? Remember that? Remember that flick? Candy cane. That prick. He was. That's
I'm
me
too
following.
loopy for this.
It's an 18-wheeler guy, and he murders people, and then he ends up being really nice. He would just get on the... Forget it.
Why would he be nice?
Because everybody's got a little bit of evil in them, and Benny.
All right, I just got a text.
from Wiggy?
Yeah, and it says, get her off air.
No.
Yes.
No. Could I go to BL's box and sit there for a while?
Yeah, go to BL's box. BL's box has been put out to pasture quite a few years ago.
Hey, everybody's
it's
funny.
It's fucking BL's box kite. What are you doing, BL?
I'm sitting here waiting to talk about these great movies from these great cities we live in.
Wiki asked for you to be off.
He did say get out?
Yes.
Why did he say get out? He loves me.
He was enjoying the show. You came in here and you've been yelling out nonsense.
Could I have one more chance? Everybody deserves a ninth chance.
You enjoying a Butterfinger, Joe?
Yeah, I'm just
You know where that's been.
I'm just gonna enjoy one of these Butterfingers.
Do yourself a favor. Have 4 Butterfingers so you'll finally satisfy.
Okay.
Chris, you're not part of this candy thing at all.
I got no candy
Here's
in here,
what we
Ron.
give you. Juicy fruits.
I don't want juicy fruits.
Jizzy fruits.
And then you're going to get another juicy fruit.
More juicy fruits.
Why don't we switch it up here from these Butterfingers?
And you're getting some good and plenty.
That's a good and plenty for sure.
Chrissy says, love my good and plenty.
Oh.
I thought I'd bring you guys some nice snacks, and we'd talk about the movies, the snacks. They all go together, hand in hand.
Wiki just texted me, what the fuck did I say? Now you got me in heat with him.
All right.
I'm going to act like I don't know that they're coming in, though.
Okay. Do you want me to get out of here?
No, what I want you to do is come in here like a maniac.
You got it.
And, have me in trouble with him.
I'm sorry, buddy.
Both of us spend the weekend screaming at each other.
Are we getting a pay cut?
You motherfucker. I feel, seriously, I will fucking tie a pair of fucking steel tip boots together and just start swinging them at your head. You got nothing to do with my money. You're a fucking jinx. Here's David, Oregon.
Yeah, hey, Ronnie. Yeah, I think the best Oregon one was Bandit. Bruce Willis, Billy Bob Thornton.
Wow, what else would be in Oregon? So, like, you hear from some of these states, and you're like, what else they have? I didn't even know Bandits took place there.
Yeah, I couldn't think of anything else from that area. Not just
Bongwater. The film Bongwater takes place in Oregon.
Too. I mean, I know it's great because it's about weed, but it still was bad. All right, I'm going to give you a state, see if you know what was filmed there. Delaware. One of everybody's favorite movies here.
Filmed in Dover, or
no? North Wilmington.
Can I throw a fucking guess out there?
No.
Fuck.
Fight Club. Fight Club.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah, if you even notice the plates, it always says Delaware. By the way, see if BL up on the iBang. Is this an optical illusion or what is it?
It's
so far we all saw it, but Chris, we're going to show you a picture, and you tell us what it's a picture of.
I don't know. It looks like a wasp nest in some sort of a brick wall.
Where do you see a wasp nest?
Right in the center. About the one. That's the
very good.
11 o'clock. 11 o'clock.
I went right to it. Keep watching that wasp nest. And what is it really?
It's a rock, I guess.
No, stay with it.
It's gray on a beige wall.
And?
Beautiful brownstone-looking wall.
Is it on the wall, or is it about 3 or 4 inches off the wall?
We don't need another brick in the wall, but I'm going to gather. I got nothing. I don't know. I lose, Chuck. I'm going to go off the board for 200.
Yeah.
You did hone in on something, though.
What is it? Could I get an answer?
No.
Is this on the iBang today?
Yeah. Hey, Dave in Georgia.
Yeah, Ron.
Yeah.
How about Deliverance from North Georgia, Toccoa?
Yeah, Deliverance is a hell of a movie. I also call that the Chris Stanley story.
No.
Is he squeal like the pig guy?
That's him.
Oh,
That's not
Jesus.
me. That's not me.
What's that guy's name? that got found
Chris Stanley.
No.
What was the guy's name who got
I can't remember that dude's
pummeled
name.
by the pig?
Pummeled. That's so sad. Can you imagine being lined up as 4 guys and really having that happen? I mean,
Mike in Chicago. What's up, buddy?
Hey, guys.
Yeah.
Well, everybody thinks Blues Brothers for Chicago, but my favorite really that was filmed in Woodstock is Groundhog Day.
Oh, really? All right. But Chicago, you could also be Ferris Bueller and His Day Off.
Yeah, that's a fun one. But Groundhog Day was filmed there and not actually...
No, not actually in Punxsutawney.
Punxsutawney, PA?
Which is kind of cheating. I'm like, neither one should get it when it happens that way.
I would agree, because if you're trying to pretend like you're somewhere else.
Yeah.
Like, it should encompass the area.
Thank you.
Perfectly.
Thank you.
Pig rape was Ned Beatty.
Ned Beatty, yeah.
Rape.
Mm-hmm. Hey, coming up in just a couple minutes, it's Unmasked with Doug Stanhope. Unmasked with Doug Stanhope. Someone told me this was a compelling Unmasked, but we'll give away his book, too, for first responders.
It's Digging Up Mother, signed by Doug Stanhope, and Doug's Twitter is at Doug Stanhope.
Yeah, you just write something to Doug and include at the Bennington Show or even at the iBang, and we'll pick the best one out. Give out a sign, Doug Stanhope. By the way, immediately today we sold out the show that we're doing, which is fucking exciting, right?
So exciting.
Yeah.
I cannot wait for this, and I was excited for today to announce it.
Right.
I was like so pumped to announce it.
Comedy 101 coming back. We'll be doing it at the Stand. And what's the dates on that, Joe?
June 15th at 8 p.m. Wednesday, June 15th.
No one has to correct your pronunciation when you do it.
Interesting.
Will I be going to the Stand on June 15th? It is my anniversary.
The anniversary of what?
Of being here 2-3 years.
2-3 years. That's the anniversary.
Just got here.
It feels 2-3 years to me.
I went to the Stand with Florentine and you.
Is everything about you, dude? Is it fucking just 100% about you?
I'm just telling you, I'll be up here in New York City in June.
Well, no. The answer is no.
All right.
You're not going to come to the Stand. You know why? Because why we're sitting here plugging our gig that we sold out today, you immediately turn around and make it about you.
All right. Sorry, Benny.
Wiki's already wanting you out of here. Why is that funny to you?
Because I love Wiki.
Here's Mark. Mark, go ahead, buddy.
Yes, My Own Private Idaho was filmed. Part of it was filmed in Portland, Oregon.
All right. I don't know. When you call it My Own Private Idaho, I got a problem with it. Now, remember when Joe was bragging to you about getting the on-demand up?
Yeah.
People are writing to me, the on-demand is corrupt. Downloaded it twice. Does not play. Please re-upload. Please re-upload. Eric Hoboken. No joking.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, buddy.
Buddy.
BL, what's up, sexy body, lady?
Hey, thank you.
All right. Representing the Dirty Jerks. I know people say clerks, but I'm going to throw a wild card. The Station Agent. Beautiful little film.
Ooh, I love The Station Agent, but I would pick Clerks.
Oh, all right.
You know, smoking weed.
Smoking fatties. You smoke some blunts? I smoke some blunts.
You have nice people. You have nice people that adore you. You know that? The people that call in here, fantastic.
Thanks for pointing that out.
I just love them.
You're the fat queen today, aren't you?
The what?
Fat queen. You have all the facts.
No, I just noticed. I'm sitting back absorbed.
I notice everybody's using a microphone, too. Is that so that you can be heard?
No, so that I can bust my lip wide open again and go on 3 weeks of antibiotics.
That's what you're on?
3 weeks?
When I visited last time with you. I broke my
there was blood coming down
lip open on.
Oh my God.
The microphone.
We got some great feedback for that show, didn't we?
Oh yeah. Oh, it was great feedback. Nice.
Oh, you didn't like it?
There are no words.
Well, be honest. What happened?
Well, it was you and I together, so that part I loved. Old days. It was fun. You were handsome.
In New York City.
In New York City. But, I don't want to go into it too deeply. I don't know what to say and what not to say.
Well, then I'll end the show right now and set everybody up for the Unmasked. Explain how you can win with Unmasked.
For first responders, you can win a signed copy of Doug Stanhope's new book, Digging Up Mother, by tweeting at Doug Stanhope and put in at Bennington Show or at iBang with it as well.
You know how to be a first responder. This book, by the way, it's about when his mom committed suicide, but it was the kind of suicide that a lot of people believe in because she was extremely sick, didn't want to go on suffering, and, you know, a lot of it was how he dealt with it. And then his hysterical career, because his life is always chaotic and upside down, and all of his friends are crazy and his chicks are crazy, and he's an extremely funny guy. I was really glad to have him in for this. It was a different kind of interview for him. Are we throwing it to break first?
Yeah, we're throwing the break first.
All right, so first responders win a signed book, and we'll be right back with Unmasked and Doug Stanhope. Thanks for coming in, buddy.
Thanks for having me, Mr. Bennington.
You know, congratulations for the new book, Digging Up Mother, a love story. It is a life of chaos all the way through.
Yeah, it's continued since then, too.
Yeah. But what is it about? What is it about that kind of lifestyle that you kind of feed off of a little bit?
It's just how I've always run my life. Just everything I've done has been an accident. It's just targets of opportunity, and where the fuck are we going to end up at the end of the day? And not planning, not trying, as Bukowski says. Don't try.
But it certainly is a kind of a Bukowski lifestyle throughout your life.
Yeah, it's plenty. It's booze fueled, that's for sure.
Yeah. And
doing this without a cocktail in my hand feels so foreign.
You know, you can get one if you need one.
Yeah, I should have.
Yeah,
it's too late now.
Well, can we send out one of the kids? What would you like to have? You want something?
I'm fine. Yeah. I got shitloads of press to do later.
Well, this, I mean, you talk about kind of, you know, a life of not knowing what you're doing, but when you're tied in with writing a book like this, it's suddenly a ton of work to do.
Yeah, that was a shitload of work, and it took a lot of people, a lot of phone calls to people I didn't ever want to talk to in my life again, but in order to make it factually accurate. So it's the same as after a good long drunk, and the next day at brunch, all of you trying to put together what happens.
You remember bits and pieces of it.
Well, when I work the road, there's people you know in Minneapolis, and you only see them when you go there, but you have stories, but you don't remember them. It's not instant recall. You meet them for a beer, and then one guy remembers the time, and again, you fill in those memories. You don't go, hey, what happened 7 years ago in Minneapolis? One guy just brings it up, and you go, oh, shit.
But a lot of these memories are painful as well, right?
Yeah, there was a lot of shit I didn't even know about my mother. That she was a hoarder, and that's, you know, if it weren't for her keeping all of this shit, I couldn't have written the book. But I'd find diaries she wrote, and not knowing that she was that suicidal even that far back, and just shit she was going through, I had no idea. So yeah, it was kind of painful for a guy whose emotions are dead from 30 some years of drinking.
But that is the thing, is no matter how well we know anyone, we really don't know them. That comes up throughout the book. And then throughout all of our lives, I think. You know, how well do we know each other?
Yeah, I didn't know how much pain she was in. Wow, I'm feeling emotional right now.
Yeah, well, this is the place.
It's weird.
It's always good to feel that way in front of an audience.
Yeah, thanks for being here. I'll try not to melt down, but I had a few meltdowns writing it, and a lot of it was where I couldn't even place the emotion. I just start crying. So I said on the last program, like I'd have an emotional response like a guy who doesn't feel physical pain but still screams when he's on fire.
Right,
like,
right.
I don't know why I'm crying exactly.
Yeah.
I just so much. Just the process was so overwhelming that there were times that.
Well, I can't imagine. I'm telling you, I kind of feel like when I was reading the book, you can't help but think about your own family, your own friends, you know, loss, regret. Although I would say I don't think that you put it in the place of regret to your life.
No, there's very little regret.
Yeah,
it's just it is what it is.
It just simply is, and you put it out that way. Now, your mother and you had a closeness that was almost closer to a friendship, I think, or than parent-child.
A weird, kind of creepy friendship.
Yeah.
Like, there were times I felt like she was kind of in love with me.
Mm-hmm.
You know, where she treated me more like I almost like I owed her something towards the end.
Yeah. And it wasn't like that when you were a kid. It's getting to you. It's getting to you.
Yeah. Cocktails.
But that's
I just got done doing an interview where they go, well, you know, you're a drinker, but you don't like use it to escape from something. And I go, no, I don't. But right now,
Well, we can lighten it for a second, because I talked to a lot of people, a lot of funny people, and when someone always comes up when they heard something when they were younger, it always tends to be Cosby or, you know, Carlin or Pryor, but you're the first guy that ever bring up Jay Hickman. And
Jay Hickman. All right.
Yeah,
I thought you were going younger, where it was Hustler magazine.
Oh no, that's good too. But did you ever know about Jay? Because he was kind of a legend in Florida, and you got an album of his. But this was a guy who, throughout his career, I don't think he ever worked anything but titty bars,
strip clubs.
Yeah, and he was very well known for it. And I mean, it's got to be
I think he drank himself to death, too.
Well, yeah, he did, and there was other things. You know, it was the 70s, 80s, you know, like everybody else. We could blame it on whatever fucking decade, but it was us that were in the decade. But I thought it was so funny that was like the first time that you started to go, oh, this is a funny guy, I'm memorizing his bits.
Yeah, my mother went to see him at a strip club in Florida, get his cassette tape. And it was like a lot of cornball shit.
Yeah.
But, just book jokes and.
Yeah, because he had to maintain that place. But I'm
trying to remember some of it.
Well, boats was one of his big things. But I'll tell you a quick story about him that I found out from a friend of mine. This guy was a ventriloquist, and he and Hickman went and worked some shitty fucking club, like a Miami Beach deal. And these were like really hardcore places. And the guy said, oh, we don't have the money, come back on Sunday morning, which always the worst fucking sign. So they both drive up there hungover, and the ventriloquist goes in, and the guy says, you guys aren't getting paid, it's a bad fucking week, blah, blah, blah. He comes out and gets in the car, and he tells Hickman, and Hickman's like, what? Fucking hits the glove box and pulls this piece out, right? Says, wait in the car. And in he goes, right? So this guy who's a ventriloquist is really mild-mannered. He's not part of this. And Hickman comes out and he goes, did he pay us? He goes, yeah, he paid us. And he gave us a bonus. We're getting extra money. And I always think, there's the most fucking hardcore stand-up.
Yeah.
Dude, and you just happened, that was your guy when you were younger. I thought that was hilarious.
My mother would make me do his bits when she had friends over, even though we had the tape. She'd go, no, you do it. You do it funnier. I thought you were going to say you got paid in blow. 'Cause there's so many of those stories back in those days.
Yeah, Florida was always a great sign for that. Where when payday would come around, it would be like, let's see, how many lines did you do Monday? How many did you do Tuesday? And everybody left there with $13. But at that point, you weren't thinking stand up, right? You weren't.
No, never.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't remember thinking about doing stand up.
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't until I had the opportunity. I used to quote Dice Clay when he had just come out, and I was working fraud telemarketing, so I'd always just do Dice around the office and just I knew his every fucking joke. And the owner of the telemarketing place had a cover band, and he goes, "Hey, why don't you open for my band with that?" I go, "That's not my material." He goes, "I don't care." But I knew it was wrong. But just knowing that if I did have my own material, I could get a gig, that's what started me writing and doing open mics.
I love that a cover band thinks that they could have a cover comedian come in and do a set for everybody.
It was a fraud telemarketing joint, so the idea that guy would have any scruples... I need original material.
Well, that part of the book is a movie in itself, if you really think about it. I mean, that is such a specific type of gig that somebody could come in and do well in that. It's very carny, and the fact that people kind of feel good when they're done, even though they just got burnt,
No, who felt good?
Well, I mean, the people, when they hang up the phone, they're like, I think I got something that's going to change my life. They feel good about it. And then by the time everything works out, they feel, they find out it's over.
They get fucked.
Yeah.
But that's what con artistry is always about. It's capitalizing on someone else's greed. Mm-hmm. And that's why I consider it my favorite art form.
Well, it is really, it's really, have you ever read any like Ricky Jay stuff, the comedian Ricky Jay?
No, I haven't.
He's brilliant in the ways of that. He worked with David Mamet. And Mamet said,
what's that movie?
Yeah, there's a couple of them, but Mamet the Spanish Prisoner is one of them, but Mamet asked him to, hey, give me a con that they do. And he said, no, I can't do it because people are still doing these cons, and started to write his own to put in the movie. And that stuff, it's almost like, if you
kind of like with magicians where I can't reveal the trick.
Right. Well,
that's fucking great.
Yeah, it is. It's amazing, right? There's this moral thing to each other, but not the fucking marks, you know? So, but the fact that you did that when you were really young is kind of interesting.
I started in L.A. I was going to say here. I'm like, I'm not in fucking L.A. I started in L.A. when I was 18.
Yeah.
Working phones. And it was a different scam, but similar.
How quick before you're like, oh, this is something I can do?
Pretty quick.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, at first it's just reading it off paper, but then once you see the old timers and you go, all right, I can figure out how to make my own angles on this. And
yeah. Is it something you feel like you could still do today?
If I had to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I probably could.
It would just really be great if that happened and you're like, is this Stanhope? You're just at your house. But you did that, and then getting up, doing stand-up, once you did it, that was it for you though, right? You just felt like you connected.
It was really rapid fire. In Vegas at that time, it was 1990, so it's the end of the comedy boom, but it's still, I did 6 open mics my second week of comedy. There was that much comedy in a town that really doesn't have much of shit for comedy.
Right.
So, it was constant moving, but I still wasn't thinking about doing it professionally. Just, the first time I get $10, I'm like, wow, now I'm technically a professional because I got paid.
Right.
And it wasn't until I was actually doing it for a living where I went, oh shit, I'm doing this.
Yeah. As soon as you could pay, whatever that bottom line is to live your life, it's a life changer for you, right?
I moved to Phoenix and I got a job as a house MC, which was no pay, but I got a free hotel.
Right.
So all right, I got a place to live, and I can, I can con them out of some free food at the kitchen, trade out for busing dishes, and I didn't need much. I mean, I lived like a fucking slob anyway.
Right.
I lived a comedy lifestyle on people's couches at that time anyway, so it was not like a guy who has to give up a $40,000 a year job to follow his dream. I was already, all my shit was already in my car.
And then once you started doing that, the car kind of was your home base for a couple years.
Yeah, for 3 years, all my when I say I lived out of my car, I mean I wasn't sleeping in it nightly. I wasn't homeless. Clubs would put you up, but all my belongings were in the car.
And that time that you worked, where was it? All in the West?
Mostly the West.
Yeah.
Tribble is a famous guy, David Tribble, who has these gigs that would be you play in Pocatello one night and then drive 9 hours to Billings and then double back to Butte, Montana, and then down to Colorado. Just like really fucked up endless drives for no money and Red Lion hotel lounges.
Yeah.
And playing to nobody.
And you were digging it anyway.
Fucking loved it. I loved it.
What do you think that's about? What do you think that connection was for you?
I liked being a vagabond. I liked having the stories. I liked fucking ugly girls.
You ever notice rock stars never have to say that? I mean, you could be in the shittiest band in the world and do okay. But, Louis C.K. is still like, yeah, okay, I'll go home with her. Is it? Is this all? Okay.
But just the idea that someone, wants to fuck you and tells you.
Right.
Pussy was the commodity back then. That was the barometer of success was, did I get laid after that show? And if you did, that's a development deal.
And who knows, it could lead to something better.
Yeah.
At what point did you start to think, all right, my career is moving along? I mean, did it go MC, middle, headliner, or did it happen fast?
Well, with the one-nighters, you'd move up to headliner quicker, and then clubs, now I'm a middle act. But I never really bitched. I was just happy to have work. Because if I don't have work, I don't have a hotel room. I don't have a place to stay, and then I am actually in my car. So I was pretty much happy to be there. I was never the guy bitching that, I should be headlining by now. Eventually, they will tell you.
Well, I think that's what most people don't realize is there's a ton of comedians in between New York and L.A. who don't dream about living in New York or L.A. They just want to do the road. That's their life.
It's you have. There's no comedy movie that's ever represented that well. There's Punchline or the Adam Sandler where he plays the guy breaking down. But all comedy is there's a whole fucking world of comedy that just works. Funny Bones, going to St. Paul this week.
Right.
For 30 years, guys are out there doing really well.
There's some really incredibly funny people doing that every single week.
Yeah, that have Boston is a great example.
Right.
Those guys are fucking legendary, and they don't, they're not out trying to sell a sitcom.
No, that's true. And seriously, if you started to make up a list of the funniest people that you've ever seen, probably 70-80% of it will be Boston guys.
Yeah.
And you were born in that area, right?
Yeah, but I never got into the scene there. I was very insular. I can't remember the first time I actually did a gig in Boston. Never worked a club.
But I always think there's an attitude from that part of the country. Obviously, your mom had it, so you had it through osmosis, probably. This take no shit type of attitude, I think.
When I started, I had someone just put out a YouTube video. It's like 17 minutes long of me 3 months into comedy. And I had this weird accent. I think I was trying to be Dice, but trying not to be Dice. Because I kind of had this weird talking half New York, kind of Boston out of the side of my mouth. I watched 2 sentences of it, and my stomach just, I can't, I will never be drunk enough to watch this fucking abomination.
Yeah.
It's horrible. Look it up. The guy that put it up said, "Hey, you want me to take that down?" Because he heard me bitching on my podcast about it. And
yeah.
I go, "No, leave it up. People should see this. I just can't do it."
Did you know that you were being taped that night, or was that?
Yeah, as a friend of mine, I'm sure I did.
Yeah, Because now, it always makes me laugh how many guys that are starting.
Oh yeah, back then I would have known because the camera would have been like this.
Size of a refrigerator. I cost you $30 to get 5 minutes taped.
Yeah.
That was the whole deal. But that, now those guys immediately start to put their stuff up. And I'm like, I don't know, man.
Yeah, I get that a lot. Hey, check out my first stand-up on YouTube. No, take that down. Don't. You think it's good now. But if you were aware of how much you sucked when you started out, you wouldn't keep doing it.
There's no reason to keep doing it anyway for young people. I mean, you're like, all you've got to do is read your book. And at a certain point, you're like, any sane person would quit this. You would just say, this is torture. This is horrific. And how long before you were doing stand-up, you think you got any kind of notice whatsoever?
Notice of what kind?
Notice from the industry itself, like, hey, this guy is on his way, he's doing stuff.
Industry only saw me 5 years in, I think. It was 95.
Yeah.
And I did a Vail had a festival that tried to rival the Aspen.
Yeah.
And I did that, and that's the first time I was ever in front of any kind of industry.
And the feedback that you were getting was what? From what would be considered the LA industry? Were they digging what you were doing? Or?
Yeah, I got a manager and an agent, and a small development deal, and immediately.
Yeah, because that's the thing of being...
Where I've gone back and seen the material I was doing at that time and went, wow, they have no eye for talent because I sucked.
Right. But you were at least doing your own thing, and I think that's the thing that people start to pick up on, that there's certain people that come along, and maybe it's because you were doing it out there on your own, but there was an original voice that you were developing.
Developing at best.
Yeah.
Like a tale. Yeah, I was probably 8 years in before I had anything to say at all, where I started actually developing my own stories into my act and having an opinion or before that it was just writing jokes.
And that's the craziest thing about it, is that you'll hear that from a lot of people 8, 10, 12 years before their own thing came out. And I'm sure it's the last thing young people want to hear. Like, hey, I know you're just starting and you're loving it. Come back in about 10 years and I'm sure it'll be interesting.
Well, I didn't have a point of view when I started. I was 23.
Yeah.
Let's get laid. How do we get laid? That was all I cared about. I didn't care about the world around me or fuck. I have no social,
no social skills whatsoever.
Well, I mean, no. I mean, like social problems, they were fucking lost on me. Yeah. So yeah, as I started to get older and more aware of shit going on in the world, I started to talk about it.
Well, the first, I guess, buzz was in San Francisco for the comedy competition, I guess, right?
Yeah, that was right around the same time. I did the Vail Festival, and then I did the San Francisco competition, and that was a 10 grand win, so I was a fucking billionaire.
Yeah.
10 grand?
Yeah.
So that's when I moved to L.A.
Moved to L.A., and as I follow along in the book, your mom and you always kept in contact. Sometimes she's out with you, sometimes you're back with her. But once you're in L.A., she's there, and I think one of the more fascinating things is so involved in your career, but she has this hate for Dane Cook that...
all right. Yeah, Dane Cook and I were doing the festival together. I mean, the San Francisco competition, and his manager, Barry Katz, tried to bet me ahead of the festival. He goes, my guy's doing the competition with you. You want to bet prize money? And I said, I don't know who your guy is. And I didn't take the bet. But the first night of the festival, Dane Cook came in second place, and I didn't even place in the top 5. And Barry Katz says, aren't you glad you didn't bet me prize money now? And I was drunk and angry, and I said, fuck you, I'll bet you $100 I win this whole thing regardless of your guy. and he made the bet, and I won it. But it was me and Dane Cook neck and neck for 3 weeks every night, down to the wire. So he became my comedy nemesis rival. And that's I hated that he became big, because I always used to use him as a reference of bad comedy before anyone really knew who he was. So then when he got big and every comic's trashing him, I'm like, that's my... Like, I knew that. I hated that guy before he was anybody. Johnny come latelys. But I was always a healthy rivalry.
Right.
Like, and then I was named Variety's top 10 acts to watch one year, but his picture's also right there.
Right.
When the Man Show auditions came down, it was he and I, right to the end of the auditions before Rogan came in and snaked his... so he's always been there.
Right.
I like that.
Yeah, it's kind of fun for you, in a, kind of from an athletic point of view, where a sports guy always needs a rival. Michael Jordan always needed somebody to beat. Yeah. But it's never been personal with you and Dane, right?
No, not at all.
But the fans don't always get that.
No.
Yeah.
I remember running into him at LAX once, and he said, dude, your fucking fans are brutal to me. I hate to even go online anymore. I'll call them off.
But that's always the funny thing about it, is the performers are going to have more in common than the performer does with his own fan. You know what I mean? It's like Frazier and Ali are the only guys who knew what it felt like to be in that ring.
Exactly.
You know? But I think that's amazing that you had this thing that's been going on for what now, 20, 25 years? Or
yeah, it's not a thing anymore.
Yeah, but it's something to get you both pumped up. So when you ended up in L.A., your mom came out.
Yeah, my mother did. She was doing local theater forever in Florida, and then her life started to fall apart. But I'd always call her up drunk and say, just move out here. If you're going to be an actress, why don't you try it out here where you could actually go somewhere with it? And at some point she took me up on that. And yeah, it was almost immediate regret on some level.
But you, again, I think because you like chaos or need that chaos in your life, she played a part of that too for you, right?
Yeah, the chaos was initially like out of control.
Right.
Before we even got to LA, I'm like, oh fuck, this is gonna be a nightmare. It's not gonna end.
Yeah,
it's not. I just move her out here, and then she's not gonna be able to take care of herself like I wanted her.
Yeah, sure. But at the same time, it's like you're a screenwriter of your own life, and you keep putting a protagonist right in front of you whenever you need her. You know, I think that kind of stuff is amazing, and the fact that you would feed upon it. You know, I think a lot of your comedy has always come from that.
Yeah, she was over the course of that time. There's big chunks of like 3 different CDs or DVDs. There's the mother chunk, because there's always something that she's fucked up my life somehow. She's gonna be, you don't want to be Margaret Cho, but
yeah, it's too bad she didn't have a crazy accent that you're gonna run with.
Yeah.
But also because you make no secret about your enjoyment for drinking, that you more or less grew up in AA meetings because your mom was involved, and you would be at these meetings when you were a kid.
Yeah, I'm sure that gets a lot of credit for this storytelling that I came to do.
Yeah,
because just sitting around AA meetings when you're a kid and listening to all the brutal stories, but everyone laughing at them, and the guy's talking about prison, or she's talking about I was a prostitute, and I'd suck dick for whatever.
Yeah.
And you're going, wow, you're 13 years old.
Yeah,
and everyone's laughing at the story. No one's taking it all that seriously.
Well, there's
They're
always
kind of celebrating their.
Yeah. There's always a thing when like you'll be at a meeting and a girl will bring up something like, and then I started to bang every guy, and you'll just see everyone in the room kind of lean in. Suddenly they're like, this has gotten interesting. Go ahead. Share. But I guess it didn't stick with you in terms of the actual 12 steps.
No.
But the storytelling was enjoyable for you.
Right.
Yeah.
And none of them seemed like they had a bad time.
No.
They're all like nodding, high-fiving. Oh, shit, yeah, I did that too.
Yeah.
They really made alcohol. They sold it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's always like a really great time up until the very, then the story turns. Like when you're watching a movie where suddenly something happens and then, thank God I'm here. But up to that point, they were having a blast.
And my mother was a bartender quite a bit. So I'd go to bars underage when she was working and hang out. And I love bars.
Yeah.
I just love everything about bar life.
Well, particularly dive bars. You spend a lot of time talking about a certain dive bar in Hollywood.
That was the old Coach and Horses.
Yeah.
It's called the Pikey now. They ruined it.
Yeah.
Dolled it all up.
Yeah. Isn't that the worst fucking thing that can happen? It's happening all over New York right now. Well, they'll take a place that's been there for 90 years, just a shithole, and they go, oh, we can make it better. No, you just fucking destroyed it.
The Coach and Horses had this bartender. She was just like Mama from Throw Mama from the Train. And it was the equivalent of having an angry pit bull. Like no one wanted to go in there because she was behind them. She's just bedraggled and kind of bed sored. And I remember she was sitting there one day where a guy had a empty beer bottle in front of him talking to a friend. And she walks over to him and she goes, "Do you want another one?" And he goes, I'm okay right now. She goes, "This isn't a bus stop." And the guy's slowly walking out. But that was great because once we got on her good side, she'd treat everyone else like that. But then she'd walk back to us at the bar and go, "I don't know why they treat me like this." So it was it kept the bar empty, which we loved. I love an empty bar. And so we had a small circle of regulars that were on our good side, and everyone else kind of fucked off. But then cool people would come in, like Michael Keaton and Kiefer Sutherland would come hang out there. Tarantino, come in during the day because they know no one's ever going to be in there. And then they eventually they fired Ginger and put in a cute young girl, and all of a sudden, overnight, it's a fucking hipster bar.
Yeah, that's what happens now that people come in to go. It starts as authentic, and then kind of becomes fake authentic, after a while.
Yeah.
And now you'll go into a place, and they just got like shitty stuff on the walls, and you're like, oh my God, how long has this been open? 1.5 years. Oh, I say.
Yeah.
It's like those fucking breakfast places down south. What's the name of that place where Cracker Barrel? Where you go in there, it's just a fake pass that they've set up for you. Like the Twilight Zone. There's somebody who just sits and makes fake boat paddles that they sell these places.
Oh, yeah, if you go on eBay and you just put in man cave, they have all sorts of just fake vintage everything.
This is Rod Sterling. This is everything that he warned us about. We're actually doing it. But I love the fact that that's the glamour of Hollywood. You're living in L.A. just every day in this dark cave partying. Very Tom Waits lifestyle. But did you have at least some kind of ambition for the mainstream at that time, or?
Well, I was getting a lot of smoke blown up my ass, so I just thought that was happening anyway, and I didn't have to try.
Right.
Oh, yeah, well, you get a deal to make a sitcom, and you're going to write this thing with this guy, and he's got all these Emmys, and so I didn't do any legwork. I just showed up when they told me to, okay, go over to that guy's house on Tuesday at 10 and start writing.
Yeah.
And other than that, I was just fucking off.
How many pilot deals were there? How many times were?
There's only one script that we actually finished, but someone would they'd pass on that, and then you get another deal. You never get around to writing it before it shit the bed, and there was always something that was happening. Your manager or agent would always tell you something's in the works, so you didn't feel like you had to do anything.
And you said
know he's full of shit.
Yeah. And you always, in the back of your mind, wanted Hedberg to be involved in whatever you were doing.
Yeah, Hedberg and my girlfriend at the time and my mother, I always had them pitching parts for all three of them, no matter what the idea was.
What was it about Mitch? What did he have that made him so great?
Oh, I have no answer for that.
Yeah.
He's just great.
It's just amazing that these lines it seemed to just appear out of nowhere that he had that are just.
Well, he worked.
Perfect, yeah.
We'd be on the road. He'd grab a notebook and go down to a park or a fucking river or just walk around. He was always had a notebook in his hand.
But that's such a different kind of writing than the way you write, which is just to experience it, keep talking about it.
Well, he had a bong in the other hand.
So that was he just went off for a couple hours every day to
and
find some of these lines.
He'd get incredibly high and do a lot of hallucinogens, and you can see that it's reflected in his work.
Were you ever a big marijuana guy? It's one of the few things that
hallucinogens, yes, but never weed.
Not pills either. You never.
Not till now.
It's always nice to save some things as the years go by.
Yeah, I always said that I'm saving heroin till last, but once I find out I'm terminal, I'm shooting up.
Yeah,
it's not addictive because it sucks.
Yeah,
there's gonna be a selling point there. But yeah, cocaine medicinally. I was always a guy that could do a bump to get through a show, have a great show, and then not chase it around town. Acid I loved. Ecstasy back when you could count on the quality.
Right. By the way, this now sounds more like an NA meeting, which is, which have you ever been to any of those?
No, same shit.
It is, except for it's in New York. It's one of the best places to go and take a nap, where no one will try to wake you up there. You're just like glad you're here, dude. But those stories are never as fun as the AA meeting stories.
Well, if you watch Intervention, the drunks are the funniest ones.
Right.
You watch someone like a junkie, they just shoot up and sit there.
Right.
So, like, I'm not watching this for an hour. Get the drunks back on. Yeah. Or the girl that's huffing the cleaner there.
Well, your mom having that AA background, did she ever come to you and say maybe you might want to quit? Or
no.
Never?
No.
Yeah.
You're a lucky fucker. You get away with shit. I had to quit, but you get away with everything.
I think one of the great things is that your mom, once she came out to L.A., was getting work, getting pieces.
She was getting nothing huge, but independent movies. And she was hustling. She was out there. She'd send out headshots. She'd follow up. And I never thought she was a great actress, but other people did. And she was available.
Well, you know that she was a great character already, though. So if you could just capture that and put it in somebody's movie.
I think that's why I didn't think she was a great actress, because I know how great she can be, and I never thought she was, the woman that you are at home, the crazy batshit lady. Yeah. Now you're acting like you're fucking normal, and don't do that.
I think it's one of the things that comes through the book, and it really, I got to tell you, the book is so well written. I would put it down occasionally just to kind of think over some of these things, because you can't help. Well, like you said, when someone's being truthful, you can't help but start and search for the truth in yourself. So that's and I thought to myself, I would never fucking write a book like this about me. That's it. I'll take this shit to the grave before I put it out there. But in this in your life, where it seems like a lot of times you love the road or a comedy because you could duck regular responsibilities, you were always taking on whatever your mom or some of these women that you were always there for them.
I grew to resent her because of that.
Yeah.
Where I shouldn't have to be responsible for you. You're supposed to be, the authority figure. You're supposed to be my mother.
Right.
And I shouldn't have to be doing all of this for you. Just get to a place where, I kind of fucking hated her.
But even when you were a kid, that was kind of her personality as well, right? I mean, she wasn't always 100% responsible?
Oh, when I was a kid, she was a ball buster.
Yeah.
She was very strict, even though she let me get away with a lot of stuff no other mother would, like reading Hustler, and she just simple things, clean up your room, that kind of stuff. She would. So later on, when she became so irresponsible, I was like, "Fuck you! You would have never let me get away with this shit when I was a kid."
But I think it's even interesting that you say that made you incredibly angry. A lot of people tend to sugarcoat that after the fact, but you were furious with her a lot of the time.
Yeah. She was very manipulative.
Yeah.
And I could see through it. So she pissed me off.
But do you, it even comes up with a lot of the women that you're with, they have trouble being honest. They have trouble being present. They have trouble being sane. Again, it seems like you're always looking for that thing. Am I wrong about that?
Always looking for my mother in a...
Well, I don't even know if it's looking for your mother, but you're always looking for things to be somewhat out of balance,
I guess I tend to thrive in those conditions.
Yeah.
It works for me.
Because that's where creativity is. That's where, where the stories come
never conscious.
From. Yeah.
I can't psychoanalyze myself.
Right.
I don't know why I fall into that.
Well, I'll tell you this about the town that you picked out for yourself, that when you moved to Bisbee, you made that seem incredibly romantic, I think, to the listener, because everybody would love to drop out, but people would still like to be around the right kind of people. And it seems like you've found that.
I in LA, I got to a place where I was just living my life to avoid traffic. I wouldn't do sets because the idea of going from Playa del Rey all the way to Hollywood, I can't do the fucking traffic. So, I had found Bisbee years before, 5,000 people, not near anything, right on the Mexican border. And, at some point I had a wife at the time and we had to get the fuck out of LA. We just had enough. Hedberg died. I'm like, fuck this. We're gonna go to Portland was in play. Too depressing. Milwaukee. For some reason, we were thinking about moving to Milwaukee. And, at some point I went to Bisbee and I said, fuck it, let's just move here.
But at that point, you were really going to step away from any show business dreams that you had too, right?
I work the road.
Yeah.
That's all I want to do is do comedy. So why do I have to be in LA and this miserable?
But I think what's kind of cool is you did it at the right time that you could start podcasting out of there. And of course the internet kept you connected in a way. So, you're like, to me, one of the first people to show that you could do the same thing that you did before and live anywhere.
Yeah.
I think that's probably the future, and not that I know that you decided it that way. You really did feel like, how do I keep that Sunset Strip thing, but get rid of the rest of fucking LA?
Yeah. Yeah.
Which I love that. Actually,
I love being a neighbor.
Right.
I love small town. Hi, Mrs. Johnson. How are you today?
Yeah.
Where they, if they ever saw your act, they would they would burn your mailbox down and.
Right. But see, I don't think that you can get that in a pure suburb. You know what I mean? Like being outside of St. Louis or outside, it all feels the same.
This is an island. It's 5,000 people, and the next structure is 25 miles away.
And you get along well with the local police, because I know
yes.
You've thrown some outrageous parties. You've had a few deaths there. After a while, they're going to start thinking your house is haunted.
Yeah, there's a suicide in my house. I have two houses that abut on different streets. So I was renting one out. They killed themselves. Mother killed herself in my house. Like, we should be on they have a ghost tour in Old Bisbee. And I'm like, why aren't we on the ghost tour? Because both of these houses have suicides in them.
When did, and you opened the book talking about your mom's suicide because she got to a point. I mean, this wasn't about depression. This was
my fucking skin is crawling, and I realized I slammed a Red Bull before.
Is that right?
He goes, "You want some coffee or a Red Bull?" And I know I shouldn't have caffeine, and I go, "You know what? I'm going to have to talk. Give me a fucking Red Bull." And right now, I feel like I'm fucking dead.
Well, you know,
ants crawling all over. I'd rather do meth than drink Red Bull. I really think it's better for you.
Well, you can actually get more out of meth. That's for sure. But you know, you're sitting under a light now too. I'm asking you about deaths. You know, I'm wearing a black coat. I probably feel like I'm fed.
I'm talking. Look at that.
Well, drink some water. It's the best thing for you when you own Red Bull.
Jesus.
I've sold all kinds of legal speed from working in radio over the years. It has been very good for that. But you got to hydrate the whole time.
All right.
But
I'm just addressing it.
We can get you Valium if you need.
No, I'm good.
Yeah, okay, good.
I get like 90 more radio shows after this. Eventually, I'm going to need the energy. Now I have too much.
Well, this is like you're in the middle of this book tour, right? And you're talking about one of the most difficult things that you could ever have to talk about, and it's, you know, coming up constantly. When Barry Crimmins did the documentary that Bobcat did, it was about his abuse.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and I've known Barry for a while, but he came in, he's like, I don't know if I can. You know, people are just like, oh, so who was it? A neighbor that sodomized you? Is that what happened there? Neighbor? Was it an uncle? What happened? With people like doing this, you talk about things that most people would never.
And I never, that's why I said before, when I was writing this, I was alone for, 14-hour days out in my shed, basically.
Yeah.
And just alone with all this paperwork. And at some point you break down and you can't even place why, because you've been going through so many things that one little thing might trigger a whole day's worth of bullshit.
Exactly. It's literally a lifetime full of pain and stuff that you put into one book.
And I had no idea it was going to be painful. Like I just wanted to be technically accurate. So I'm going, or just spur memories of, and in the process of going through all this old, diaries and notebooks and just the shit that she held on to. Just trying to put a story together, you go, oh, fuck, this is kind of painful.
Right, yeah.
And I was just trying to do research. I wasn't trying to find emotions.
But here it is, and now it's in book form, and, you're literally carrying around this stuff. Wherever you go.
I talked to my brother more in the writing of this book than in my entire life. And we're close.
Yeah.
But I would have to call him, sometimes a dozen times a day, and just finding, I found a kind of body poem my dad had written to my mother, when they were first together. And I was calling him up and just reading him this shit and reading him some stuff you giggle at and some stuff I couldn't read. Like, I'll call you back because I couldn't read it without crying.
And then you go and share that kind of stuff, with the world now. Now everybody gets it. But, the fact that, your mom made a choice kind of leaves it open where now that's in the back of your mind for yourself too. You know what I mean?
Oh, suicide's definitely an option.
Yeah.
But, not because I'm depressed, but at some point, when you weigh the options, and I wouldn't have waited as long as she did to kill herself, because she was really fucked by the time she had COPD, emphysema. She was she was bedpans. She had a Foley bag at the end. When I have to hire someone to wipe my ass, I don't want to have to sit through that interview. Like,
right.
What made you want to wipe asses for a living? Oh, so yeah, suicides, especially going out like that. If you can kill yourself surrounded by family and make it fun, I really want to start comedy hospice for people who have a dark sense of humor and don't want to go out with weeping people around them.
Well, that kind of has changed over the course of our lifetime too. The way we look at birth has changed, and the way we look at death has changed. Neither one of them as much as a clinical hospital thing as they used to be. But death is rarely talked about or, thought about by most people.
Or joked about.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That's where humor is most needed.
It's funny that you said that.
Everyone ignores the fact that you're going to die.
Well, I thought that when you did Louis' show, the 9/11 thing where he said this is where we sat and watched the towers fall, and you had that line of, you just watched? I thought, because I was here that day too, and I'm like, that's the funniest, most helpless fucking line I've ever heard. Because all of us would just go, what the fuck? And if you look back on it, you're like, yeah, I guess I didn't do anything too heroic that day. I guess I wouldn't have been there with Gary Cooper when he was fucking taking on the bad guys. But I kind of feel like that part of it has opened up. Like, at the very least, people have to look at that, because suicide is one of the worst things that we're told when we're a kid. Do not commit suicide. Suicide, you're robbing people. But you make the case very easily that it was more or less the right thing to do.
Yeah, no one was saying you have so much more to live for.
Right.
In her condition at that time.
But the way that it happens is somebody just leaves a little too much medication behind. Is that the way that it can legally take place?
Yeah, hospice will make sure that you have enough of a supply,
right,
to last you, let's say.
Yeah, and if you happen to get mixed up with that, no one's going, and say, oh, shit, she wasn't supposed to do all that at the same time. No one comes back and asks any questions.
I was in the kitchen making cocktails. I don't know what she took.
But that moment, I mean, it's strange, but it is one of the moments of your life. You know what I mean? Truly one of the moments of your life that you won't forget that experience.
Yeah, I remember she came over. If you don't know the story, she came over from her apartment on a Thursday with the intention of, at some point, killing herself, but with no date. She didn't say when. So, and we're not going to push her on it. It's not like, hey, do you know what time? Because I was going to grab some dinner with my friends. So we just sat, and when she finally, on Saturday night, when she said, hey, it's time, that's a bingo, my girlfriend and I were just like, all right, this is a moment.
Was there any point that you thought, no, or you're just like, no, we're ready for this, we're prepared
for
it?
No, I never thought no.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure she knew what she was doing. Are you comfortable?
Yeah.
I don't know how to host this event.
Yeah.
Properly.
Well, I think this
first timer.
I think this takes place way more than we talk about in this country. I think it's much more of a common occurrence, particularly when the people, the family, look around and go, this isn't right. You know what I mean? We don't want this to happen this way.
Before I wrote the book, I had a 7-minute chunk in my act on my last special about it. And ever since that came out, I've had so many people come up to me and tell me they had to do the same thing.
Right.
Just not as funny.
No. Not as funny, but, at the same time, you're still waiting for the cops to show up. That's because that's the way we are now, that it probably is a crime, but we don't, it probably is against the law, but, it's
just not as funny.
No. Not as funny, but, at the same time, you're still waiting for the cops to show up. That's because that's the way we are now, that it probably is a crime, but we don't, it probably is against the law. But, it's almost a weird sickness that we have, when we talk about having secrets and stuff. This is a common secret. And when you talk about it, you open the book, and it's not an easy read for anybody. I mean, there's parts of this book that are a tough read, but at the same time, it's a responsible adult thing to keep in the family.
Yeah. So I was just thinking that there's that Valentine's Day card at the end, and I was just thinking, could I read that out loud right now without falling apart? I couldn't.
You couldn't do it.
No. Yeah.
It's called, you throw in a love story for a reason there, don't you?
Yeah.
You completely, and that final act was an act of love.
Yeah, through the whole course of her life with me, it was just, it's like going back over any real relationship, like a husband-wife relationship, where there was, the in love parts when I was a kid, and I worshipped her. She was like the perfect Beavis and Butthead mother. She let you smoke cigarettes, and she let you read dirty magazines. So, then there was the love affair, and then there was, the splitting up, and go different ways and getting back together, and then there's the hateful parts, and it was a love story.
It's one thing to have that experience, and it's another thing to be able to write that up and share it for other people. And it's a totally different place that you've gone with for yourself as, an artist. I thank you so much for coming by here today, dude.
Thanks for having me.
I know it wasn't...
Sorry, I'm a fucking wreck.
You know what? I honestly think that that's incredibly brave and incredibly cool, because you do have a reputation for a guy who can hold a room. But I think to sit here today and be vulnerable about that, it's really appreciate it. And I do think whatever you think about, Doug's act and how funny he is, this one thing that he's hit on is something that Americans need to take a look at. And I think it was a very responsible thing for you to share it with people, dude. I appreciate it. Thanks for coming in, man.
Thanks for having me.
I appreciate that. It really is. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Ow! That was Doug Stanhope Unmasked. He was in to promote his book, Digging Up Mother, A Love Story. And if you're a first responder, you can win a signed copy of Digging Up Mother, signed by Doug Stanhope. All you have to do is tweet at Doug Stanhope, include also at Bennington Show or at the iBang. And then, say something cool to Doug, because it was a great interview. We loved having him on Unmasked, and you can win a signed copy, again, of Digging Up Mother, A Love Story, Doug's brand new book, by tweeting at Doug Stanhope. That's it for the Bennington Show. I'm Chris Stanley, representing the Bennington Show, because I believe everyone else went home. They could be asleep right now. I guess they are. So, we'll see you on Monday, and again in 1974.
Ladies and gentlemen, the evening is over. We hope you all enjoyed yourselves, and we'll see you all again in 1974. Good evening!